from Texas, and we just decided to take a long 4-day weekend and hop across the Atlantic and get over here. And of course, being in the U.S., we've heard all kinds of conspiracy theories, but really didn't know, what was going on. And so even some of our friends would ask us, why are you going to London for the weekend? And we would jokingly say, we're going to find Kate, So anyway, it's very unfortunate. We just found out as we were walking through the park here that she's got cancer, and now they're going to be looking at treatments. So it's pretty devastating news.
I do hope they can lean on each other, with the family can take care of one another. There's been dissension among the troops, so to speak, a little bit in the past. So I hope that they can find hope and some, togetherness in their family. And we'll be praying for them. We'll be praying for the family. Yes.
I guess, how long have they kept it hidden? Maybe. And how long have they known about it as well? And I guess is how far along is her cancer, because she's been out of sight of cameras for a long time, and from the news they've hidden it quite well and then publicly lied about her image. So I think they need to just be honest and give the facts out.
I don't know if we know what sort of cancer it is and how curable it is. Obviously she's going to have the best treatment, but absolutely you never like to hear that somebody's got cancer in such a young family. They're not going to understand fully all the implications. It's very stressful, and obviously we can only wish the best.
A stronger health system in a country can lead to better outcomes on the economic growth front. Congratulations to the Public Health Foundation of India, ranked second in a global list of schools of public health.
Well, we are really talking about creating a healthy society. You can't have a population which is either sick or non-productive and expect the economy to really grow. Well, climate change is already bringing in many health challenges to us in India. We are going to be seeing, for example, non-communicable diseases because, again, of heat as well as water stress. We're going to see a lot more people having strokes, heart attacks, kidney failure, cancers.
Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
So friends, next I have is this shiny new device coming straight from the Realme factory. This is the all new Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G. और मैं shiny क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? Because see, of course it's shiny. मतलब the way it looks, even the frame is very shiny. At the same time, this phone really shines bright जब हम इसके features को देखते हैं. Because यहाँ पे काफी interesting चीजें Realme has packed. What we have is a Sony IMX 890 sensor के साथ आने वाला 50 megapixels वाला primary camera that has OIS. At the same time, inside the phone is really packed with features. In fact, हम यहाँ पे भी इस फोन में gestures से इसको control कर सकते हैं because this has got something that Realme calls air gestures. So अगर आप देखो इसको and have a closer look about how this Realme Narzo 70 Pro really is, I would say a very interesting mid-range smartphone coming straight from Realme.
Finally, the wait is over. Realme's latest hotshot, the Narzo 70 Pro 5G, 5G finally India में launch हो गया है. This phone is packed with amazing features that will make you go wow. इस phone में है एक rainwater smart touch feature. This means no more tensions about phone usage in a light drizzle. The powerful MediaTek Dimensity chipset lets you game, multitask and do everything else at lightning speed. The 5000 mAh battery and SuperVOOC fast charging will get you back in action in no time. The phone's horizon glass design gives it a super premium head-turning look. Realme has kept it affordable. Narzo 70 Pro 5G.
The award for NDTV Indian of the Year goes to...
Presented by Poonawalla Fincom. Co-powered by Ambuja Cement and ACC. Associate sponsor, Darwin Group of Companies. And
Games 24/7.
It's great to see so many familiar faces over here as we continue with our NDTV Defence Summit. It is our inaugural summit, and I think it's been, Puneet, a good experience to actually bring in voices from across industry. But let me tell you a little bit about Puneet and the company that he's really made, Samtel. Samtel is a company that started making picture tubes for displays, for television. They now build touchscreen displays built to the most exacting specifications for India's light combat helicopter, for India's advanced light helicopter, for the Tejas fighter, for the Sukhoi 30, among just a handful of platforms. The words glass cockpit are now synonymous with contemporary aircraft in both the civilian and in the defense sector. Samtel is an Indian champion manufacturer in the state-of-the-art in this very specialized field, and we are delighted to be partnering with them for this session. Thanks very much, Puneet Kaura, for being with us. Before we talk about the specific technology, I've always been amazed at the story of Samtel, because you're doing touchscreen displays now, but you started with components for televisions, right?
Yes. So
how did it start?
Samtel is now, we actually complete our 50 years as we speak, and this company was started 50 years ago by our founder, who's here actually, Mr. Satish Kaura, my father. And it was, it was his journey from believing in developing technology and coming back from the US and starting this company. So you're absolutely right. We started off with picture tubes. Picture tubes were all imported at that time, and we ultimately not only developed the know-how but know-why of developing picture tubes. And then we continued our journey to become, of course, world's largest manufacturers. And as that technology kind of had its natural death and flat panels came in, we moved into aerospace and defense. And actually our journey in aerospace and defense is also real buzzword of Atmanirbharta started. It was actually during the time of Prime Minister Vajpayee when they opened the doors for private sector 2003, 2004. And that's the time we kind of looked at what we can do in this space. And we tied up with DRDO, developed the first kind of indigenous cockpit display for the Su-30, and we have supplied about 1,500 to 2,000 of those already. One thing that remains at the heart of Samtel right from the inception is developing technology from basic specifications. And we have done that right from the beginning. So we are not doing any transfer of technology or build to print really. We actually develop our own products for the global market with our technology. Average age at Samtel is below 30. We are, one of the fastest growing defense avionics company in India. And, we are very proud about what we are doing with the Indian Air Force and Indian Armed Forces.
Average age at Samtel was what?
Below 30.
I would fit right in. But I think it's absolutely fascinating what you're doing now as far as touchscreen technologies are concerned. Could you tell us, about the state of the art that you're now looking at, including in new variants of the Tejas fighter, presumably with the AMCA platform as well, and how you are able to develop solutions based on very specific requirements?
So, we have a slightly different kind of look, different way of looking at how we develop things. We first look at what is available in the world at the best, and the best technologies available in the world. while we were developing technologies with DRDO for HAL and their platforms, and we formed ultimately a JV with HAL, we also were continuously developing technologies for global majors. Talking about specifically about touch screen, we have recently developed an armored vehicle display, which will be actually for US customer and US Army, and that product is a state-of-the-art product. We are actually very proud that we have developed a product for US Army before we have developed something for Indian Army. This is how we look at developing technologies, working with the best and looking at the best technologies globally.
And you're primarily based in Greater Noida, right?
Yes, we are.
There's a reason I'm asking that. Because a lot of people, maybe not so much over here, but certainly within our audience, wouldn't know, and this is nothing but a fact, that a company in Greater Noida manufactures state-of-the-art when it comes to cockpit displays, display systems, touchscreen now, wonderful avionics, built to exacting specifications in Greater Noida. This is technology which already exists in the country. What are your next steps in this technological evolution, as it were?
So, Vishnu, if you look at the product that we make, it is basically a very high technology box. Now, if you look at avionics, basically if you look at even complex systems like electronic warfare, which Indian government wants to indigenize and bring private sector into it, are all very, very high technology boxes with a lot of software, AI embedded into that. And that kind of capability we want to now explore to go into new domains like electronic warfare. We'll be actually supplying majority of the displays that will go on the LCH and ALH in the future would be developed and would be manufactured by us. So we are looking at kind of diversifying technologies into kind of more high-tech areas, using a lot of AI software embedded into that.
Could you tell us about how quality maintenance, quality is, and maintaining that standard is one of your biggest challenges?
So, we operate in an industry where there is basically zero defects. There is no, you can't afford quality failures at all. And when you work with some of these global companies, I must say, the best practices that come into the company, and it's happened with us, and it happened to us right at the very early stages of our kind of evolution, are unparalleled. And those best practices involve things like looking at zero defect, skill development, systems and processes in the company which will be catering to the world, supply chain. So that has helped us a lot, and we kind of benchmark against the best in the world, and we continuously evolve while we look at technologies in the future.
Imbibing technology is what has actually taken you to where you are right now. You've had JVs with Thales, I believe, among others. You also entered into an agreement now with Hanwha. So tell us about how technology induction from foreign sources was one thing, but you built on that technological base and now offer solutions which many of the original companies don't.
When you are developing something and you are developing it without any help for an OEM per se, and you are actually developing and innovating, you are by yourself, and as we heard Raksha Mantri mention, you go on a path which nobody goes on, but it's similar to that. So we chose a path where most of the people don't go on, and that's our journey. We are actually doing products which are absolutely to the global standards and beyond. So actually the product we have made for one of the US companies is plus to the incumbent, that is a US supplier. So it's actually better than their product, and we have developed it over just 3 years, and it's a state of the art. So I think it's just a journey of faith, Vishnu. I think there is no shortcuts, and you need to keep on working at it. And once you feel that you are lost, you need to go back to your principles and your kind of ethos of why you went on to that journey, and you carried on that path. And once you taste success, as you say, success has many fathers, and
Absolutely.
Failure is an orphan.
In the intensely competitive international space, when you offer a product to any country and they read the name Samtel, it could be a product built anywhere. But when they find out that it's an Indian-built company, is there a sense of suspicion or a question saying, why is Samtel better than one of the foreign variants or options which have been there for decades? Why should I pick an Indian company? Do I know enough of them? Are they reliable?
So
is that a problem that you face?
Yes.
Mindsets?
When I look at, say, about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 10 years ago, when we were kind of new in developing products for the global majors, we absolutely faced that. I remember very well our first product, we were competing with some Japanese suppliers, and our potential customer called up one of our existing partner to kind of validate, is that company for real? What they're talking about, is it for real? So absolutely there was, mistrust in India. Can they do such a high technology kind of development? But as we have rolled on over the years and our name has spread globally, I think that kind of got answered by itself over the period. And now people know that, Samtel develops products for the global majors. They are supplying to the best companies of the world. And I think we are not looked at from an Indian company perspective, but a company which makes global products for global customers at the global quality standards. So I think that...
Sure, and what are some of the countries and what are some of the products that you are exporting?
So we have worked with, as you mentioned, Thales. We have worked with the Mirage 2000 with Thales on the displays and the cockpit upgrade that happened. Then I mentioned we are looking at armored vehicle space. That's another big domain for us growth-wise. Basically, you are talking about the marquee companies, all the A category companies. We have also started supplying to Malaysian Air Force actually. The Sukhois are using our displays over there. So they came to us when they got to know. So that's another customer of ours. So I think as we speak, this word is spreading and we are partnering with more companies on a regular basis.
That's not a mean achievement. A Russian jet manufactured in Russia, sold to Malaysia with Indian avionics and Indian displays. That really tells you a story of how this company is actually going, and it's one of their frontline products. It's been wonderful speaking to you, learning a little bit about so much. But there is one more question that comes to mind before we leave. Components, and you don't produce all of them. You also support industry in India, and you have to ensure that you get the very highest quality from smaller manufacturers. Is that a challenge? And what are these components typically?
There are two things that go into that. One is you have to nurture your own suppliers, and we have done it, and our suppliers are actually themselves quite independently supplying to our customers, by the way. I think another very important point that we kind of emphasize, and it's not emphasized enough sometimes I feel, is the skill development. And I remember A. Marshal Bhaduria talking about it in the morning. Skill development is at the heart of not only companies like us, but also the ecosystem of our suppliers. And we are embarked on that journey as a country, but there's a huge gap. And as we develop skills, this kind of would get answered not only from our ecosystem of suppliers, but capabilities in the domain, and of course looking at the world. And I have no doubt that Indian companies can actually be on the global map, working with global majors and actually producing products better than they have been getting from the global companies wherever they are in the world.
Puneet, it's been wonderful speaking to you. Thank you so much for sharing the story of Samtel, and thank you so much for partnering with us in our inaugural NDTV Defence Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Platinum partner, Adani Defence and Aerospace. In association with Samtel.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time, when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride! And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high!
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
सीधा घर में घुसे है रईस भाई, वेलकम.
घर रूंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रूंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रूंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the concluding session for NDTV's inaugural Defence Summit. Thank you for being with us. And in this session, we are raising the very moot question, which is coming at the end, but important nonetheless, that how do we build towards a world-class indigenous defence industry? So as we said, in as much as India seeks new partnerships to build on the theme of Atmanirbharta, legacy private organizations have always existed in our country, but have perhaps never been seen to be what they are, world-class. At the same time, a host of new companies offer exciting opportunities to meet India's defense requirements. Joining us to discuss further in this panel is Mr. Neeraj Gupta, Managing Director of MKU Group, which provides body armor to some of the leading forces around the world. Captain Nikunj Parashar, founder of Sagar Defense Engineering, which has also in fact been recognized as for its innovation. It's winner of the Innovation for Defense Excellence. And also I'm joined by Mr. Ashish Sharma, who is the Vice President and Country Director of India Thales. Of course, Thales has been in India partnering with the defense sector for 7 decades and is a global tech company. Taking the question first to Mr. Neeraj Gupta. Now, MKU is really known for making top-notch body armor and even high-tech helmets. How has Make in India helped to raise the bar and produce high-quality safety gear, not just for Indian forces, but also for the world?
I would first say that MKU has been in the business of producing body armor since 2003. And we brought the technology or started manufacturing composite body armor since 2000, and probably the first company outside of Europe and US to start producing lightweight composite body armor when the India felt the need after Kargil war, when India was using steel plate body armors. MKU has always been looking at the new ways of getting into the right stuff, empowering our soldiers with new technologies. So we started that and also started exporting in 2003. And today I would say that we have exported to almost like 100 countries, 230 forces have been equipped by our equipments. We have equipped more than 3 million soldiers, 3,000 platforms. So what is all this means? MKU has been producing in India for the world since 2003. Our first customer was Spanish Army way back in 2003. So with the diversity of the customers, right from Japan to all the way to Brazil and to Chile and to all the Western countries, including India, it gives a challenge for us to make new products, developing all the time. And going forward today, we have developed various range of electro-optics for soldier systems, now also getting into platform optronics as well.
Coming to you, Captain Parashar, now Sagar Engineering, if I can ask that question, naval warfare has forever been changed over the last 2 years. If you just look at the last 2, 3, 4 years of conflicts that we have seen, especially as Vishnu was also referring to in a previous session, that in Ukraine, which is a country without navy, it has sunk numerous frontline Russian warships by the smart usage of drones. Now, is that the future of naval warfare that we are working towards and that India needs to invest in?
Question is absolutely perfect, and this is something the Navy itself and the government at MOD level is working on. Primarily, we were winner of one of the IDEX challenges where we started off, which was on unmanned surface vehicle. Samir in the last panel was also talking about decentralized unmanned surface vehicle swarms. This is exactly what is now being currently built here in India. This is where our current government and the Navy is already looking at that front. And there are certain niche technologies at classified level we are working in with the Navy. In coming 2 years, you would be seeing countries' first swarm of unmanned surface vehicle being launched here in India and on the coast. Technology of this complex nature where you need massive investments, this would have not been possible if the government support would have not been there. So this realization has come through due to massive support of IDEX and the Indian Navy and at the MOD level. And that has led to actually induction of these platforms.
We'll come back to the investment and funding point later in the discussion, but going across to you, Mr. Saraf, now from the Mirage 2000 to the Rafale, how has Thales been a partner in India? If you can just describe your 7-decade journey in the country. And what can we look forward to?
Thank you. So thank you for inviting Thales to this forum. For Thales, we've completed 7 decades in India last year. So it was our 70th anniversary, and the legacy goes like we were instrumental in creation of Bharat Electronics. As far as our footprint and the Make in India is concerned, we are present across 7 cities, but the key here is that we engineer in India, design in India, and manufacture in India. So our joint ventures and obviously a complex web of supply chain partners and processes, it not only does manufacture things like the AESA radar for Rafale, the electronic warfare suite for Rafale Spectra, and this started with making it for the Indian Air Force, but then we graduated it to making it for the world now. So Thales, as some of you may know, we pioneer open hardware research, and a lot of that happens right here in our research and technology facility in Bangalore. Besides that, I mean, obviously we have developed supply chain partnerships of over 77 different companies, and our exports are touching over 2,000 crore per year, and growing in double-digit percentage points. So we have a significant presence, and going forward, the plan in fact extends to expanding this footprint a lot more beyond what we have currently.
Mr. Gupta, coming back to you, this is a question that we touched upon earlier, but if we just look at the last 4 years and the kind of wars, conflicts that we have in fact seen, as he said, that emerging technology and innovating constantly, something that every firm has to keep up with, especially in the defense sector, what we have been seeing over the past few years. What lessons has MQ drawn from it, and how are we adapting technology, if you talk about your firm, in these changing times?
As we all saw that Russia-Ukraine conflict, use of drones and firepower was very much prevalent. During this Israel-Hamas conflict, use of anti-drone was very much of the need. So things like those are there. And MKU is also now today at the forefront of development of the electro-optics technology. Right now, very recently, we have developed something, sights for grenade launchers and heavy machine guns. Another thing that my company has developed is first of its kind, a rifle protection helmet. One thing that I would like to mention here is that, yes, Indian requirements are becoming so advanced and mature. They are also pushing the limits of the technology, and that is also helping the Indian companies and startups to develop new technologies.
Right. If you can elaborate on it's a Corva Doma helmet, right? If you can just elaborate on how it's unique, because I was discussing earlier today also with your colleague.
It's a Kavro Doma 360. Why 360? Because it gives all-around protection on 5 different zones that are critical for a soldier. So because of this, it makes it very unique in the world, and it's first of its kind helmet in the world today.
Coming back to you, Captain Parashar, again touching upon the point that drones on the battlefields in Ukraine have in fact represented how, just by using a drone, they have been able to sink warships, which was absolutely unthinkable earlier. Now, How is it that a drone which is costing just a few dollars and is knocking out tanks which are much, much more valuable have been made with cutting edge technology? Now, is legacy weapon system being replaced with being almost rendered obsolete by these methods?
Well, I would not say that the legacy weapon systems are being absolutely rendered useless by these systems. It's the way the warfare dynamics are changing in today's time. But where the warfare dynamics have changed today in these smart objects which may cost few thousands of dollars and you have $1 million tank therein, they're able to cover those areas in much more shorter distances without the person actually being there on the battlefield. So the risk appetite is much more higher on the battlefield with these platforms compared to the tanks. So then a tank which is a conventional warfare becomes a sitting duck in front of these small cutting edge technologies to come in. At the same time where you have AI technology pushing into the boundaries of limits of war simulations coming in, the systems are starting to think on their own. So as you see the warfare coming in across, the anti-systems also will have to come into play in these tank systems coming in. And this is a discussion happening in the army right now. So and if you see, there is an AOI which has come from an army where tanks now they want fitted with drones across. So that means tank can actually look something 4 and 5 kilometers ahead across and then counter these technologies which are there. So it's a thought process, it's a dynamics of how the war is happening and changing, and with time it's going to be get adapted in the combat system.
Unfortunately, we'll have to close the session here. I'm being told we are completely out of time, but thank you to all of you for being part of this panel discussion and sharing your insights. Thank you so much.
Helios, air of innovation.
हाँ? 2 minutes, हाँ? हाँ, take your time.
लाइफ कटे मजे से जब क्रू का म्यूजिक चले Spotify पे. Download the app for free.
Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29th February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much for giving this award to me. Feels great.
I am honored to receive this prestigious award.
This is a rare privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
I'm grateful to the people and to your channel.
The award for NDTV Indian of the Year goes to...
Presented by Poonawalla Fincom. Co-powered by Ambuja Cement and ACC. Associate sponsor, Darwin Group of Companies. And
Games 24/7.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
इंडो पैसिफिक में भारत का रोल।
Or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact two different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are, of course, 5G smartphones. Interesting design, interesting configuration और काफी fresh लग रहे हैं दोनों phones coming straight from Samsung. और यहाँ पे
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello everyone, you're watching NDTV and I'm Maria Shakil. 3 events, though disconnected, has made the opposition say that there is no level playing field in the Lok Sabha polls. We'll examine if the charge is justified on the big fight tonight. Let me tell you about these events. First, the most recent one. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in his alleged role in the Delhi liquor policy case. Aam Aadmi Party and the entire opposition has called it unconstitutional, his arrest as unconstitutional, and that it is targeting of opposition ahead of polls. Kejriwal is the second chief minister from India bloc to be arrested in recent months. His arrest has united the anti-BJP coalition, which has been struggling to set aside their differences over seat-sharing arrangements. The arrest coming on the day, the Congress brass said that systematic effort to cripple the party financially is being made. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, flanked by Congress General Secretary Jai Ram Ramesh and AICC Treasurer Ajay Markan addressed a press conference and said that the Congress was unable to conduct normal campaign activities like paying its workers, publishing pamphlets and booking advertisement slots. Sources say that IT department moved to recover 135 crore on March 16th only after various appellate authorities dismissed the Congress's stay plea, and the Delhi High Court also rejected its appeal on March 13th with adverse remarks. And all these developments coming at a time when the opposition had welcomed the Supreme Court February 15th judgment of declaring electoral bonds unconstitutional. Over the last few days, the SBI, that is the State Bank of India, has submitted details to the Election Commission. The larger sense is that in this move to ensure transparency and level playing field in political donation, the BJP has been the biggest beneficiary of these bonds. Today, opposition leaders visited the Election Commission. They have petitioned the poll panel over alleged misuse of ED, CBI and income tax. They have claimed that there is a concerted effort to stifle opposition voices and that it is imperative for the Election Commission to ensure a level playing field. So with weeks to go for the polls, is the opposition justified in saying that the BJP has an unfair advantage in these polls? And can the Election Commission ensure level playing field? Joining me on the show, Anshul Avajit is the spokesperson of the Congress party here in the studio. Tuhin Sinha, national spokesperson of the BJP. We have Siddharth Sharma from Aam Aadmi Party, Colin Gonsalves, senior advocate of the Supreme Court, O.P. Rawat, former CEC, Nirja Chaudhary, senior journalist, and Snehalata Srivastav is constitutional expert. O.P. Rawat, beginning with you, how can the Election Commission, for the sake of democratic process and to ensure a free and fair election, ensure level playing field?
In fact, Election Commission is doing every bit to ensure level playing field by enforcing model code of conduct, by pointing out wherever the violations are, like METI circulating the letter of Viksit Bharat. So I think Election Commission is doing every bit. However, these incidents like arrests, like judgment on electoral bond, information given on electoral bond, that timing is not in the control of Election Commission. And therefore, one can't really put the blame at the doorstep of Election Commission.
Okay, so Election Commission cannot be blamed, but in terms of perception, because we are in the game of perception. Before I bring in the politicians, I want to understand from you, Neerja Chaudhary, and also from Colin Gonsalves, is there a violation of constitutional rights, Colin, coming to you first? Because the opposition says that there is a pattern, but in all these cases, none of these, the political parties, be it of the freezing of accounts or in case of arrest of Mr. Kejriwal, they got any relief from courts. Colin.
Well, I'm not surprised, actually. Because I'm not surprised at all, because the Supreme Court today is not like the Supreme Court as it was in the earlier days, a robust institution standing up for human rights and being able to take on the government. The strange thing today is that the Supreme Court has surrendered to the government. Not all benches, not all judges, but largely the Supreme Court is silent when the government overrules its decisions, like in the election case. The appointment of election commissioners, the Supreme Court said the Chief Justice of India should be one of the three persons. And you have a frightening situation where a government overrules the Supreme Court. And even more frightening is the fact that after this happens, the Supreme Court is absolutely silent.
Okay.
So we are going through an emergency. It's not Arvind Kejriwal or Sisodia or anybody else. This is an emergency situation. This is the second emergency. And like the first emergency, the judges are bending in favor of the government. And that is not a good thing to go through for a nation like India. Not a good thing for democracy.
Okay. Neerja Chaudhary, your opening comments?
Look, it's, if you put all of it together, you have, two chief ministers arrested in cases. Arvind Kejriwal after the notification of elections. Now, it is another matter that, yes, he had defied the summons of the ED, but the election process has kicked in, and an opposition chief minister, whatever be the facts and figures of the case, we don't know that. And what the ED has got and what the counter by Arvind Kejriwal's counsel. But to have, in the full glare of national glare and international glare, your chief minister of Delhi arrested when election process is on, could that not have been postponed till the election process was being completed? I would say that also on other grounds, Of course, the SBI has given the data on electoral bonds. Again, constitutional validity of it. There are the pros and cons of it. That's another story. But, to be Caesar's wife has to be above suspicion in a democracy. And therefore, yes, the Prime Minister will want to cleanse corruption, and we hear that that is going to be a major plank of his in his third term if he comes back to power. But you're absolutely, the key words that you've used are level playing field, and the accounts of the major opposition party gets frozen again in election time. So how fair is it? What is the impression it gives? What is going to be the reaction of people? The calculation, obviously, by the ruling parties, there's going to be little reaction, and if there is reaction,
yes,
they will ride the storm. But those are different considerations. But the long-term impact on our democratic structure and on the holding of free and fair elections, yes, it's not a situation that makes you happy.
Okay, Snehata Srivastav, as a constitution expert, how are you viewing the developments of recent weeks? You have, for the first time in Indian political history, that a chief minister is behind bars. He has not resigned. That was in case of Hemant Soren, he resigned and then he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Mr. Kejriwal, even today, holds the position of the Delhi chief minister.
You see, if you ask me as an expert, the Constitution does not have any provision saying that the chief minister in position cannot be arrested. The thing is that it is the moral responsibility of any individual who is on the seat or on any important position to decide about their own, doing. So it is on the individual chief minister. Earlier also, I am told that one of the chief minister did not resign, and similarly, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is deciding not to resign. So in the constitution, there is no such thing written.
Okay.
But but it is the moral thing which is up to the individual.
Okay, Anshul, Avijit, coming to you. If we look at this freezing of account, because Rahul Gandhi has been has used some very sharp words to say that this is not freezing of account of the Congress party, but freezing of some kind of democracy as well. But the larger question here is that the Congress did not allow the income tax department to do its job. So it's not a new case, it's an ongoing case. And if you look at what the Delhi High Court said, they have had some very sharp observations to make.
No, so then does it justify what is happening on the eve of the elections? I mean, this is not hyperbole, the freezing of Indian democracy. Indian democracy is under siege. You know, you use the right word, level playing field. We seem to forget that there is a basic structure of the constitution in which holding free and fair elections is a part of that. And whenever there is an infringement in that process, which is happening now, you know, by freezing our accounts, by the unprecedented act of arresting chief ministers here, and a number of other things which this government is doing, by the tyranny of its executive powers, that's exactly what is happening. The tyranny of the executive, in which the worst instincts which counter democracy are coming to the fore. Well, it's not a level playing field at all. And when it's not a level playing field, when you throw the opposition in quicksand, when Indian democracy is under siege, when you use the holy trinity of CBI, of income tax and ED.
I'm looking at what the observations were made by the court today while dismissing petitions which were filed by your party against tax reassessment. The income tax department appears to have collated substantial and concrete evidence against Congress to warrant further scrutiny and examination of its income. And in fact, they have talked about how there is a detailed payments which have been made. So any kind of, to look at it from the point of conspiracy, how fair is it?
No, there is a process for going about these things. On the eve of an election, if the largest opposition party's accounts are frozen, there is nothing suspicious about it.
Okay, there's nothing.
When 97% of the cases of ED are directed against opposition, nothing suspicious about it. When a couple of chief ministers are arrested on the eve of the election, the general election, nothing suspicious about it.
Okay.
There is an element of suspicion, of doubt in the entire process.
So, Hinsana, first respond to the Congress's charge of of freezing their accounts, and then I bring in the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, good evening, Maria. Good evening, everybody. You know, the inconsistency of the opposition parties and some of the left liberal journalists like Nirja ji is quite amusing. On the one hand, they say, how can you arrest a CM on the eve of elections? But at the same time, when the SBI had requested for time till June 30th to furnish, for furnishing all the details regarding electoral bonds, citing the same reason that election is underway, you know, they had a major problem with that. Now, let us look at each of these. When it comes to electoral bonds, we had been repeatedly saying that we have nothing to hide. And when now the details have come out, it is parties like DMK and TMC have more to answer than us. But any which way, it is way better than, you know, the cash formula, the Hawala money, which used to play a major role in the Congress era. When it comes to Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, you know, there was a trail. I'm
coming to you in just a bit, because the level playing field, absence of it has been leveled by all the opposition. Let's begin with the freezing of accounts, and then I come to Mr. Kejriwal's arrest.
You yourself cited the court ruling today. There has been the Congress has been repeatedly approaching the courts. If they feel that defiance and non-payment, you know, if they feel they're entitled to it, that's their problem. And only a part of their funds are frozen. If Rahul Gandhi says that they don't have money to buy the tickets, he's actually confirming that it is people like Dheeraj Sahu who are still probably funding the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra and whatever. So I think first of all, Congress needs to be honest with the facts. From 94, 95, they had multiple opportunities to address the situation in various courts, but they kept defying court orders. Even today, the court order very specifically mentions that the income tax department has collated enough information to make a case, and that their plea doesn't hold any ground.
But the Congress is saying that this is a 3-decade-old matter. Could you confirm what exactly is this?
The Congress had opportunities to settle it even, to my understanding, even 2016. The court had passed a ruling. They had multiple opportunities to settle it. If they refuse to settle it, even today, I repeat, only a part of the funds is frozen. And, the myth which they are propagating holds no ground.
Okay. Now coming to Siddharth Sharma. Siddharth Sharma, Arvind Kejriwal skipped 9 summons. When he approached the Delhi High Court for protection from arrest, that was not something that the court gave. So ED, if it is taking action, and of course you'll talk about the timing, but had he not skipped those summons, perhaps it would have been a different scenario today. And if we were to look at the ED remand copy, they claim to have some strong evidence against the Chief Minister.
Yeah, Maria, let me at the very outset tell you a little bit jokingly that a dead man walking gets his preferred meal. So I deserve that as an accused today sitting on the hot seat. I believe I'll just try to take that little bit of margin. So why cases against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal or opposition leaders under PMLA only? The PMLA was strengthened to satisfy Global Financial Action Task Force, that is called as the FATF, to stop terror funding through money laundering. The government of the day also has to report to the global body called FATF. The PMLA's draconian provisions reserved for terror funding, arms trading and drug peddling for money laundering have been hoisted on opposition chief ministers like Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. Why is it so? Just because to stop a bilingual national leader from campaigning across India during these elections. Trying to make it a simplified thing, it is like me or Tuhin from BJP asking Virat Kohli to play a match with me, and once I come to know that I cannot get him out, I try to bounce him out and injure him. It is as simple as that. Now, as far as your technical question is concerned about the ED getting a remand, I'll state only 5 sentences and all of them will be facts, no conjectures. ED confessed to court today that after 2 years, there is no money trail. Hence, they want Arvind Kejriwal's remand. Well, the firm of the accused Aurobindo Pharma bought electoral bonds worth 30 crore and gave them away to the BJP. The main accused was allowed to turn approver from an accused. Subsequently, the money trail has been recovered. This money trail leads directly to the BJP, isn't it so?
Okay. Let me ask Tuhin to respond to this.
No. See, when it comes to Arvind Kejriwal, whether you take the submission of Kavita, who was arrested previous week, and who was and the South group who she represented is supposed to have given 100 crore rupees. Whether you take the instance of Manish Sisodia, in whose case the court has ruled that there is a part evidence of a trail of some 300 crores. I think there are enough indications to point the complicity of Arvind Kejriwal, which is also corroborated by statements by Arun Nair, his own OSD, and the OSD of Manish Sisodia. So if after 9 summons, Arvind Kejriwal did not think it proper, and by the way, to also respond to Aam Aadmi Party, who says the PMLA Act was amended to harass the opposition, it was amended only with the objective of preventing money laundering and hawala money, which has been at the core of multiple illegal activities and anti-national activities. Were we to know that Aam Aadmi Party, a party which 12 years ago came on the premise of cleaning politics, would be indulging in hawala money and money laundering? So why blame us? The fact is that, you have taken kickbacks from the so-called Southern group. You have meetings of these would take place in the house of Arvind Kejriwal. And in any case, The bigger scam was right in the creation of the cabinet, where 90% of the portfolios were held by two people, both of whom were indulging in these deals.
Tuhin, the Supreme Court has done away with the distinction between proceeds of crime and money laundering. And here is an agency which appears certainly to be overactive, perhaps on an overdrive. You cannot, run away from this, that the agencies of the government are seen to be initiating cases only against opposition leaders. Tell me example of one leader who is an ally of the BJP who is currently under the scanner of any of the agencies.
Well, the fact is, if the opposition has a certain culture of taking money, of indulging in corruption, obviously the cases would be on them. There are, the other thing which often journalists say, that there are so many people who have been let off, but fact is there are 5,000 people who have been let off for want of evidence. If there are a few whose corruption has been more overt and they have been found guilty, or they have been, nabbed, then obviously you can't blame the agencies. The agencies have been after
Siddharth Sharma, respond to that, and then I bring in former Deputy Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, T.S. Singhdev, for a brief comment. Yes.
Basically, the BJP spokesperson is saying that there is a law and then there is an abuse of law. A matchbox can be used to cook food for somebody hungry as well as to burn down somebody's house. BJP has decided to burn somebody's house with it, and acts like tell me one thing, Maria. NDTV is a very credible media house. It has always in the past also come up with certain scams in the public domain. How come in the last 10 years of governance in Delhi, not a single scam has been exposed by the media, nor by the CAG, the government's own constitutional body, saying that some wrongdoing has been done? How come the cases hoisted by BJP and BJP are not under the Prevention of Corruption Act that is also existent? So how come only PMLA cases have been hoisted? The simple reason is Arvind Kejriwal, being a bilingual person, is going to campaign for not just Aam Aadmi Party but for Team India across India, even in seats that where he will not be contesting.
It is about the treasurer of your party who could have handled the income tax department and ensured that all the documents are submitted on time.
Good evening, Maharaji. Good evening to all the panelists. And I don't know if we'll be getting together before Holi. So Holi greetings to all. I don't know what is going to come out on Holi day. Holi hai and a lot of
Go ahead, sir.
Kurta pulling or shirt pulling is done. So I hope there is some news that the ED has gone and approached, someone. That should be Holi day news. It's not going to happen in reality. So let it happen on Holi. So lighter talk apart. You mentioned the Congress account. What is the amount concerned? 14.5 lakhs. What is the penalty? The supposed penalty for wrong filing of returns is supposed to be, or late filing of returns is 10,000 rupees, I am told. Media has been showing experts saying things like that. I am not an expert myself. So what will be the penalty? Would it be 30%, 40%? You have schemes where you declare it. This is declared money. This is money which is declared as coming from so-and-so individuals. They were members of the Congress party, elected representatives apparently, who had made that contribution. So it was amount more than probably 20,000 at that point in time. So it was a contravention of that. So what would you impose as a fine? 10,000 rupees? 10 times the amount? 100 times the amount? On 14 lakhs, how much would be 100 times? It would be 14.5 crores. What is the amount?
So you are of the opinion that this fine is an unfair amount? Yes, we'll try and fix that line.
So is it commensurate in any way whether the...
Yes, Tuhin, will you respond to that quickly? And then I bring in Arima Sundaram, senior advocate, who will be joining me shortly.
Issues have been taken in the court of law.
The freezing of accounts is nowhere commensurate to the is over 200 crores. Where is the proportion of the penalty which is being imposed? Do you freeze all the accounts? You deregister the party. You do something on the Congress. If it has done such a wrong thing, You de-recognize the Congress party. Why this drama about freezing accounts? You just say the Congress has done such a wrong thing. We de-recognize the Congress party. It is silly. It is immature.
Okay.
It is
Quickly,
very childish.
Tuhin, go ahead, please. Yeah.
No, I think the Congress over here is clearly being economical with the truth. This issue was taken up in the court of law, and if there was merit in their argument, the court would have stayed the decision of the income tax. Rather, they have only maintained that the income tax has collated enough evidence to embark upon the actions that it has.
All right. I would request all the panelists to continue to be with us. Arima Sundaram, quick questions to him, and I'm coming back to all of you. Arima Sundaram, really appreciate your time. Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court is joining us live now. Mr. Sundaram, this allegation coming from various political parties about lack of level playing field ahead of elections. How do you look at these multiple developments? Chain of events, one would say, arrest of Arvind Kejriwal by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress saying that all its accounts have been frozen, and then details of electoral bonds which show that the ruling dispensation is the biggest beneficiary.
Look, without a doubt, the events which have transpired have definitely put various opposition parties on the back foot. There is no doubt that with elections imminent, these actions having been taken have put the opposition parties on the back foot. You cannot deny that. It has been advantage BJP. You cannot deny that. However, having said that, I must say one more thing. Every single action taken has had legal backing. You may then raise a question about timing. I'll come to that subsequently. But the fact is, every action has legal backing. Whether you look at the electoral bonds issue, was a decision of a constitutional bench of the Supreme Court. And it so happened that happenstance, the BJP appears to be the beneficiary of it. What happened with the freezing of accounts was pursuant to an alleged non-disclosure of income tax. What happened with regard to the arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister is something which has happened to a number of people under the PMLA and on not answering 9 summons. Now, if you take each one of these, you would find that it has a legal backing which fortuitously has worked to the advantage of the BJP and the great disadvantage of the opposition. And is the BJP making political capital out of these, let me say, holes or chinks in the armor of the opposition parties? Yes, the BJP is making political capital out of such chinks. But it is but natural in politics that any political party would seek to make political capital when the opportunity presents itself. Unfortunately, the opposition parties have chinks in their armor, have presented opportunities, and those opportunities have been taken. And we must realize that in today's politics, no opportunity will be missed.
Absolutely.
This is no longer the days of the Oxford debates or the gentleman boxing when you don't knock a person when he's on his way down. But in modern day politics, whether in India or all over the world, you make capital out of any situation and you make hay when the sun shines.
Okay, Mr. Sundaram.
Now that's exactly what has happened. To answer your question, are the opposition parties on the back foot with this chain of events? Answer, yes. But are these chain of events something which is created out of thin air, fabricated? Answer, no.
Okay, so tell me, how do you look at these chain of events from the legal point of view?
On the legal point of view, the fact is, if there was non-disclosure, there is power for the income tax department to have passed the order that they did. Do they pass such an order in all cases? Not necessarily. Did they pass it in this case? Yes. Can it be said that the Congress has been unfortunate by the income tax department acting very strictly and throwing the book at them and applying the law strictly in a manner which they had the discretion not to do immediately? Yes, that is an answer. But at the same time, have they done so illegally, not warranted by law, not allowed under law? To that, my answer has to be in the negative and say they have not done anything against law. Now, the point of it is also is that if these accounts have been frozen unlawfully, and if I'm not mistaken, that happened some time ago, surely there is legal recourse. And I want to know what has happened as an outcome of those legal proceedings. And have they taken the legal recourse? And what has the court decided as to whether it was warranted or not? So the point I'm trying to make to you is maybe political capital is being made. Hay is being harvested because the sun is shining. But the fact is, each one of these actions is individually backed by law.
Okay, so the actions are backed by law, but the political parties and the entire opposition says that the timing is a suspect because this is just weeks to go before the first phase.
Well, the fact is, if the court did not give them relief, that means the court did not find that the actions were illegal. And the court has decided not to grant relief. Well, the point I'm trying to make is, I'm sure Mr. Kejriwal on his side will make political capital out of this. Don't forget Mr. George Fernandes, at the time of emergency, fought the elections from behind bars and won by a record margin of more than 4 lakh votes. So I'm sure that Mr. Kejriwal will also like to make political capital out of the situation. And this is all a question of politics. The fact is, the law has been used, and many people will say has been used for political purposes.
Okay.
But the fact is, the law has been used. It's not that an unlawful act has been done.
All right. So thank you so much for joining us, and let me bring in T.S. Singh though and make him respond to this. So here is the legal opinion. Of course, there is a different way to look at it. You had Mr. Colin Gonsalves having a different viewpoint, but T.S. Singh though, there's no misuse of law per se. If the Congress was not in the wrong, then you would have got some relief. That has not really happened.
Maharaji, Mr. Sundaram has put it very nicely. On the one hand, he has said there has not been a misuse of law, but he has said there has been a selective use of law. That is what we are talking about. The executive is being used to target the opposition. That is exactly what we are saying. Why did not the ED or any other agency proactively register a case in the bonds matter? Quid pro quo. Supreme Court made statements regarding that. Don't arrest anybody, but did you file even a case? So you are using law selectively. The executive is using law selectively. That is exactly what the opposition is saying.
Okay, but Siddharth Sharma, of course you will look at the chain of events, and these developments has united the entire opposition. The kind of solidarity which has been shown by multiple leaders in opposition for Mr. Kejriwal is very, very clear. They have all called this arrest unconstitutional. But when it comes to following the law, how is it that you have not got any relief so far?
Well, Maria, I would not like to go into repetitive mode. I've already answered those questions. According to the PMLA law, if there is a law and there is an abuse of law. If you start abusing law, then from extrapolating from what Aryaman Sundaram said, then in this nation, Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Mr. Lal Krishna Advani were also in jail, and that was also under some kind of law. Bhagat Singh was also incarcerated in jail, that was also under some law. Veer Savarkar was also in jail, that was also under some law. Even Lord Krishna was in jail, that was also because of Kansas law. So let us not get into those kind of polemics. They don't serve anything. The point here is very simple. PMLA, okay, I'll come to the PMLA aspect itself. If the PMLA Act says that proceeds of the crime reaching anybody also makes him an accused, isn't it clear now that Aurobindo Pharma, which was an accused as per the ED itself, and the BJP took money from Aurobindo Pharma in electoral bonds. So is it now going to be the Modi Sarkar prosecuting the BJP for having proceeds of the crime? Okay. Shouldn't it be doing so? So the point here is it's not that legal anymore. As I said, it's as simple as that. Election season is on. BJP has gone on an offensive saying that we are going to have 400 par. But unfortunately, a few weeks ago in Chandigarh, they could not even get 37 seats. So somebody who is not getting 37 seats, if it needs to get 370 seats, the only way it has is bounce out the opposition. Intimidate them, intimidate the opposition and bounce out the opposition. That's what they're doing.
Tuhin, here is the opposition which seems to be united in its attack. So certainly you have much to explain that this is some kind of dangerous political game ahead of elections?
Well, the opposition is united today because they feel that they could be next. There are multiple videos of Congress leaders, be it Ajay Makin, be it, Sandeep Dixit and many other leaders who have actually confirmed, who have actually, charged the Aam Aadmi Party with robbing 100 crores from the exchequer. They have in fact filed a police complaint against the Aam Aadmi Party on the same liquor issue. So this only exposes the hypocrisy of the opposition because they know that, they feel they are entitled to some form of loot because that is the only thing which binds them together. In fact, even today, Ravneet Bittu, the Congress member of parliament from Punjab, has released a video where he's talking of the gross corruption which the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab is indulging in. So today, the only reason they're getting united is because they know that, corruption, a cooperative model of loot and corruption is probably the only thing that was going to bind them together. And that, again, is not succeeding because of the action of ED.
So, will you come on this, Anshul? The point being made is essentially that this issue, which actually the opposition took to the Supreme Court, you got no relief that there has been some alleged misuse of agencies.
No, Mr. Deo said that there has been a selective sort of misuse of power. That's absolutely correct. But to take that point a little further, not only has there been misuse of power, but these kind of agencies have been weaponized in order to threaten and intimidate people into giving money. Electoral bond shows that not only has people been targeted, but they've been targeted for a purpose of extortion. And they're doing that to get people in their side as well. As for, the hypocrisy, which the BJP always holds a moral high ground on the people who they think that we were political rivals. But you must remember that the BJP, the people that is taken into their side, had serious cases of corruption. The metaphor of the washing machine is absolutely correct. You switch sides and then all your clothes that are soiled are immediately washed. So there's a double sort of siege over here. Not only is they used as intimidation, but also selection. And that is what is wrong with this tyranny of the executive here. And it's turning completely totalitarian. Okay. And that's why we say that democracy is being subverted.
Okay, let me go back to the experts on the show. And Colin, coming to the point that has been shared by Arima Sundaram on that there is no misuse of law per se. As a lawyer yourself, how do you look at the legal arguments which have been put forth by the various parties in opposition with regards to these cases?
I find it very funny to say that there's no misuse of the enforcement agencies. Right across the country, you have case after case of the enforcement agencies doing exactly what the central government tells them to do. The enforcement agency is supposed to be independent. It's not supposed to take orders either from the central government or any other political party. But everyone knows and everyone sees it day in and day out that they've been used to target particular parties at the behest of the central government. When you say level playing field, you mean that the investigating officer will be independent. And I find it so odd that people point fingers at the Congress. I don't know if they are corrupt or not. But the electoral bond scheme, I'll just finish in a minute. I'll finish in a minute.
Yes.
The electoral bond case is a case where the party in power prosecutes persons and then the persons come and give you huge bribes in terms of electoral bonds and the prosecution stop. Isn't that corruption at a very high level? Isn't that corruption designed and planned at the highest levels of the central government? Is a single FIR filed against anybody from the BJP for putting this institutionalized corruption system in place? Not a single FIR. And then we say, well, the courts haven't said anything. But you know what happened in the emergency? All kinds of arrests took place across the country and the courts were silent.
Okay.
Are we in a similar situation in India today, where the courts are closing their eyes to what every average and ordinary citizen can see and understand?
Okay.
The tyranny of the central government.
It's tyranny is what Colin is saying, something that opposition is of the opinion as well, that there is visible misuse and also that there is no fair investigation per se.
It's very shocking and unfortunate that a senior lawyer of the Supreme Court should cast aspersions on the judicial system. That by itself, there are no words to condemn this insinuation. When it comes to electoral bonds, the BJP per se has got amount in a ratio which is very proportionate to the number of MPs that it has. I think, it is the smaller parties, particularly TMC and DMK, which have a lot to answer. The fact is that, the same people, Future Gaming has given money to all, probably more money to TMC, more money to DMK. And in fact, when you cast aspersions on the courts, you should, at least see the determination of the courts in actually making the SBI reveal everything. There were technical glitches in revealing all this information in quick time, as Harish Salve had very clearly explained. But the courts were unrelenting, and yet you blame the court for being biased. Yet you blame the court for being, skewed to the ruling party. That's something which is really unfortunate, and that needs to be condemned.
Okay, Snehata Srivastav, one argument is, and you have an opinion to talk about this, that the opposition, of course, stood with the, appreciated the judgment of the court when it came with regards to the electoral bonds, calling them unconstitutional, and the entire data, the SBI was told to put out all the details. But now, if they do not get relief in various cases of opposition leaders, then it's biased. So I'm just trying to understand, how is one judgment fair and the another not fair?
Madam Maria, it's a politics actually, I would say, because everything which opposition is doing, the ruling party criticize that, and whatever ruling party does, the opposition parties criticize that. So I think it is the same situation, both sides. And I will only add one thing, that when it comes to the legal battle, any party should be very serious about it and should respect the legal process, the courts, the investigative agencies, because that itself goes against the party. And that they should always keep in mind. Whatever is being asked for, wherever they would ask to be present, they should follow that. Otherwise, it goes against them. So for that, I think the individual are responsible.
Gopi Rawat, since a petition has been filed by the opposition saying that there has been no level playing field in these elections, and there has to be efforts that have to be made by the Election Commission, what can the Election Commission do?
Whatever specific points and allegations are made in that complaint, I think Election Commission will get down to the task of investigating and taking corrective measures if required.
So, but can they tell Enforcement Directorate to delay action, or can they issue any such instruction to any of the agencies?
Certainly, if they find that it is unfair, unwarranted and illegal, they can definitely do it. And in Karnataka election of 2018, it was done.
Okay. Could you recall that for our viewers? What exactly was the situation like?
Some raids were conducted, and in one of the raids, nothing was found. Election Commission came down very heavily on the department and said nothing doing. You will not do anything in the name of investigation till the elections are over.
Okay, so politically speaking now, Nirja, and I'll go back to the three politicians on the show for their last comments. You know, there is an advantage and a double advantage for one political party. The opposition is worried about its funds. The leaders are behind bars. That's also a fact which is staring at all of us. And then there are investigations and raids that are happening. So in run-up to elections, do you think that can be a talking point which will impact the decision of the Aam Aadmi? Or it will be more of a talking point in the studios?
Look, Maria, that is the central question that hangs out there unanswered today. So far, the opposition leaders being targeted selectively by the agencies, I don't think has had traction at the ground level. It has had traction with the opposition leaders, with the politicians. It has even brought them together. But it hasn't become an issue, poll issue so far. Now, Arvind Kejriwal's arrest in the middle of the election, that is the question to see, will it have traction with ordinary people to say, zyada hi ho raha hai? And I think, much has been said about, the BJP, of course, it is politics. The BJP will utilize the chinks in the opposition's armor. The BJP, as has been said, will make hay while the sun shines, and has also planned and prepared for that sun to shine. But elections are the heartbeat of Indian democracy. The Election Commission even goes to the extent of transferring officials who may be partisan to allow a free and fair election to take place in India. And I think when that gets, why do I feel unhappy? If the opposition leaders are guilty, they must be punished, even if it's being done selectively, and we see it being done selectively. But I feel unhappy because you are taking away from the level playing field, which is the right of the opposition leaders, no matter how weak they are. And it is the right of I, as a voter, to have that level field ensured.
Okay.
So it is that which makes me unhappy.
Yes. So the three politicians now on the screen.
One other thing,
yes,
Maria,
please, go ahead.
I will say to Sunil, you can call me left, liberal, right, centrist, whatever you want. I don't judge people I don't call you right. I don't want to. I will take what you say very seriously and counter that or agree with that.
Ma'am, you have covered Indian politics for decades, so I'm sure you understand when they speak this way only. Either you are branded as left or right every now and then. So perhaps that's the best part. You're branded by both the sides. So let me bring in Tuhin Sinha, Anshul Avajit and Siddharth Sharma. Siddharth Sharma, the question is, of course, before the Aam Aadmi Party as well. What next for Aam Aadmi Party? Because Mr. Kejriwal has been the central figure. He has been the image, the dominant image. In fact, he has been the Aam Aadmi Party. How do you plan to take the entire campaigning and everything forward?
Yeah, one thing, let's be very clear. Kejriwal is a name as well as an idea, because Kejriwal is an idea which says that governments should be serving people and not punishing people. That is the critical difference between the BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, that the Aam Aadmi Party sees itself as a service provider. A government has to serve people, not punish people. Punishment is a court's job, not a government's job. And BJP essentially thinks that it is a punisher-in-chief. That makes the critical difference, and that difference ensured that even a person like Bhagwant Mann could get 92 seats in Punjab. Aam Aadmi Party has MLAs in 4 states. It has mayors in 2 cities. It has public representatives, elected representatives, nearly 1,500 elected representatives in 20 states. How come that happened? Because Kejriwal is an idea which states that people have to be served and people need not be punished. I say this why? Because if you go to a cricket stadium, people don't see politics as blood sport. BJP has to come out of this delusion. Politics is not blood sport. People go to a stadium not to see blood being spilled. They want to see two teams playing a match fair and square and one beating the other. BJP has taken politics to a level of blood sport, and that exactly is what people will be very, very off. Nobody in the stadium goes to see blood being spilled either
I'll
of
give
this
the
team
last
or
word
that
to
team.
Tuhin Sinha, but before that, Anshul, quickly.
No, I mean, the BJP has hit completely terminal panic. I mean, it's extricating like decades-old cases from the woodwork and then slapping disproportionate fines. Absolutely absurd. Arresting chief ministers. This is all to divert attention from the basic issue, which is skyrocketing unemployment here, which is punishing inflation. That's the real issue. There's the manufacturing slump in this country, and you give figures, fudging figures of poverty being reduced to 5%. It's an absolute joke. When you say that you're giving grains to 80 crore people and poverty has been reduced to 5% is an absolute joke. You've thrown the economy under the bus, and this is how you're trying to divert attention in order to gain traction. We will fight this election with these policies.
Some kind of diversionary tactic is what the opposition feels, and that is the reason why we are seeing an unfair match.
Well, Maria, this opposition is in a time warp. They need to seriously introspect. The Aam Aadmi Party has been the biggest scam in India's political system. They should just go back 13 years and remember how they used to ask for donations from common people, and people used to actually donate.
And learn from BJP, and have a bank account, electoral bond account of 8,250 crores. I don't want to learn from BJP. BJP has 8,250 crore rupees worth of illegal money as per the Supreme Court. And Tuhin is saying, asking me to follow him.
Yes. Tuhin, go ahead.
They were selling a dream which has now turned out to be a scam. And, you know, the same people are so disillusioned today that they are supporting Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. As far as Congress is concerned, Congress has traditionally relied upon the Dheeraj Sahu model of funding, the 351 crore of cash which was discovered. That has been their traditional model. And so today they feel rattled because the Dheeraj Sahus are being arrested. The Dheeraj Sahus are being, you know, this way over Indian politics has come to an end. So I think these parties need to introspect instead of questioning the timing. The ED follows its own timings in the same way the Supreme Court has followed its own timing in the electoral bond case.
Okay, all right. Neerja, would you like to add and give us the last thought? As a veteran journalist yourself?
No, I would really hope that this election, you know, Mr. Modi is all poised to win for a third term. But, you know, the opposition needs a chance, a fair chance in a democracy that has been so vibrant, and we've been proud of India's democracy. I hope it's going to be a free and fair election in 2024.
Yes, that's certainly something that we all of us hope for as well. I would thank all the guests, Snehlata Srivastav, Neerja Chaudhary, OP Rawat, Colin Gonsalves, Siddharth Sharma, Tuhin Sinha and Anshul Avijit. That's all from me on this edition of The Big Fight. I'll be seeing you next week with another issue. Till then, thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A stronger health system in a country can lead to better outcomes on the economic growth front. Congratulations to the Public Health Foundation of India, ranked second in a global list of schools of public health.
Well, we are really talking about creating a healthy society. You can't have a population which is either sick or non-productive and expect the economy to really grow. Well, climate change is already bringing in many health challenges to us in India. We are going to be seeing, for example, non-communicable diseases. Because again, of heat as well as water stress, we're going to see a lot more people having strokes, heart attacks, kidney failure, cancers.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now for my favorite section about this episode because हम हमेशा जब Q&A की बात करते हैं so ask TG is the thing जो मुझे बहुत पसंद आती है because I get to answer all you.
Look, it's you know, if you put all of it together, you have you know, 2 chief ministers arrested in cases. Arvind Kejriwal after the notification of elections. Now it is another matter that yes, he had defied the summons of the ED, but the election process has kicked in, and an opposition chief minister, whatever be the facts and figures of the case, you know, we don't know that, and what the ED has got, and what the counter by Arvind Kejriwal's counsel, but to have, you know, in the full glare of national glare and international glare, your chief minister of Delhi arrested when election process is on. Could that not have been postponed till the election process was being completed? I would say that also on other grounds, you know. Of course, the SBI has given the data on electoral bronze. Again, you know, constitutional validity of it. There are the pros and cons of it. That's another story. But, you know, to be Caesar's wife has to be above suspicion in a democracy.
A stronger health system in a country can lead to better outcomes on the economic growth front. Congratulations to the Public Health Foundation of India, ranked 2nd in a global list of schools of public health.
Well, we are really talking about creating a healthy society. You can't have a population which is either sick or non-productive and expect the economy to really grow. Well, climate change is already bringing in many health challenges to us in India. We are going to be seeing, for example, non-communicable diseases because, again, of heat as well as water stress. We're going to see a lot more people having strokes, heart attacks, kidney failure, cancers.
Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
चीफ जस्टिस चंद्रचूड़ से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें।
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है। My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा, NDTV।
So friends, next I have is this shiny new device coming straight from the Realme factory. This is the all-new Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G. और मैं shiny क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? Because see, of course it's shiny. मतलब the way it looks, even the frame is very shiny. At the same time, this phone really shines bright जब हम इसके features को देखते हैं. Because यहाँ पे काफी interesting चीजें Realme has packed. What we have is a Sony IMX 890 sensor के साथ आने वाला 50 megapixels वाला primary camera that has OIS. At the same time, inside the phone is really packed with features. In fact, हम यहाँ पे अभी इस फोन में gestures से इसको कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं because this has got something that Realme calls air gestures. So अगर आप देखो इसको and have a closer look about how this Realme Narzo 70 Pro really is, I would say a very interesting mid-range smartphone coming straight from Realme.
Finally, the wait is over. Realme's latest hotshot, the Narzo 70 Pro 5G, finally India में launch हो गया है. This phone is packed with amazing features that will make you go wow. इस phone में है एक rainwater smart touch feature. This means no more tensions about phone usage in a light drizzle. The powerful MediaTek Dimensity chipset lets you game, multitask and do everything else at lightning speed. The 5000 mAh battery and SuperVOOC fast charging will get you back in action in no time. The phone's horizon glass design gives it a super premium head-turning look. Realme has kept it affordable. Narzo 70 Pro 5G starts at just Rs 18,999. You can grab it in stylish glass green and glass gold colors from March 22nd on Amazon and the Realme website. With its awesome display, camera and overall performance, the Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G is a total paisa vasool deal. If you're looking for a smartphone that's powerful, stylish and affordable, this is it.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show, well, a special ground report from Tripura, where it's a battle between Pradyut and Biplab Kumar Deb, an interesting seat to watch out for. We'll get you the campaign trail from there. But first up, the headlines. 6 rebel MLAs and 3 independents joined the BJP in Himachal Pradesh, a setback for the Congress ahead of the June bypolls. A BJP MP tells NDTV that the party is in touch with more such MLAs. The Aam Aadmi Party turns the table on the BJP in the liquor policy case. The Aam Aadmi Party says the accused in the case donated to the BJP in electoral bonds. Meanwhile, in a rare press appearance, Kejriwal's wife Sunita narrates the Chief Minister's message from jail. Kejriwal says, "We'll come out to fulfill my promise." Germany condemns Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. Germany says Kejriwal is entitled to a fair and impartial trial. India, meanwhile, says to Germany that they must not interfere in our internal matter. Our NDTV exclusive hot seat, the West Tripura seat to watch out for. The man who ended the 20-year rule of the left on the campaign trail with Biplab Kumar Deb and Pradyut Deb Burman. NDTV's special ground report from Tripura. Meanwhile, over 100 killed in Moscow's terror attack. The Islamic State Khorasan has now claimed responsibility for the Moscow attack. US says we had warned Russia earlier this month.
Our lead story this evening, well, 3 independent MLAs along with 6 Congress rebels have joined the BJP in Himachal Pradesh. Remember, this comes amid a lot of drama that unfolded in Himachal Pradesh during the Rajya Sabha polls. What does it really mean? What does it really mean for the Sukhu government? Because it very much has the numbers still. We'll go across to Ghazali for that. But before that, let's listen in to what BJP MP Harsh Mahajan told my colleague Vasudha, because he went on to say that the BJP is in touch with more such MLAs. Listen in.
Joining me now is BJP MP from Himachal Pradesh, Harsh Mahajan. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. How do you see the joining of 9 MLAs, of them 3 independents, and what was the need to get them to resign fast? Because independents could have gone to any party.
Yeah, the need is for the 9 MLAs is that they are quite disillusioned with the party there, and there is no development at all. And there is so many dissidents in the party itself that they came over to this BJP, and their faith in Mr. Narendra Modi and his team is that's what pulled them to the BJP. And the part of these 3 MLAs who were independent, उनका ऐसा था कि although they didn't need to resign, but they were not part and parcel of any party. But now the thing is that with joining the BJP, they'll be getting the BJP ticket and re-electing as part of the BJP. So the strength of the BJP Vidhayak Dal will increase. And so with 9 people coming now, we are evenly placed. But we are more in touch with other people also.
So sort of a setback for the Congress ahead of the June bypolls. Mohammad Ghazali is now joining us. Ghazali, while the politics around it, of course, very well for the BJP to say that it's a setback for the Congress and the Sukhu government, but the Sukhu government still very much has the numbers, and it's well beyond the magic number, the majority mark. But of course, the real struggle is what the BJP MP also told Vasudha, that the party is in touch with more such MLAs. So to keep the flock intact, I think that's a big sort of challenge for the Sukhu government right now.
See, the challenge is for both BJP and Congress. For Congress, as you rightly mentioned, and as Mr. Harsh Mahajan was saying, that if they win 9 of those bypoll elections or seats, bypolls for all those 9 seats, then certainly they will try to influence more MLAs and push them towards the BJP. But winning those 9 seats in the bypolls is also going to be a challenge, because all these 9 MLAs, 6 of those disqualified from the Congress had defeated the BJP candidates, and 3 of the independent MLAs are the BJP rebels. So accommodating all these 9 people in 9 constituencies is certainly going to be a different ball game for BJP as well, because they'll have to placate their own leaders and cadres in those constituencies, and many of these, out of these 9, some of these leaders are already facing opposition from the BJP candidates who contested the 2022 elections. So yes, certainly there is a threat to Mr. Sukhu's government if the bypolls go in favor of BJP, but as of now, there is no immediate threat to Mr. Sukhu as far as the numbers are concerned. But yes, that imminent threat that BJP will apply, that poaching of MLAs and breaking the government there or destabilizing the government there, that threat is certainly going to be there until Mr. Sukhu receives the support from all the top-notch Congress leaders within the state. We heard Pratibha Singh day before yesterday accusing Sukhu of misgovernance or not handling the state very well, and that is why she said that she has decided not to contest the elections. She did a U-turn yesterday itself. So in a nutshell, the Congress and Mr. Sukhu will have to keep the flock together, and he will have to do whatever it takes to keep all these at least 32 or 34 MLAs together, even if all the 9 rest of the seats goes for the bypolls.
Right, Ghazali, thanks very much for joining us with that update. Of course, in the larger national context as well, what is happening across states? You have elected governments falling apart because of such defections, and that too in the run-up to the Lok Sabha polls. That raises serious concerns as well as far as our democracy is concerned. But moving now to the other big story, well, the battle for Baramati is going to be interesting this time. Why? Because it's certainly Pawar play which we're going to witness in Baramati. Baramati, remember, is Sharad Pawar's stronghold, and this time time it's Sunetra Pawar who will be taking on Sharad Pawar's daughter Supriya Sule in Baramati. So that's something that's going to be interesting. Sunetra Pawar's campaign has already begun in Baramati. My colleague Jeetu spoke to Sunetra Pawar on the campaign trail. Listen in.
बारामती के अलग अलग इलाकों में सुनेत्रा पवार जी घूम घूम कर लोगों से मुलाकात कर रही हैं, एक जनसंपर्क अभियान चला रही हैं। इनसे जानते हैं सुनेत्रा जी किस तरह का संदेश आप लोगों को दे रही हैं उनसे मिलकर।
अभी आपको पता है कि लोकसभा की इलेक्शन लगे हैं, संदेश आने हम मिल रहे हैं हर कोई जनता से और संदेश दे रहे कि संभावित जो उम्मीदवार है लोगों ने हमको चुना है तो उनको मेरे बारे में कुछ पता नहीं है तो जाके मिल रहे हैं हम लोग।
जी, तो लोग अपनी समस्याएं भी आपको बता रहे हैं और आपने कुछ उनको आश्वासन भी दिया है कि आगे किस तरह से उनकी जो समस्या का निराकरण है उसके लिए आप किस तरह से प्रयासरत रहेंगी, प्रयास करेंगे? जी,
क्योंकि जहाँ भी जाते हैं वहाँ कोई ना कोई समस्याएं आती है। अभी आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ आए हैं, यहाँ तो पानी की समस्या बहुत बुरी तरह से चिंतित है लोग। फार्मर्स को पानी नहीं है, पीने के लिए भी यहाँ की पानी का प्रॉब्लम है। तो जहाँ स्थानिक लेवल का प्रॉब्लम है वहाँ तो जल्दी से हम यहाँ के लोगों से बात करके छुड़वा सकते हैं, लेकिन जो बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है वो दादा के माध्यम से या और कोई माध्यम से छुड़ाने का प्रयत्न कर सकते हैं हम लोग।
And moving now to our special ground report from Tripura. Well, the BJP has dropped Union Minister Pratima Bhomik to give the party ticket to former Tripura Chief Minister and Rajya Sabha MP Biplab Kumar Deb. And West Tripura is certainly going to be an interesting seat because, of course, Pradyot Deb Barman, who is, of course, a key face there, will also be taking on Biplab Kumar Deb. My colleague Ratandeep Chaudhary reports from the ground. Take a look.
52 years old Biplab Kumar Deb, one of the 4 former BJP chief ministers who have been picked by the party to contest in the Lok Sabha polls, has been fielded from the West Tripura seat by the BJP that goes to polls on April 19. A Rajya Sabha MP from Tripura, Biplab Deb has remained isolated from state politics ever since he was dropped by the party as the chief minister in May 2022. He was then replaced by Dr. Manik Shaha. Biplab Dev's nomination, replacing Union Minister and sitting BJP MP Pratima Bhomik, is seen by many as his political comeback.
যদি আমার কাজকর্ম যাই করেছি তাতে যদি সন্তুষ্ট হয় তবেই যেন বিপ্লবদেবকে ভোট দেয়, তখন আমি বুঝতে পারবো আমি সঠিক ছিলাম না ব্যাঠিক ছিলাম মেরে মিত্র।
What perhaps gives Deb an edge is the newfound friendship between the Tripura Motha party and the BJP-led government in the state. Tribal votes in Tripura West constituency might be the game changer.
Today we are minority in our own land. Why? Because we were not united. So today, if we can unite and get our land rights, get our political rights, get direct funding, get our ADC police, get our language, our script, if we Triprasas can have a better future, then why will I fight with anyone?
More than 5 years back, when Biplab Deb was the chief minister as well as the home minister of Tripura, 3 people were shot in clashes between protesters and police during an anti-CA protest in Madhavbari in West Tripura. That incident was a key trigger for a political fight that continued in Tripura between the Tripura Motha party and the ruling BJP. But now it seems that the political equations have completely changed.
त्रिपुरा के लोग इस जो विरोधी भी एक साथ आ गया इससे खुश होंगे, क्योंकि दोनों एमपी जीत के मोदी जी को प्रधानमंत्री बनाने के लिए ही काम करेंगे। तो सोच एक ही दिशा में है और उसका एक ही लक्ष्य है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को तीसरी बार देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनाना।
But it seems, unlike the other northeastern states, the India alliance has been able to work out a seat-sharing deal in Tripura. Once bitter rivals, the left and the Congress are fighting the 2 Lok Sabha seats in Tripura together. State Congress President and former BJP MLA Ashish Kumar Shaha is a common candidate of the India bloc, contesting against BJP's Biplab Deb.
we were in power. Mr. Ashish Sharma, myself, we were in power. We stepped out of power. Why? Because we felt that this government is all set to do the public exchequer. They are not here to do justice for the common people. And that is why we walked out. Now, money mongers and power mongers, they have stepped in.
Since 1952, the left front has been contesting each elections against the Congress. After almost 7 decades, both the parties have come together to fight the BJP. This election has also brought Tipra Motha and the BJP closer. So will this political friendship yield in results for the alliances? All eyes are on the 2024 Lok Sabha battle. In Guwahati, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
So these are the battles to watch out for. We'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In Himachal Pradesh, 6 rebel MLAs and 3 independents joined the BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party turns the table on the BJP in the liquor scam. Germany condemns Chief Minister Kejriwal's arrest. India responds. Over 100 killed in the Moscow terror attack.
Friends, this is what I have for the next one, because यहाँ पे this sleek looking laptop coming straight from Apple is the latest generation of MacBook Air, और यहाँ पे what's packed inside is Apple's new M3 chip now. तो ये Apple ने finally launch कर दिया है. And what's amazing is that look at this profile, मतलब कितना sleek आपको laptop मिलता है. At the same time, it packs some amazing performance. यहाँ पे Apple की latest M3 chip है. It's a fanless design. That's the reason कि ये काफी आपको sleek मिलने वाला है. Quite lightweight. And this in fact is the 15-inch variant. जिसका 13-inch variant है वो थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा छोटा और आपको हल्का feel होता है. It's even more portable. At the same time, it packs some serious power because यहाँ पे जो memory है, it goes up to 24 GB. The storage can go up to 2 terabytes. हमारे पास में proper MagSafe port है. We have a headphone jack as well. At the same time, यहाँ पे USB-C ports भी हैं. We have a full-size keyboard, a nice 15-inch screen in a very sleek form factor, and this packs a 6-speaker system as well. So let's see up close how is this Apple's latest MacBook Air with M3 chip.
The beloved MacBook Air just got a superpower upgrade with the brand new M3 chip. Ready हो जाइए for blazing fast speeds, longer battery life and mind-blowing AI capabilities. Apple claim करता है कि the M3 chip is up to 60% faster than the already speedy M1 chip. Imagine करिए कि editing videos, creating music or even casually crushing your enemies in an intense game, ये laptop काफी आसानी से ये सब कर ही सकता है, no sweat. Apple promise करता है whopping 18 hours of battery life on a single charge. That's almost a full day of work or actually even play बिना किसी power outlet की जरूरत पड़े. Talk about freedom. The new neural engine makes this the best MacBook Air yet for AI tasks as well. Think about super intelligent photo editing and much more. You can also now hook up 2 external displays, perfect for those who need a big screen workspace like for editing and all. The MacBook Air M3 is a sleek, powerful and undeniably cool way to compute on the go. If you're looking for a laptop that's as light as air but packs a serious punch, it's time to catch this upgrade.
फ्रेंड्स, इस नए MacBook Air के आने के बाद 2 इंटरेस्टिंग बातें हुई हैं. पहली बात तो ये कि हमको एक नया MacBook मिल गया है with M3 chip, the MacBook Air. यहाँ पे 2 अलग-अलग साइज हैं. This one in particular, the 15-inch variant starts at 1,34,900 rupees. But the second thing is even more exciting because Apple has reduced the price for the 13-inch variant. क्योंकि अगर आप 13-inch का M2 chip वाला MacBook Air अब लेते हैं तो उसकी प्राइस 20,000 रुपए कम हो गई है. And now you can get it at just 99,900 rupees. So basically the lineup for the MacBook Air, M1 chip bhi hai, M2 chip bhi hai, and this is the latest M3 chip. You can choose basis of your requirements or your budget, and I would say all these laptops, they are really good because Apple Silicon ke saath mein the kind of optimization Apple has done in terms of performance, battery, you know, the entire experience, it's really elevated. So अगर आप ये laptop लेना prefer करते हैं, let's say for college या maybe even for professional work, I would say this would be a really good pick.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
ट्रैकिंग की बात से इनफैक्ट याद आया, गाइस, डिड यू नो कि आप अब ट्रैक कर सकते हैं अबाउट योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स एन हेल्दियर एनवायरनमेंट? बिकॉज अगर आप Uber यूज करते हैं तो
standoff between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party has turned the tables on the BJP in the liquor policy case, saying that a key accused in the liquor policy case, Sharad Chandra Reddy, actually donated to the BJP through electoral bonds. So that is of course a big charge of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is in a rare press conference. Arvind Kejriwal's wife, Anita, came out and read Arvind Kejriwal's message from jail. Arvind Kejriwal said that no jail can keep me inside, and well, that I'll come out to fulfill my promise. Listen in.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मुझे कल गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया। मैं अंदर रहूं या बाहर, हर पल देश की सेवा करता रहूंगा। मेरी जिंदगी का एक एक पल देश के लिए समर्पित है। मेरे शरीर का एक एक कतरा देश के लिए है। भारत के अंदर और बाहर ढेरों ऐसी शक्तियां हैं जो भारत को कमज़ोर कर रही हैं, और हाँ, इस वजह से बीजेपी वालों से भी नफरत नहीं करनी। वे सब हमारे भाई बहन हैं। मैं जल्द लौट कर आऊंगा।
शरद चंद्र रेड्डी, औरोबिंदो फार्मा का मालिक, APL हेल्थ केयर का मालिक, यूजिया फार्मा का मालिक, शराब का कारोबारी, उसने 4.5 करोड़ रुपए के इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स दिए एक्साइज पॉलिसी के बनने के दौरान भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। उसके बाद गिरफ्तार होने के बाद 55 करोड़ रुपए के इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स दिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। पहली बार एक्साइज पॉलिसी के मामले में आधिकारिक मनी ट्रेल सामने आ गया है, और ये मनी ट्रेल सीधा शराब के कारोबारियों से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बैंक अकाउंट में गया है।
जिस व्यक्ति के ऊपर इतनी बड़ी इल्ज़ाम लगी हुई है, मैं मानता हूं कि नैतिकता के आधार पर उन्हें अपना पद छोड़ना चाहिए। अब स्पष्ट हो गया है कि आम आदमी पार्टी पूर्ण रूप से कुर्सी की दौड़ में है, जनता की दौड़ में नहीं।
Moving now to the other opposition leader in the dock because of the liquor policy case, K. Kavita, ex-Chief Minister KCR's daughter, was produced before a Delhi court, the Rouse Avenue court today. She's been sent to 3 more days of the Enforcement Directorate's custody. She has been in custody for the past 7 days for her involvement in the alleged South group of the liquor policy. Well, speaking to the media at the court, she said that, well, the Supreme Court and the Election Commission must do something about democracy in the country. Listen.
गलत केस है, हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं। इलेक्शन के टाइम पे इतने सारे पॉलिटिकल अरेस्ट करना ये गलत बात है। ECI should intervene. ECI should definitely intervene and protect the democracy in this country. इलेक्शन के बीचों बीच इतने पॉलिटिशियन का क्यों हो रहा है अरेस्ट? जनता को भी सोचनी चाहिए ना, इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी सोचनी चाहिए।
And moving now to the big international headline, well, more than 100 people were killed in the deadly terror attack in Moscow. This is what news agency AP is now reporting. In fact, the Islamic State Khorasan has claimed responsibility for the deadly Moscow attack. In an important geopolitical development, though, US has said that we had warned Russia earlier this month. But of course, hundreds of lives lost in this terror attack in Moscow. It's an absolutely horrific terror attack there. We'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Well, the Prime Minister wraps his two-day Bhutan visit, his last visit before the Lok Sabha polls.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact two different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are of course 5G स्मार्टफोन्स. इंटरेस्टिंग डिजाइन, इंटरेस्टिंग कॉन्फ़िगरेशन और काफ़ी फ्रेश लग रहे हैं दोनों फोन्स, कमिंग स्ट्रेट फ्रॉम सैमसंग. और यहाँ पे सैमसंग इज प्रॉमिसिंग अ फ्यू थिंग्स. सबसे पहले एक काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग और प्रीमियम डिज़ाइन. सेकेंड थिंग इज अमेजिंग ड्यूरेबिलिटी, बिकॉज यहाँ पे ऑन द फ्रंट एंड ऑन द बैक व्हाट वी हैव इज कॉर्निंग्स गोरिल्ला ग्लास विक्टस प्लस. एट द सेम टाइम यहाँ पे सैमसंग इज promising a complete awesome security suite along with awesome performance. So let's see up close कि आखिर इन दोनों फोन्स में सैमसंग ने क्या कुछ पैक किया है.
रेडी हो जाइए फॉर कटिंग एज फीचर्स एंड ए सीमलेस एंड्रॉइड एक्सपीरियंस. सैमसंग ने इंडिया में ऑफिशियली डेब्यू किया है द गैलेक्सी A55 5G एंड गैलेक्सी A35 5G, bringing powerful performance and impressive technology to the popular A series lineup. Both devices boast stunning 6.6-inch Super AMOLED displays जो जाने जाते हैं for their vibrant colors and immersive visuals. With an ultra smooth 120 Hz refresh rate, you'll enjoy buttery transitions and log-free scrolling whether you're gaming या फिर catching up on shows. Plus, Corning Gorilla Glass Victus Plus ऑफर करता है superior protection against those accidental drops and scratches. Capture your world with incredible detail. दोनों स्मार्टफोन्स पैक करते हैं a triple rear camera setup with the A55 5G sporting a 50 megapixel primary sensor featuring optical image stabilization for blur-free shots, and the A35 5G भी disappoint नहीं करता है, offering its own OIS-equipped 50 megapixel primary camera with lenses that support versatility, stunning selfies and expandable storage. ये phones आपके photography game को definitely elevate करेंगे. You can now even leave your low battery anxiety behind because दोनों phones आते हैं massive 5000 mAh batteries के साथ and support 25 watts का fast charging. This lets you power through your day and recharge quickly. Even better, Samsung promise करता है a whopping 4 generations of Android OS upgrades and an impressive 5 years of security patches, a testament to their commitment to keeping your devices up to date. The Galaxy A55 5G and A35 5G deliver modern design from their sleek lines to vibrant color options, and for robust protection, both smartphones feature IP67 rated water and dust resistance, letting you use them worry-free. You also get the peace of mind that comes with Samsung's Knox Vault security system for added privacy.
So friends, अभी नए फीचर्स के साथ में ये जो Samsung Galaxy A35 है और A55 है, दोनों फोन्स मार्केट में आ चुके हैं. And what I really like myself is this new design language. Feels like a premium Samsung flagship smartphone. In fact, the software has tons of features. और यहाँ पे जो price है वो Galaxy A35 it starts at 27,999 rupees, and for the Galaxy A55 it starts at 39,999 rupees, and this is in fact the effective price with all the bank offers included. तो मुझे लगता है at this price these phones are definitely a new fresh air coming in, because काफी आपको अच्छा feel होता है, especially all the Samsung features baked in.
A stronger health system in a country can lead to better outcomes on the economic growth front. Congratulations to the Public Health Foundation of India, ranked second in a global list of schools of public health.
Well, we are really talking about creating a healthy society. You can't have a population which is either sick or non-productive and expect the economy to really grow. Well, climate change is already bringing in many health challenges to us in India. We are going to be seeing, for example, non-communicable diseases because, again, of heat as well as water stress. We're going to see a lot more people having strokes, heart attacks, kidney failure, cancers.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
WeWork India definitely needs no introduction. Well, it has built itself brick by brick over the years, and today we are talking about WeWork not just being a name that is associated with building workspaces with hybrid solutions or even flexible solutions for that matter, but we are talking about WeWork India that has put in tremendous efforts to make sure that their environment around is also equally sustainable, green and equally clean. We have with us Karan Veerwani, who's the CEO of WeWork India. Thank you so much for joining us, and how are you today?
I'm very good, and welcome to WeWork Prestige Central.
Right, it's a beautiful place that you have here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Right, and we are starting off from this place, the beautiful library, and what better way to start off than the library, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, so my first question to you, Karan, I mean, it is 6 years and 50 buildings later. How has the journey been?
The journey has been a roller coaster, to say the least, but in the most rewarding way possible. You know, we have seen the business go through many challenges and a lot of successes also in the last 6 years. Today, we're in a very good place where, enjoying the fruits of our labor and all of the resilience that we've built up over the last few years. And the segment just generally in the country has, also taken off, and we're seeing a lot of movement into flex as a preferred working style for most companies. And we being the leading provider are trying to benefit off of that as much as possible.
How has the company evolved? I'm sure it must have a lot of stories attached to it. So what has been the most memorable story that you can reflect at this point in time?
I think it's been a story of a lot of challenges. So COVID and coming out of COVID was a big moment for us as a company. It really showed a lot of resilience for our employees and the entire business model in itself. We've also done a lot in terms of innovating on new products. We started a completely full digital suite of solutions through COVID, and we've been growing the business very profitably, I think, over the last 3 years now, since 2020, and that has changed the trajectory of how we look at the future of the business as well.
I mean, talking about business per se, the last 10 months, for instance, how would you reflect on that? Has that been equally challenging the last 10 months? I mean, it's the recent past.
Yeah, the last 10 months have been a mixed bag, I would say. Generally, I think the environment that we're in is slightly cautious globally, as well as, in the real estate space, and return to office was a big challenge for certain companies. That has now changed. India has chosen to come back to the office. Some of the biggest employers in India are mandating people back in the office, and we see that happening within our buildings as well. If you look at India's story in comparison to what's happening globally, India is a bright star, and we see there's a lot of activity happening in India over the next, hopefully the next 5-10 years. We see so many companies in our spaces building and innovating for India, from India, even for the world, and that's an exciting indicator for us, because we want to just be the backbone of India Inc.'s growth as much as possible.
I mean, when you talk about India per se, I'm sure the kind of working style in India for WeWork would be completely different from the other parts of the world. Can you give us a glimpse of how different it is?
India has a larger mix of large enterprises. So, some of the biggest occupiers in the world are growing exponentially in India. And I think that's one major difference in how our business model plays out, because we have almost 80% of our business coming from, either Fortune 1000 or Fortune 500 companies today in India. That brings a lot of stability into the business, and at the same time, the startup ecosystem and, like I mentioned, India Inc., which is the mid or MSMEs within India, are growing also exponentially. So it's a good combination of both local as well as multinational companies, which is slightly different from other parts of the world where the business is more focused on maybe startups or smaller segments of occupiers.
I mean, talking about WeWork and talking about the office spaces and workspaces aside, you were part of the first ever sustainability summit that was hosted by WeWork India. And how has that experience been, and where did that idea arise from?
So WeWork, and WeWork India, we've always been a very mission and values driven company. So about 3 years ago, we kind of decided to relook at our values, and we wanted to make sure that the values represent what we as WeWork India want to represent and what our employees want to represent in the future. One of the biggest changes that we made was adding a new value called be sustainable. And for us, being sustainable isn't, only about the environment or, having some CSR type of initiative. We wanted to make sure that it is instilled in every single thing that we do. So the way that we build our buildings, the way that we operate our business, the way we think about new innovations, new ideas, all have to have either sustainable cost structure in place, a sustainable thought process in the way that it grows, and so coming off of that value, right? I think that giving back to our environment and being able to negate the impact that we make while operating our spaces was very important to us. Real estate as a sector also being one of the largest contributors to both waste as well as energy and pollution at the end of the day. We wanted to be a catalyst even within the real estate space to say, look, you can take audacious steps, you can take audacious goals, and customers today actually are resonating and want to be part of a brand or take space with an operator who is doing something proactively for the environment. And so the Sustainability Summit was to try to bring companies together, which is what we anyway do within our space, that are trying to solve the problem of climate and the environment, but also just to raise awareness of the kind of things that people are doing, whether small or big initiatives, and actually work that on ground that's happening. So one of the things we really want to avoid is being a brand that just says words and doesn't do anything about it. The Sustainability Summit was a step of action for us as a brand to hopefully resonate and actually create a ripple effect that more people take action.
I mean, what's a conversation without a cup of coffee? So I've been eyeing this coffee counter.
Let's do it.
Let's just do it.
So actually, we have a tea point.
Thank you.
We will. The sustainability conversation, one of the things we do obviously is just waste segregation. It's a very simple step, right? That is part of how we look at our spaces.
True.
Just this simple step actually helps recycling improve by 84%. It's just by doing the segregation, right? So that's just like a very small example of how that works.
I've been pretty curious to think about, how this idea would have come into your mind. I mean, for example, you'd be sipping a cup of tea and then ting, the bulb flashes in your mind. Isn't that how it happened?
I would say that, like most of what we do, it's really like a collective effort of our entire team. We sort of encourage any sort of feedback from the ground level and also innovations from the ground level. So a lot of the suggestions sometimes we get are from even like the most junior person on the team, and then we take that, run with it, and kind of make it much larger and try to put it into all of our spaces.
I mean, to start off a summit is one, but to kind of retain that commitment towards environment must be a whole different ball game altogether, right? So how does WeWork manage to do that?
No, that's a great point. And what we did this year and what we actually announced at the summit were long-term sustainability goals as an organization that we really want to achieve. So I felt it was very important that we not only have a North Star internally, but we actually communicate that externally, so that we are actually held accountable for achieving those goals. There are a few goals. One is that we want to bring our energy consumption down by 20% off of last year's or 2019's baseline, which was a stable year for us. We want to bring 100% of our energy, or make sure that 100% of the energy that we are consuming in our spaces are from green energy or renewable energy. We are trying to limit the water consumption per person per day by almost 55%. That our members and people using our space actually end up finally consuming. And then the last bit, which is landfill, our wastage. So we want to try to move 90% of our waste out of landfills, by 2028. So all of these are very serious goals for us. They're long term, but still achievable. Not talking like 2050 or something like that. Something that we think is visible and we can hopefully achieve. And so that's the goals that we've set. I think separate to that, the few things that we do, we have an impact charter, which is essentially to help the climate. So one was what we can control in our spaces. The other part of the charter is to improve or help support biodiversity, which is destruction of biodiversity is one of the biggest forms for environment, like the climate crisis today. We also have adopted a lake in the north of Bangalore where we revived the lake. We've actually brought biodiversity back. You can see birds that never used to come to the lake now migrating there, and we also taught the community around the lake to be able to harvest the lake. So how to do sustainable fishing, how to use that for irrigation, some of that stuff that we're trying to do.
That's actually interesting, and I've noticed that you haven't been sipping your cup of tea. So while he actually does that, you need to look at the kind of efforts that have actually been made at the lake that he was talking about, which is in the periphery of Bengaluru, which is in Yelahanka. And we need to hear it from the people there who have worked with We Work India to ensure that this lake comes back to life. Please do watch.
Project Ecogram way back in 2017. So the idea of the project was we wanted to address the issues of irresponsible waste disposal and water conservation and the depletion of soil, basically, in a peri-urban setup like this panchayat, which is called the Beta Halsur Panchayat. In the process, we started with waste management initially because we have to get waste out of the equation first. So then slowly we realized that the water there is this system of lakes in Bangalore which really helps water conservation, and there were 3 lakes in this panchayat, and Taraunse has been this particular lake Taraunse, there has been no water for last 30 years since the first drop of water after 30 years came in 2020 really. So we wanted to really augment the efforts of the government to restore the lake. So 2020 water came in, and after that when we realized that this really needs a little bit of push from our perspective in helping develop a healthier ecosystem and making sure the community coexists with the other species over here, that's when we approached WeWork, and this is our 2nd year. We started last year, and it's been great working with them. They're pretty supportive in everything we do. This particular lake project with WeWork has really been my baby because I've really wanted to see, I've seen it from scratch, from the time we developed a vision document for this lake and till now, where we are slowly. Also, we have to liaison a lot with the government officials. So we are one step at a time taking this forward. First and foremost, what we have been really able to do, and which is missing in many lakes of Bangalore, is that a lake maintenance system, basically, because that I would say has been the top priority. We have people around here who work towards basic garden maintenance plus maintaining the quality of water. So this water has come from Hebal Nagwara sewage treatment plant. So it's a part of a project by the government. It's a pioneer project called HN Valley project, where water has been pumped to Baglur Lake, and from Baglur it comes to, we are the first in the chain of these lakes. So it's extremely important for us to ensure we maintain water quality, because the quality of water in this lake affects the next 7 lakes. So that we have been able to monitor and maintain it, and we are doing efforts to better it every time. And that has been priority number 1. Priority number 2 has been the biodiversity. You'll see this lake is not fenced. There are farmers around this lake where we have kept the space open for them to move. Plus, there are areas which we have left untouched, so that we have made them hotspots for biodiversity. We have recorded till date 60 plus species, where 40 plus species of birds, and it's home to 3 species of kingfishers, which is very, very rare. And then there is Alexandrine parakeet, which is a near threatened species. We have been able to locate that here. Plus, very vibrant macro climate over here.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now for my favorite section about this episode because हम हमेशा जब Q&A की बात करते हैं so ask TG is the thing जो मुझे बहुत पसंद आती है because I get to answer all your questions. So let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या-क्या questions हैं.
Hi teacher, which is the better phone between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance?
Okay, so you have asked that आपको जानना है which is the better device between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance. So let me get this straight. In terms of camera, Xiaomi might jump slightly ahead of the OnePlus 12. Not by a huge margin, but like let's say slightly ahead. But if I were to recommend you an overall good product in terms of camera, performance, software, you know, like everything combined, I would recommend OnePlus 12 over the Xiaomi. Considering Xiaomi doesn't have that kind of brand value in that premium segment. OnePlus, you know, has been there for a long time now, or OnePlus 12 is an amazing smartphone overall. If you combine especially the clean experience of Oxygen OS, yeah, even the camera is fantastic. Xiaomi 14 थोड़ा आगे निकल जाता है, but overall, I would say OnePlus 12 would be a better pick. I mean, pretty simple. If you have access to your mobile phone number and अगर आपको वहाँ पे SMS की access है और अगर आपने वो number अपने account में add किया है, it's pretty simple. You just go to the password reset options और जो आपको OTP आपके करें.
That was indeed splendid to hear it from people there, to talk about the kind of efforts that have gone into it. I mean, kudos to you,
Thank
Karan.
you so much.
But talking about these kind of efforts, what have been WeWork India's efforts both in terms of sustainability as well as in terms of keeping the environment so very precious? What are the kind of efforts taken both inside the organization and outside?
So inside is something that we spoke about, which are the goals. Outside is a project that we've adopted in the Sanjay Gandhi National Park. So we have profiled 20 leopards in those parks, set camera traps and trackers. This is giving, the rangers over there a lot of data on how these leopards are moving, how they're entering human zones and how we can help avoid it. And if you know about, anything in that area, you know that this is like a constant battle between the people that live there and the wildlife that is there, right? Because we've obviously entered into the forest area. So that's one, one thing apart from the lake that we're also working on right now.
In fact, as a journalist, even I've covered a few of these, man-animal conflicts, especially in the region, the outside, the periphery of Bengaluru, the Bannerghatta National Park. You have a lot of cases like that, so I've already given you the next project to take up.
Yeah, we actually have a few projects that we are now looking at, which will be definitely long-term, which we can, control ourselves, and this will continue to be our focus area, biodiversity and, helping improve that, as well as energy and waste within our buildings and how we can help control that as well.
Am I right in saying that sustainability becomes the success mantra for WeWork India, or are there more to it?
Look, I think that more and more people, and especially either our members today, future members, or even employees that go to work at different organizations are not just going there to work because of the company and financial situation of the organization, but also what the company stands for. We want to represent that and help companies in our space be able to represent that clearly. A lot of the stuff requires specialized action, requires specialized resources. And because we operate spaces and we know real estate and we deal with waste and energy and all of that on a daily basis, we're the perfect partner for these companies to just say, look, I want to come to WeWork because I know you handle and manage all of these things, and that resonates with me as a company and it resonates with my employees as well. So it's not I wouldn't say it's like a success metric, but we think that in the future it is going to add a lot more value to our members if we are more proactive when it comes to the impact that we're making on the climate.
True. Well, I mean, what are the future plans for WeWork India? You've already overcome challenges with respect to COVID and more. I'm sure it wouldn't really stop there.
No, now I hope it's like the fun time of our journey. So we are, we've added a bunch of buildings in this since January of this year. We hope to continue to actually grow the business more. We see that our digital products business is also something that is a new growth vertical and is growing a lot. I mean, when we first started it, we were barely doing about 6 crores, I think, in the digital products business. Today, we're doing almost 6 crores a month, from the exact same business lines. And we want to continue to create products and spaces that will enable companies new work style and like hybrid working of the future, which is what we think the market and most companies are moving towards.
Like sustainability, do you have any other, such projects in mind?
No, I think that, with just that sustainability bit, there is just so much that we have to achieve. I mean, at scale, as we get to, 10 million or 20 million square foot, our impact also is going to increase as much. And so it's very important for us to be focused on the problem, not try to, stretch ourselves to doing multiple things or too many things. We want to really, really, really dig deep into this and try to build best practices that even other people in the industry will finally copy.
Thank you so much, Karan, for this.
Yeah.
And I hope you continue to take the sustainability efforts forward. I hope WeWork India continues to achieve much more, not just, stop with 6 crores that you were talking about, scale greater heights. Thanks for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching.
A stronger health system in a country can lead to better outcomes on the economic growth front. Congratulations to the Public Health Foundation of India, ranked second in a global list of schools of public health.
Well, we are really talking about creating a healthy society. You can't have a population which is either sick or non-productive and expect the economy to really grow. Well, climate change is already bringing in many health challenges to us in India. We are going to be seeing, for example, non-communicable diseases because, again, of heat as well as water stress. You're going to see a lot more people having strokes, heart attacks, kidney failure, cancers.
Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
So friends, next I have is this shiny new device coming straight from the Realme factory. This is the all-new Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G. और मैं shiny क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? Because see, of course it's shiny. मतलब the way it looks, even the frame is very shiny. At the same time, this phone really shines bright जब हम इसके features को देखते हैं. Because यहाँ पे काफी interesting चीजें Realme has packed. What we have is a Sony IMX 890 sensor के साथ आने वाला 50 megapixels वाला primary camera that has OIS. At the same time, inside the phone is really packed with features. In fact, हम यहाँ पे भी इस फोन में gestures से इसको control कर सकते हैं because this has got something that Realme calls air gestures. So अगर आप देखो इसको and have a closer look about how this Realme Narzo 70 Pro really is, I would say very interesting mid-range smartphone coming straight from Realme.
Finally, the wait is over. Realme's latest hotshot, the Narzo 70 Pro 5G, finally India में launch हो गया है. This phone is packed with amazing features that will make you go wow. इस phone में है एक rainwater smart touch feature. This means no more tensions about phone usage in a light drizzle. The powerful MediaTek Dimensity chipset lets you game, multitask and do everything else at lightning speed. The 5000 mAh battery and SuperVOOC fast charging will get you back in action in no time. The phone's horizon glass design gives it a super premium head-turning look. Realme has kept it affordable. Narzo 70 Pro 5G starts at just Rs 18,999. You can grab it in stylish glass green and glass gold colors from March 22nd on Amazon and the Realme website. With its awesome display, camera and overall performance, the Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G is a total paisa vasool deal. If you're looking for a smartphone that's powerful, stylish and affordable, this is it.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, this is what
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
स्वागत करेंगे हमारे देश के उपराष्ट्रपति श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी का।
Deeply honored to have our Vice President with us to grace this occasion, Indian of the Year 2023-2024.
इनके साथ हैं हमारे मैनेज एडिटर इन चीफ संजय पुगलिया।
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
It's our great pleasure to have the Vice President here with us, and I would like to invite our Editor-in-Chief Sanjay Pugalia to address the gathering.
थैंक यू। भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति आदरणीय जगदीप धनखड़ जी और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य अतिथिगण, आप सबों का बहुत बहुत हार्दिक स्वागत है। एनडीटीवी इंडियन ऑफ द ईयर कई वर्षों के बाद रीलॉन्च हो रहा है और एक नई चमक दमक और एक नई परिभाषा के साथ ये सामने आने की कोशिश कर रहा है, जिसमें हम उन भारतीयों को जो कि ग्रास रूट से लेके अंतरिक्ष तक काम करते हैं, कमाल करते हैं, छलांगे लगाते हैं, उनका सम्मान कर सकें और उनके प्रति अपनी देश की एनडीटीवी के दर्शकों की कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित कर सकें। आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला उपराष्ट्रपति जी, इसके लिए आपका बहुत धन्यवाद। और हमारे लिए ये बहुत अहम घड़ी इसीलिए है कि जब से एनडीटीवी का नया प्रबंधन हमने संभाला, उसके बाद से 2 चैनल के बाद हम अब 5 चैनल के एक नेटवर्क बन गए हैं। करीबन 7 हमारी वेबसाइट हैं और ये हमारा फ्लैगशिप इवेंट वापस शुरू हो रहा है आपकी मौजूदगी में, आपके सानिध्य में। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है हमारे लिए। जगदीप धनखड़ साहब का जो एक बायोडेटा होता है, अगर मैं उसमें न भी जाऊं तो 2-3 बातें बड़ी उल्लेखनीय हैं और जो इनको नज़दीक से जानते हैं उनको इस बात का काफ़ी अंदाज़ है। उनको पता है कि पिछले 34 साल से मैं इनका जैसे ऑब्जर्वर रहा हूं तो ये देखता हूं कि इनकी विद्वता न सिर्फ संविधान या कानून के क्षेत्र में या रूल ऑफ लॉ को किस तरीके से गार्ड करना, उसमें इनका जो एक रेबेलियस अप्रोच है, उसके लिए सब लोग, पूरा जुडिशियल सिस्टम, पूरी लीगल फ्रेटर्निटी इनकी तरफ देखती है और इनसे समझना और सीखना चाहती है। सबसे कम उम्र में सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सीनियर एडवोकेट बने थे और इंटरनेशनल कोर्ट ऑफ आर्बिट्रेशन में बहुत सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में बरसों तक उसमें काम करते रहे। उन राजनीतिज्ञों में से हैं जो ग्रास रूट से आते हैं, लेकिन कम उम्र में एमएलए बने, फिर एमपी बने, फिर मंत्री बने, फिर गवर्नर बने और अब उपराष्ट्रपति और राज्य सभा के सभापति हैं। और इन 2 पदों में, जो पिछले 2 पद हैं, अभी वाला और गवर्नर वाला पद, उसमें हम लोगों ने ये देखा है कि इन्होंने इन दोनों दफ्तरों को, इन ऑफिसेस को रीडिफाइन कर दिया है, एक नया आयाम दे दिया है। जो लोग नज़दीक से जानते हैं वो ये भी जानते हैं कि विट और विजडम के ये महासागर हैं। जिनको भी इनसे इंटरेक्ट करने का मौका मिला है वो इनके विट से या तो प्रशंसित हुआ है या उसका शिकार हुआ है। यही कह करके इनका परिचय मैं यहाँ समाप्त करना चाहूँगा और फिर से कहना चाहूँगा कि आप हमारे लिए आज यहाँ पर आए हैं, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much, Sanjay. Thank you for that introduction. Vishnu.
Well, it is, as I mentioned, a big day for NDTV. It's the NDTV Indian of the Year event. It's back since 2005 was when we actually launched it, but it's back this year. 2005 was the first ever NDTV of Indian of the Year event. The event has become synonymous with recognizing those Indians, individuals, organizations and institutions who've contributed to the idea and identity of India in one way or the other, whose contributions to the country have strengthened the foundation of our society. The awards have recognized the unsung hero in the same breath as the most celebrated people. Our focus has always been on exceptional work. NDTV has truly been the grandest stage to honor extraordinary Indians since 2005, and it is to honor extraordinary work that we gather once again to celebrate the Indian of the Year.
द इंडियन ऑफ द ईयर में एक बार फिर इकट्ठा होकर हम सबको बहुत गर्व है, बहुत खुशी है। इस अवार्ड ने न सिर्फ उन्हें सम्मानित किया है जो जाने माने हैं, जिनको हम सब जानते हैं, जिन्हें दुनिया पहचानती है, बल्कि उनको भी पुरस्कृत किया जो कहीं गुमनाम रहते हुए बेहतरीन काम करते रहे पर्दे के पीछे, जिनके काम को सामने लाना हमारी जिम्मेदारी थी। आर अनसंग हीरोज़, हमारा मकसद रहता है बेहतरीन काम को पहचान देना। 2005 से एनडीटीवी वो सबसे बड़ा मंच बना जहां हम इन भारतीयों को सम्मानित करते रहे हैं और ये हमारे लिए आज बहुत गर्व का पल है कि हम एक बार फिर इकट्ठा हुए हैं इंडियन ऑफ द ईयर का उत्सव मनाने।
We are delighted to be partnering with Poonawalla FinCorp, co-powered by Ambuja Cement and ACC, our associate sponsors, Darwin Platform Group of companies and Games 24/7, and our special partner, Motorola. We thank them very much for being a part of this wonderful occasion.
this very special award. Thank you so very much for giving this award to me. It feels great.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
This is a rare privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
I'm grateful to the people and to your channel.
The award for NDTV Indian of the Year goes to...
तो ये थी एक झलक इंडियन ऑफ द ईयर की अब तक, और हम शुरुआत करते हैं आज के इस कार्यक्रम का। हमारी पहली कैटेगरी है अवार्ड्स की जो बेहद ख़ास है, इंडिया फर्स्ट अवार्ड। तो इंडिया फर्स्ट अवार्ड वो पुरस्कार है जो उन्हें दिया जाता है जिन्होंने देश को आगे रखा, देश के हित को सबसे आगे रखा और विश्व पटल पर दुनिया के सामने देश का नाम रोशन किया।
2023 has been an incredible year for India and Indian foreign policy, a policy which merges India's economic and social agenda with an international vision which reinforces our standing as a trusted and committed partner of nations around the world. India's focus is clearly India first, which means independence in our thinking and a quiet determination not to be drawn to any blocks or power centers. I'd like to call upon Sanjay ji to actually open the envelope and start the proceedings in naming our first award of the evening.
India First Award, Shri Amitabh Kant.
Amitabh Kant is India's G20 Sherpa. He played a pivotal role during India's presidency last year. Mr. Kant is a governance reformer and a public policy change agent for India, having driven policy reforms in our country and been involved in initiatives such as the Niti Aayog and so much more.
इनको श्रेय जाता है स्टार्टअप इंडिया, मेक इन इंडिया, इनक्रेडिबल इंडिया जैसे लोकप्रिय और कामयाब इनिशिएटिव्स का। इन्हें कामयाबी दिलाने के पीछे हैं श्री अमिताभ कांत। केरला गॉड्स ओन कंट्री और एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोग्राम को साकार करने में भी ड्राइविंग सीट में रहे श्री अमिताभ कांत। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका अमिताभ कांत जी, बहुत शुक्रिया। और अगली कैटेगरी जो अगली श्रेणी है अवार्ड्स की, वो है हेल्थ लीडर ऑफ द ईयर, यानी कि स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व और अनोखा योगदान जिन्होंने दिया है उन्हें पुरस्कृत करने की बारी है। इंसानियत की निस्वार्थ सेवा के साथ इस क्षेत्र में लीडरशिप देने वाले को सम्मानित करने की बारी है।
Nagma, in this category, we honor those who've made groundbreaking contributions to protecting and promoting health. We acknowledge the lifelong dedication and selfless service of humanity that such leadership clearly demands. May I request Sanjay to announce the name of the winner.
Health Leader of the Year, Dr. Yazdi Italia.
जाने माने माइक्रोबायोलॉजिस्ट पद्मश्री डॉक्टर यज़दी इटालिया, जिन्होंने सिकल सेल अनीमिया बीमारी के खिलाफ 2 दशक से एक जंग छेड़ी है। गुजरात की जनजातियों को इस बीमारी से बाहर लाने की उन्होंने अथक कोशिश की है और ये कोशिश उनकी जारी है। ये उनका डेडिकेशन है जो कि सिर्फ अवेयरनेस कैंपेन से आगे बढ़ा है।
Dr. Italia has dedicated his life to fighting sickle cell anemia. His life-serving work and tireless efforts have contributed to the government's mission of eliminating sickle cell anemia by 2047. His leadership has not only saved countless lives, but also brought national recognition to the plight of tribal communities battling sickle cell anemia. Earlier this year, he was honored with the Padma Shri.
तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और अगली कैटेगरी लाइफ इन इंडिया अवार्ड यानी पर्यावरण के अनुकूल जीवन शैली यानी लाइफ। प्रधानमंत्री ने COP26 में इस विचार को सामने रखा और जिससे हर व्यक्ति को प्रो प्लैनेट यानी प्लैनेट के भले के लिए कुछ करने को प्रोत्साहित किया जाता है।
Life or lifestyle for environment, that's what it stands for. It's a public movement to mobilize individuals to become pro-planet people. Our next award, the Life in India Award, recognizes those people who are doing their bit to fight climate change through sustainable lifestyles and community engagement. Once again, Sanjay ji has the privilege of opening up the envelope and announcing this very, very important honor.
The Life in India Award goes to Meenakshi Gadke.
Meenakshi Gadge has turned Mukra into a model village for 408 gram panchayats in the state. The vermicomposting of their waste earns them revenues through the sale of fertilizer to other villages. The profits have been used to install 2 rooftop solar grids that are enough to make the village energy self-sufficient.
मुखरा गांव जो है विष्णु, उसमें वेस्ट सेग्रीगेशन से गांव ने 7 लाख रुपए कमाए और इन्होंने चीफ मिनिस्टर रिलीफ फंड में 1 लाख डोनेट किया. मीनाक्षी जी also has roped in the community to plant 1 lakh fruit-bearing trees on the roadside and promoted the use of eco-friendly cutlery in weddings amongst her other initiatives. So that's a commendable work that Meenakshi ji has been doing. A big round of applause for her.
The development of Indian science, new ideas, often new engineering and solutions are now increasingly being seen around the world as being world-class in India. From pharmaceuticals to space, cutting-edge research, the bedrock of science is being encouraged. But while so much more needs to be done to encourage genuine research, it is time to honor some of our great science champions.
बिल्कुल वक्त है कि हम अपने वैज्ञानिकों को सम्मानित करें. विज्ञान की दुनिया में नई ऊंचाइयां छूने वालों को सम्मानित करती है हमारी अगली श्रेणी साइंस आइकॉन ऑफ द ईयर. और संजय जी से गुजारिश है कि वो एनवेलप खोल के विनर का नाम अनाउंस करें.
Science icons of the year: M. Shrikant, R.P. Veera Muthuvel, K. Kalpana, Nigar Shaji.
The year 2023 will undoubtedly go down in history as the year when India's space agency demonstrated incredible prowess and resilience in the face of challenges. The pinnacle of ISRO's achievements in 2023 was the successful first ever soft landing of Chandrayaan-3 near the moon's uncharted southern polar region and India's first solar mission Aditya L1 in September.
और आदित्य L1 चंद्रयान-3 के साउथ पोल पर लैंड करना और इसके राह में आने वाली जो तमाम चुनौतियां थी उनको बिना रुके बिना झुके पार करने के पीछे जो चेहरे हैं उनमें से कुछ चेहरे यहाँ पर हैं. इस कामयाबी के जो रचनाकार हैं वो ये हैं डॉक्टर शाहजी, डॉक्टर वीरा मुथुवल, डॉक्टर कल्पना और डॉक्टर श्रीकांत. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सबका. गुजारिश है कि आप अपनी अपनी जगह लें और अगली कैटेगरी जो है, अगली श्रेणी जो अवार्ड्स की है विष्णु, वो है बिजनेस लीडर ऑफ द ईयर अवार्ड.
The Indian of the Year Awards honoring business leaders comes at a time when India's economy is truly a shining star among nations around the world, an outlier, if you will, a beacon of hope. Our business leaders have added immensely to the India story by sustaining innovation and development, embracing technology and best practices.
बिल्कुल, और ये वो कैटेगरी है जो अवार्ड है वो दिया जाता है ऐसे बिजनेस लीडर को, ऐसे नेतृत्व के लिए जो लगातार बिजनेस के क्षेत्र में इनोवेशन और डेवलपमेंट लेकर सामने आते रहे हों.
Once again, can I ask Sanjay to actually invite, to open up the envelope and to invite the recipient.
Business Leader of the Year award goes to N. Chandrasekharan.
And to receive the award on behalf of Mr. N. Chandrasekharan, the chairperson of Tata Sons, we have a wonderful guest we'd like to invite on stage, K. Krithivasan, MD and CEO of TCS. Tata Sons chairperson N. Chandrasekharan is one of India's business icons. Under his leadership, 2023 has been a transformative year for the Tata Group.
Absolutely. The group's footprint in the consumer business has grown exponentially, and the combined market capitalization of the Tata Group companies increased nearly double the rate of the Sensex.
Mr. Chandrasekharan has sent us this very special message.
I'm deeply humbled for this award and would like to thank NDTV for selecting me for this honor. The Tata Group has been going through a significant transformation over the last few years. All Tata companies have embraced the megatrends of artificial intelligence and energy transition. We also fully recognize the need for a global, resilient supply chain and India's role in creating that resilient supply chain. The Tata Group is spearheading this movement and has committed itself by making significant investments and foray into such sectors. Apart from our traditional sectors and the companies that we have been running for several years, recently we have pivoted towards electric vehicle mobility, new energy in wind and solar, and we announced our first semiconductor fab, India's first, in Dehra recently. We are also creating the first indigenous assembly unit for semiconductors in Assam. The group has also forayed into batteries, and we are building a lithium-ion battery facility for 20 gigawatts in Sonat. The group also is producing the technology for 5G and beyond. All of this is possible because of the 1 million employees today we have. It is their ambition, hard work, and energy that is making it possible. So this award belongs to all of them. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Government of India under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has made development as a key focus and thereby driving economic growth and improve the quality of life for all citizens. The group is seized of this opportunity and has pivoted very decisively in India. Once again, I want to thank NDTV and wish NDTV all the very best for this year and for the years to come.
ये थे एन चंद्रशेखरन और बहुत बहुत बधाई इनको इस सम्मान के लिए. अब मैं आग्रह करूंगी माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति से कि वो आप सबको संबोधित करें. आग्रह करूंगी कि वो आपके अपने संबोधन के लिए आएं.
Good evening, all of you. I'll start with a disclaimer. I know Sanjay Pugalia now for 40 years. I have seen his transition from Hindi print media to English print media. I have seen his transition from print media to television. I know the entire family too well. So please, the sentiments he expressed should be taken with a pinch of salt. I say so, otherwise there may be many caveats. We have in the audience, apart from the awardees, very distinguished people. I need to make reference to them. Former Chairman SEBI, UK Sinha ji, a remarkable human being, brought expertise to his job. Sri Gopal Jain, a distinguished senior advocate, well educated and doing a good job. I know Sushil Rungta, former Chairman SAIL, for 58 years. His presence compromises my ability to address you, but I'll pick up some courage. Then coming to Padma Vibhushan, the one and the only one, Amjad Ali Khan ji. Sir, you are a source of inspiration, source of motivation, and the handicaps I suffer because of presence of others are more than neutralized by you. Though Mr. Amitabh Kant is an awardee, but I came to learn about Mr. Amitabh Kant when I was Governor State of West Bengal. People remember me because Mamta ji was Chief Minister there. But I remember my tenure also, apart from Mamta ji, Mr. Amitabh Kant. And I'll tell you why. I was heading a group of 10 governors. We had to formulate a policy of ease of governance. He was then in Niti Aayog, a remarkable human being, very innovative, result-oriented, and his contribution helped me greatly on behalf of other 9 governors to formulate a good report. But then we tend to forget. But let us go to 2023. He was involved with an assignment that had potential fault lines that could have compromised his career. Organizing G20 was not easy. Organizing P20 was not easy. He came out with sparkling colors. There was no hiccup anywhere. India was recognized globally that we organized P20 so successfully, it became a role model for others. I know him. Well, this is an age where you must not ignore the younger generation. Doesn't matter if he happens to be son of your friend, Mr. Vipul Rungta. He has made his mark in his own right. I know him since birth. I look up to him on issues that matter greatly. And last, not least, I was elected to Parliament in 1989. Mr. K.C. Tyagi, I came to know him, and ever since then, we have been in touch. K.C. Tyagi brings in politics a fresh air. He is antidote to adversarial behavior. He has no enemies in politics. I have admired him on numerous occasions. We were in the same political party. When I had the good fortune to be a minister, the first thing I told him, you deserved it. I got it by accident. Friends, It is a delightful moment for me to be part of NDTV's Indian of the Year event. I'm still wondering why they stopped it in 2015. I was part of governance in 1989. That was beginning of coalition governance. We had more than 20 parties. I was a junior parliamentary affairs minister. In 2014, after 3 decades, the country came to have single party majority. I thought it was a good occasion in 2015 to continue the program. Thereafter, it was not. But I'm happy and delighted it is back on the rails. And in a lighter vein, so is our Bharat, home to 1/6 of humanity. We are back on rails. Warmest greetings and wishes to all for a joyous and colorful Holi. This is going to be very different because we never imagined, at least me and Mr. Tyagi in 1989 to 91. We had to suffer the pain that to sustain our financial credibility, physical gold of this country had to be airlifted to be placed to 2 Swiss banks. And now I am told there may be a week where foreign exchange addition may be more than 6 billion. And it is now over 600 billion in total. So we face those changes. My congratulations to distinguished awardees. I can tell you, all of them have earned it. They well deserved of it. And when you have an award like this, then awardees become a source of inspiration and motivation for many others. It carries a stamp of credibility. Something that happened with respect to our civilian awards, Padma Awards. If an award is driven by patronage, if iconic status is generated by event management, then it doesn't have acceptability. I congratulate the jury for having chosen people who have really contributed to the growth, rise of this country. This award will inspire many to join our marathon march for a Viksit Bharat at 2047. Friends, the reverberation of Viksit Bharat is palpable in every corner of our great nation today. It is more than just a call to leapfrog into the future. It is a definite promise. It's a firm promise that in 2047, we will be a developed nation, meaning thereby none will be left behind. The development in this country in last decade has been plateau, not pyramidical. The benefit has accrued to one and all, and in every nook and corner of the country. Recent years have been a testament to India's journey from fragile 5 economies in the world. Fragile 5. We had the good fortune to be in the big 5, leaving behind Canada, UK, and France. It is a matter of time, and I can say less than 2 years, the country will be big 3 economies of the world, ahead of Germany and Japan. So our Amrit Kal, which from every consideration is our Gaurav Kal, in a sense, laying foundation for a developed nation in 2047. National mood in the country is one of hope and possibility. And why not? We have seen unprecedented economic rise. Those who claim to know economy, who were part of dispensation, and who thought and put it in public domain that rise will not be more than 5.5%, did not respond when the rise was over 7.5%. Then we have exponential infrastructural growth that is envied by the world. Bharat Mandapam, Yashobhumi, new building of parliament, our expressways. Just imagine where we are. Even from a global benchmark, we are in big league. Then, well spread out digital penetration. The benefit is available in the village. In tier 2 cities, people are reaching to a level where they never imagined. They are reaping dividends of it. And then upsurge and emergence of new vistas and opportunities. Our young people today have an ecosystem where they can exploit their energy and talent, their potential, and realize their aspirations and dreams. Affirmative governance has made it possible. Friends, when we look at the world affairs, India's image was never that high, and it is rising. G20 will be remembered for epochal accomplishments. African Union became a member of G20. India became voice of Global South. I can keep on going. Many achievements were there. The entire world witnessed 5,000-old civilizational culture of this country. This is where we are. India in the world is the only constitutionally structured democracy that is at all levels, at the village level, at the municipal level, at the state level, at the central level. We have robust judicial system. In such a situation, we are obvious, I emphasize, India is obvious pacemaker for global peace and harmony. Friends and Mr. Sanjay Pugalia, in such a scenario, media is eminently suited to be an agent, to convey right perspectives, to understand India, rather than be prey to orchestrated narratives seeking to taint, tarnish, and demean our image and institutions. It is something which media needs to reflect and take proactive steps. Democratic values optimally blossom and flourish when there is equality before law, when there is accountable and transparent governance, where patronage, nepotism, and favoritism have no space. There was a time when these three pernicious tendencies dominated our working. But that, soothingly, is a matter of the past. Privileged pedigree has disappeared. Equality before law is writing on the wall. Those who thought they are immune to law, they are above law, they are different than others, have realized it to their pain. What can be greater pain to a human soul? Young boy and girl living in the largest democracy, that some people are more equal than others. They are more privileged. That system has gone. In the process, morale of our youth has gone up. Friends, global institutions earlier used to treat us the way they treat our neighbors and other countries. Get into reformist mode, take care of your economy. You need to understand this kind of working. What a big change. All global institutions without exception are praising India, applauding our growth, recognizing our historic achievements. Take any area, IMF, they say we are a bright star in global economy. We are a favorite destination of investment and opportunity. World Economic Forum has expressed confidence that India will be a developed nation in 2047. India is at the cusp of immense possibilities. It is no longer a nation with a potential or a sleeping giant. It is on the rise. The rise is unstoppable. The rise is incremental. And the growth story transcends beyond skeptics. All this is because the country has affirmative governance policies, visionary leadership, a determined leadership that sees nothing but execution. And the execution is in the shortest time and a ground reality. Inclusive development with unwavering perseverance. Just imagine if these steps had not been taken. Where would have been today? Look at the pandemic COVID. But earlier to that, there was a massive banking inclusion. Can you imagine 500 new bank accounts? People have not seen a bank. They thought it was difficult for them to have an account. They had. I don't wish to go to other social parameters, like every house has a gas connection, a fresh water tap, it has or it is on way to getting it, a toilet. Every village has a center where you can ensure delivery. Lines have disappeared. There was a time people used to take chutti. I'm sure Amitabh Kanji, you must have felt it. आज मुझे छुट्टी लेनी है क्योंकि मुझे बिजली का बिल जमा कराना है. आज मुझे छुट्टी लेनी है कि पासपोर्ट की एप्लीकेशन देनी है. We have transformed. We are in the big league of nations that have availed technology for rendering services. And this has contributed massively to transparent, accountable governance. India, friends, and media in particular needs to take note of it. We are amongst few countries in single digit that are extremely alive to the power of disruptive technologies. Our Quantum Computing Commission is in place. Green hydrogen mission. Allocation has been made of 6,000 crore for the earlier one, 19,000 crore for the second one. In artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, our focus is there. Gone are the days when we used to wait that technology will be developed in the West. We will be in the queue to get it. They will decide how much we get it. Circle is complete. India is now epicenter. India leads in harnessing these technologies. Media in such a scenario is an important factor, a great stakeholder in promoting these affirmative changes. It can contribute massively in building great Bharat, a Bharat of our dreams, foundation of which has been laid down in Amrit Kal. No nation, and now I'm coming to what media needs to do according to my perspective. No nation can grow without unflinching, steadfast, emanating from heart commitment to its nationalism and culture in all its facets. The spirit of nationalism must be deeply embedded in our thought process. How can we countenance some people compromising our nationalism? I appeal to media through you. You are an important media house. Economic nationalism is quintessentially fundamental to growth. If Bharat practices economic nationalism, just imagine we will save in billions drain of foreign exchange. Correspondingly, employment will be generated here. Entrepreneurship will blossom. If industry, commerce, and business decide that raw material will not leave our shores, there will be value addition. Things will go a long way. Media can do a great job. Media has a cutting role in imbibing the spirit of economic nationalism. Let me tell you, and everyone will agree with me, no fiscal gain can justify compromise of economic nationalism. We should not import an item which is available in the country. We need to subscribe to Sabdeshi, vocal for local. The moment we get an item manufactured in this country from outside, we do it only for fiscal gain. We must not yield to this temptation. Media today shapes public opinion, disseminates information, and wields influence over social discourse. It is main pillar of society and country. As fourth pillar of democracy, media credibility lies solely within its own control. It should be effective, and there ought to be no hindrance in its way while upholding high standards. Its smooth functioning is a collective responsibility shared by media, government, and society. Friends, media serves its cause best by being objective and not getting involved in politics. We know the ground reality. I will not reflect more on it. It should take all care and precaution so as not to become a battleground for partisan politics. Media cannot be a platform for free fall of untenable information. It damages our democratic fabric. It shatters individual reputations. It destroys institutions. If you start floating information without due diligence, it can wreck our economy, social fabric. How can we have a vibrant, robust democracy like ours that media will give wings to any kind of misinformation? It has to be neutralized, and that I'm sure media should be doing. We are living in times where public is extremely aware. Informed public is the spinal strength of democracy. Misinformation can be ruinous. Media is a natural watchdog to contain and curb such free fall of misinformation and falsehood. If media does not do it, then who will do it? There is urgent need for media and media houses to reflect and have a mechanism in this direction. Fearless, informed, independent media is the safest assurance to nurturing democracy. Let me tell you, I'll make one reference only. Citizen Amendment Act. Debate is taking place. It is in high decibel. It is orchestrated. And situation is crystal clear. Citizen Amendment Act does not deprive any Indian citizen of his or her citizenship. Citizen Amendment Act does not entitle any man or a woman presently living outside the country to get its benefit. Citizen Amendment Act is a reprieve to those persecuted who are in this country for more than a decade, and there are several decades also for some. Now, if you go by ethos, India has been a sanctuary, a place for those who have been persecuted over centuries, and an impression is generated differently. Media in such a situation has to play its role. Why role is not being played in proper perspective? Because partisan alignments. It is good to speak from a platform that media's ethics is this, but people practice it. I'll be quoting more trouble if I get into more details. And a smile by Mr. Amitabh Kant says that it is good to be discreet on occasions. Media cannot be a registered, recognized, or unrecognized political party. Media has to do its job. We saw a decade ago some people in the media leveraged decision-making of a high caliber. It went to the extent of positioning in the cabinet, in the government. Media should not be a power broker. Media has only to do its job. Fourth pillar of democracy is also accountable. I appeal to everyone in the media. We are having a Bharat today, home to 1/6 of humanity. The world is looking at us. The world is looking at us with hope, optimism, and confidence that Bharat is a stabilizing force. We have a visionary Prime Minister who has been invited by both the parties to a conflagration. We are vindicating our age-old ethos of peace and harmony. I am sure media will engage into self-regulation. I will appeal to media in particular. Our young journalists in the villages, in tier 2 towns, in states are doing a great job. They are excellent. They are human resource of unrivaled nature. India has a large category of veteran journalists. This group constitutes a global think tank. By and large, our journalists are ethically oriented. They are passionate about their work. When everything is right, how can pudding be spoiled by some? And that media should come forward by your self-regulation. Friends, tonight we came together to recognize the Indian of the Year. And I can tell you each one of them merits it. Let us not only applaud their achievements, but also recommit ourselves to the values they represent: integrity, resilience, and relentless pursuit of excellence. Let me tell you, it is not easy to be Indian of the Year. If you are doing outstandingly well, your peers are not kind to you. They will be epicenter to handicap your working through several ways. You can be collaterally damaged. If in such a scenario and challenge, if people have performed, it is our national duty to applaud them, praise them. Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, NDTV, for providing a platform to shine a spotlight on these remarkable individuals and organizations. Together, let us continue to build a stronger, more prosperous, and more inclusive India. And I can tell you, in conclusion, we are proud of our institutions. Executive, the world recognizes India's executive prowess, led by Shri Narendra Modi. The world recognizes power of our Indian judiciary, robust, effective, expeditious, independent. The world recognizes power of our legislature in states and in parliament. I therefore appeal to the fourth pillar of democracy that is performing well, but to come to that level, to be in sync, to ensure that marathon march of every Bharatiya marathon march for Bharatiya 2047 succeeds beyond our imagination. Thank you so much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका सर। और मैं एक बार आग्रह करना चाहूँगी हमारे तमाम अवार्ड विनर्स, तमाम उन लोगों से जिनको पुरस्कृत किया गया है कि आप मंच पर आएँ एक तस्वीर के लिए। उपराष्ट्रपति
अवार्ड विनर्स who have been honored so far come onto the stage for a photograph and a final sort of meeting with the Vice President. Come, please. You are all our real heroes this evening. A big round of applause for all of those who've been honored so far by the Vice President of India.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
ट्रैकिंग की बात से इनफैक्ट याद आया, गाइस, डिड यू नो कि आप अब ट्रैक कर सकते हैं अबाउट योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स ए हेल्दियर एनवायरनमेंट। बिकॉज अगर आप ऊबर यूज करते हैं तो आई एम श्योर आपको अभी पता होगा कि उसमें देयर इज एन ऑप्शन कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बुक कर सकते हैं इफ यू प्रेफर गोइंग सस्टेनेबल। लेकिन अब यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन आ गया है जहाँ पे आपको ऊबर दिखाता है कि आप क्या सेव कर रहे हैं कंपेयर टू अगर आप एक नॉर्मल व्हीकल में जाते हैं तो आप कितने कार्बन एमिशंस होने से रोक रहे हैं, और वो आपको दिखाता है इन फॉर्म ऑफ ट्रीज बीइंग प्लांटेड। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है जहाँ पे यू कैन कीप ट्रैक ऑफ योर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन, कि आप अपने डेली हैबिट्स में जब आप सुबह ऑफिस के लिए ऊबर ले रहे हैं, जब आप शाम को कहीं बाहर जा रहे हैं, अगर आप एक ईवी यूज़ करते हैं, सो हाउ मच एसेंशियली आर यू कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टुवर्ड्स द एनवायरनमेंट। दिस सर्विस इज लाइव नाउ इन मल्टीपल इंडियन सिटीज़। तो नेक्स्ट टाइम यू बुक एन ऊबर, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि अगर आप एक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल यूज़ करते हैं, इट विल kind of contribute towards the environment, or you can clearly track in form of number of trees being planted. So I'm sure normally we friends sometimes we see each other's Uber ratings कि किसको कितने स्टार मिले हैं, किसी की कितनी रेटिंग है। तो I'm sure going next this could be a thing that we all might track कि अच्छा मैंने कितने trees को plant किया by going electric या कौन आगे जीत रहा है. It's a nice thing. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact two different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are, of course, 5G smartphones. Interesting design, interesting configuration और काफ़ी fresh लग रहे हैं दोनों phones coming straight from Samsung. और यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a few things. सबसे पहले एक काफ़ी interesting और premium design. Second thing is amazing durability because यहाँ पे on the front and on the back what we have is Corning's Gorilla Glass Victus Plus. At the same time यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a complete awesome security suite along with awesome performance. So let's see up close कि आखिर इन दोनों phones में Samsung ने क्या कुछ पैक किया है.
रेडी हो जाइए फॉर कटिंग एज फीचर्स एंड ए सीमलेस एंड्रॉइड एक्सपीरियंस. सैमसंग ने इंडिया में ऑफिशियली डेब्यू किया है द गैलेक्सी A55 5G एंड गैलेक्सी A35 5G, bringing powerful performance and impressive technology to the popular A series lineup. Both devices boast stunning 6.6-inch Super AMOLED displays जो जाने जाते हैं for their vibrant colors and immersive visuals. With an ultra smooth 120 Hz refresh rate, you'll enjoy buttery transitions and log-free scrolling whether you're gaming या फिर catching up on shows. Plus, Corning Gorilla Glass Victus Plus offer करता है superior protection against those accidental drops and scratches. Capture your world with incredible detail. दोनों smartphones पैक करते हैं a triple rear camera setup with the A55 5G sporting a 50 megapixel primary sensor featuring optical image stabilization for blur-free shots, and the A35 5G भी disappoint नहीं करता है, offering its own OIS-equipped 50 megapixel primary camera with lenses that support versatility, stunning selfies and expandable storage. ये phones आपके photography game को definitely elevate करेंगे. You can now even leave your low battery anxiety behind because दोनों phones आते हैं massive 5000 mAh battery.
Do bear with us in just a moment. Mr. Manoj Gujran will be coming here to give the welcome address.
Gargi, if you allow, can I take over?
Sure, Arun.
Hi, a very warm welcome. My name is Arun Singh. And of course, we are honoring the best here, best Indians here. But what's the point of, honoring them? Why are they working? Why have they been putting their best to get that joy, to get happiness, right? So we'll just do something light-hearted and have some fun conversations here as we wait for our esteemed guest, Gargi, only if you allow. Shall we proceed?
Go ahead.
Okay, very quickly, there is one word which has been overused by poets, especially romantic poets. Can you guess, sir?
Dil.
Dil. Sure. Any other word? One word which has been overused by romantic poets.
By poets or?
Yeah.
Love.
Anything else? We've got dil, we've got love, of course, because it's romantic poetry.
But Arun, can you really overuse love?
Well, no, you can't. But there is one word which I didn't get from you guys. That's chand, right? Moon. मतलब मैं चांद पर जाऊंगा, ये कर दूंगा, वो कर दूंगा, लेकिन कोई चांद पर जरूर गया. Our ISRO scientists, please a huge round of applause for them. Only if you allow, ladies and gentlemen, I have just very quick, fun, light-hearted questions because we want to see the other side of you. My first question is, of course, we see you in that joyous moment every time you achieve that feat. But what is the unwinding sessions like? How do you guys celebrate is what my first question is.
We celebrate with family and friends.
No, I want to know what is the party like?
Our party life is very minimal.
Very minimal. That goes the same for you, ma'am?
Exactly. Like sharing and our moments with friends and family is the way we celebrate.
Okay. Any space-themed movie that you like? Sir, I'll go to you. Any space-themed movie that is your favorite?
So the Mars one of the film was a favorite movie.
Okay. And if there was a film to be made on Chandrayaan 3, who would you want to see in the film?
I'll pass on this question to madam.
Very convenient. We'll go to the ladies. Ma'am, please. Who would you want to see?
Deepika Padukone.
Deepika Padukone. Congratulations, Deepika Padukone. Well, there has been a suggestion right from the horse's mouth. And ma'am, you, what would be your name?
No, before name, yeah, it's a very potential subject for a good movie to be done. Whoever does it, I wish them all the best, and it should be portrayed in the best of its way, both the direction as well as the cast. So that's what I expect.
Okay. What about you, sir?
Amitabh Bachchan.
Wow. That's a big name. Let's have a huge round of applause on that.
Can I call him?
Of course. In the end, I'll just close this with one superpower that you would like to have. Of course, you have one, which is science, and we've seen the example of it. One superpower that you wish you had.
Harmony. Harmony.
How sweet. Huge round of applause for ma'am. What about you, doctor?
Oh, like proper balancing.
Okay. You, sir?
Time management.
Lastly, you, sir?
Harmony is the best answer.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for our scientists who actually made going on the moon absolutely a reality, and वो वाकई जो शायर जिस चांद की बात करते हैं उन्हें ये लेकर आए हैं. And I now toss back to you, Gargi. Thank you, guys.
That was a lovely little interlude, and we hope Chandrayaan 3 does get made, that film, and Deepika Padukone agrees to act in it. I'd now like to call on stage Mr. Manoj Gujran, Chief Compliance Officer and Head, Legal and CSR, Poonawalla FinCorp. Thank you so much, sir, for the welcome address.
Thank you, Gargi. Good evening, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here today at the NDTV Indian of the Year Awards. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji, for gracing the occasion. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister for Railways, Communications, Electronics and Information Technology, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, for gracing the occasion with his esteemed presence despite the busy schedule. I would also like to thank all the esteemed dignitaries, honorable union ministers and chief ministers of various states for attending this event. I also express my gratitude to Shri Sanjay Pugalia ji, Shri Senthil ji and the entire team of NDTV for organizing this event. This is a great initiative by NDTV which honors extraordinary Indians from various fields who have truly made a remarkable contribution and have had a profound impact on the nation. They have not only strengthened the foundation of our society, but also helped build brand Bharat. I congratulate all of them who will be awarded this evening. Since this event is all about celebrating the great achievements of people who have made India proud, I would like to take a moment and thank our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for transforming Bharat. Under his visionary leadership, we have come a long way on the global economic platform and are at the cusp of becoming the third largest economy. Digital India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, Startup India, and the Atal Innovation Mission are some of the great initiatives of our government, which are fueling inclusive growth and promoting the culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. Honorable Prime Minister's far-sighted approach has propelled India to be a global hub of manufacturing and technology, harnessing the power of digital solutions. I would like to laud the work of Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji. Under his dynamic leadership, we are seeing the transformation of Indian railways like never before. And the way he is guiding the nation and working tirelessly towards making Bharat a design and manufacturing hub of semiconductors, which is a true testament to Atmanirbhar Bharat. I am confident that Bharat will be a global chip powerhouse soon and is heading towards the right direction in achieving the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. At Poonawalla FinCorp, we believe in enabling the dreams of millions of our customers who are contributing towards the growth of the nation. With deep investment in technology and innovation, we strive to create endless possibilities each time and partner in the growth journey of our customers. Trust, integrity, transparency, and excellence are at the core of our institution. Poonawalla FinCorp is a compliance-resilient organization with focus on good corporate governance. We are leaving no stone unturned in building a robust risk framework with the integration of technology and innovation. Our vision is to be the most trusted, ethical, and transparent financial services brand and help individuals and businesses achieve more by offering best-in-class customer-centric products and solutions. As I conclude, I once again thank NDTV for conceptualizing this magnificent event and allowing me to share my thoughts. My best wishes to all the awardees for the future. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for those words.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। और आपने ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव इंडिया की बात की, तो आज हम बदलाव की शक्ति के रूप में भारत और भारतीयता का समारोह मना रहे हैं। हर जगह ये बदलाव देखने को मिल रहा है और इस बदलाव की ताकत हम महसूस कर रहे हैं हमारे लोकतंत्र में, जिसमें अलग अलग समुदायों का सशक्तिकरण हुआ है, हमारी तकनीक में, भारत की डिजिटल क्रांति में, खेलों में और विचारों की दुनिया में भी। और सबसे ज़्यादा बदलाव ये देखने को मिल रहा है जो शक्ति है महिलाओं की उसमें।
Well, tonight we celebrate India as a transformative power, the transformative power of democracy and empowering communities, the transformative power of technology, the transformative power of ideas, and of course India's digital revolution, amongst the biggest transformations, in fact, that the world is seeing. I'm delighted to call on the stage Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister for Railways, Communications, Electronics and Information Technology. Come, sir, let's have a quick chat, and thank you so much for being with us. Come. Hi, how are you? Great. Wonderful to have you, Minister, with us today.
Same here, man.
Why do we in India need to have such a strong base in semiconductors?
Okay, good question to start with. Listen, semiconductor basically forms one of the foundational industries. Practically everything that we manufacture today and practically everything that we use today has semiconductors in it. To put it in a very simple way, everything that is switched on and switched off has some chip in it. So if we want to grow our manufacturing base, if we want to be Atmanirbhar in manufacturing, Atmanirbhar in our supply chains, have resilient supply chains, we need to have semiconductor. Now, we have a very strong semiconductor design ecosystem in our country. So it's very natural that the next item in the value chain, which is semiconductor fabrication, and the third one, which is semiconductor ATMP, all the three parts of the value chain must be there in the country. And who else is better positioned than us? We have huge talent. Close to 30% of the global semiconductor talent is in India.
Yeah.
Recently, I had gone and met about 45 odd semiconductor companies. Practically every company, the CTO was an Indian expat in the valley.
Right.
Every practically every R&D organization in semiconductor industry is run by Indians. Why shouldn't we have the semiconductor industry here in India? We should.
Sure.
And this is something which our country has been trying for more than 4 decades. The first attempts were made in early 1960s, 1962, 65, 70s, then 80s, then 90s, 2000s, 2010s. Practically lots and lots of efforts were made, and finally it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji who has succeeded in getting it.
And it's set to actually take off in a huge way. One of the most interesting themes now is, of course, artificial intelligence. But then with the use of AI, whether it's in apps, there is always a danger. We keep talking about deep fakes. There is also policy which is required. Tell us about your concerns about the ethical use of AI and what we in India are doing, what the government is doing to ensure that that takes place.
See, AI has both very good, lots and lots of benefits, and there are some serious risks, serious concerns. And the whole construct of our internet today has to be seen in that. So the way we are working on AI is, one, we need to have very strong opportunities to be created for our youth, for our startups in the new emerging field. Two, there are many applications of AI, for example, in agriculture, for example, in pharmaceuticals, in biotech, in weather forecasting. We definitely would like to get the benefits of AI in these sectors. Three, the harms that can be caused to society, especially using deepfakes, misinformation, that must be controlled, and I think we need a new law in this case. We are very widely consulting with the industry and stakeholders, and right now we are in the election process, so I cannot say anything, but immediately after the election process, we must work on a new law on this.
You spoke about misinformation very briefly. The government has been trying to push fact checkers to government fact checkers to ensure that what actually exists online is fair, it's correct. But then there is criticism in a sense of that as well, with people saying that should the government necessarily be fact-checking issues which may be debatable and uncomfortable for the government? How would you respond?
Absolutely not. See, facts are facts, opinions are opinions. I'll give you one example. Recently, one of the opposition parties' handles, they posted something on Twitter saying that passenger transportation, number of passengers in Indian Railways has reduced by 80%. Now, if somebody puts this kind of misinformation, how would you tackle it? You'll have to ask the Ministry of Railways what is the exact number, what is the accurate number.
Yeah.
If there is a question related to the central government, who is best placed to answer that question about the fact? Central government. If there is a question about NDTV, who's best placed to answer
Sanjay,
that?
he's sitting right there.
So it's NDTV, right? So our proposal and our notification was very limited. It was limited to facts related to, data related to central government work. That has to be clarified by the central government. If there is something related to the state governments, then the state governments have to set up their own units. Unfortunately, that has been stayed by the Supreme Court. We respect Honorable Supreme Court's orders, but I think it was very genuine and very well thought through idea of having one central government agency to clarify on items, on data relating to the central government ministries.
I'd like to ask you now to put on your hat as Railways Minister. That's another increasingly high-tech area. One of the most sort of interesting and areas which might result in huge economic benefits is the bullet train. We were talking about it a couple of months back. It's not really been in the news too much in the recent past. Where exactly is the bullet train and what are the economic benefits?
The bullet train is progressing very well. As we speak, I think we have covered almost 284 kilometers, 8 rivers, bridges we have completed. Stations are on the verge of completion. The Maharashtra section also is now progressing very rapidly. The first undersea tunnel work has already started. So the progress is very good. And we should not look at bullet trains simply as a transportation project. It has to be seen from integrating economies. I'll give you the example of Japan. The first bullet train in Japan was commissioned in 1960s, 1969 or 1970. If you look at that bullet train, basically starting from, let's say, Tokyo, Nagoya, Kyoto, Kobe, and Osaka, these 5 major economies, they get integrated into one economy. Same thing will happen in India in the first corridor that we are doing here. From Mumbai, Thane, Vapi, Baroda, Surat, Anand, and Ahmedabad. All these economies will become one single economy. So you can have breakfast in Surat, go and complete your work in Mumbai, and come back and have dinner with your family in the night. So that's the power of the economy.
And would the fares undercut airfares?
Most of the places wherever bullet train projects have gone, practically bullet trains have taken 90+% transportation share. For example, in Japan, between Tokyo and Osaka, I would guess it is something like 96-97% by bullet train and 5% by other modes.
One of your biggest areas of focus for you and any minister, of course, holding the portfolio of railways is safety. This is also technology intensive. There have been systems in place to ensure that there isn't any possibility of 2 trains coming together on the same track. But that technology hasn't been fully deployed in quite the manner in which we would like. When would there be 100% compliance to make us all safer in the railways?
See, in railway, most of the large railway systems of the world, they shifted to automatic train protection when the speeds started increasing from 70s to 100. Because when you're traveling at 100 kmph, then the ability for a loco pilot to see the signal physically reduces dramatically, because one passes in a absolutely like a very small fraction of a minute. So around 1980s and early 1990s, most of the world's railways, they shifted to a technology called automatic train protection, ATP, we call it in short. Unfortunately, the governments of that period, 1980s, 1990s, 2000s, and 2010, those governments, they never cared about the safety of railways. It was in 2016 when the ATP in India was approved by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. He approved it 2016 to 2019, certification process happened. Then of course COVID came, but still a lot of work was happening in parallel. And now we have very good progress to show, close to 4,000 kilometers of, and again, it's not like simply putting a device in a train. It's a very complex system. It is like setting up a complete telecom network along the railway lines, setting up many data centers along the railway lines, integrating with the signal. It's really complex. So our Kavach system today, we have done about 4,500 odd kilometers of optical fiber cables. We have done about 800 odd telecom towers already. About 600 odd stations are, the data centers have been prepared, station signal integration has been done. Progress is very fast, very rapid, and the manufacturing and design ecosystem is also getting developed. So as we speak, it's like, it's on the verge when we can see exponential rollout.
One final question, going back to the entire issue of tech. India is seen as a startup phenomena in the world. We've seen a startup Mahakumbh taking place just day before yesterday. One of the most impressive aspects of this is that upwards of 45% of all startups now are led by women. How is this about empowerment at so many levels? Number one, women. Number two, tier 3 cities. It's not just an urban phenomenon, as it were.
One of the good parts of the startup policies, Startup India, is that we have set up many distributed incubators, which basically means that incubators are not limited to a few IITs. Incubators are now spread across the country in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Then the way our startup ecosystem has evolved in the last 10 years, the focus has been on getting real solutions, focus has been on solving real problems. And India offers basically an opportunity to solve problems at population scale. Where else in the world will you get an opportunity to solve something at a billion-plus scale, right? And our government has always focused on giving equal opportunities to women, to equal opportunities to smaller towns. In a sense, if you look at it, the basic construct of technology is to democratize technology. The way UPI was done. So for example, if you look at technology in many other geographies, I wouldn't take any names, technology is basically controlled by a few big tech. Whereas in India, we have created, our Prime Minister Modi ji's clear focus was on democratizing technology. Technology should be accessible to everybody. It should be openly accessible. It should be like interoperable. So that's why most of the things that we have done, whether it is UPI, whether it is Aadhaar, whether it is the healthcare system that we are creating, whether it is the logistics platform that we are creating, all these are platforms where everybody can join and create solutions. So that is one of the reasons why we are seeing very good traction in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities and among all sections of the society.
Are some companies potentially getting ahead of themselves? The reason I ask is because we've seen some big startups also failing financially now, cases against them, financially floundering. In as much as we encourage this space and the sector, do we need to be more cautious about what companies can and cannot achieve?
Absolutely. For every business, for every enterprise, for every organization, it's very important to be absolutely aware of what the legal constructs are, what the regulatory environment is, how the customers should be treated. All those things are kind of basic, elementary. I think every business, whether it's a startup or whether it's an established business, we should all be concerned and we should all look at all in a sense, our responsibility towards the society.
Minister, it's been wonderful speaking to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vishnu, for being with us. Thank you very much indeed. Come. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Come.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this has been an extremely momentous occasion for all of us. NDTV Indian of the Year has seen the presence of such incredible people who have done so much in their fields and taken India to incredible heights. And one such person who's here with me to talk about her journey and what she has brought to the table, Suvarna Raj. Ma'am, सबसे पहले NDTV Indian of the Year में आने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद. First of all, every one of us, we want to know about a little bit about your journey, where it started and what prompted you to get into sports.
सबसे पहले तो सबको धन्यवाद. एंड जो मेरी जर्नी है, अगर मैं उसकी बात करूं, तो जब 2 साल की थी, जब पता भी नहीं था कि मुझे पोलियो हुआ है, तो सडनली एक कहते हैं ना, परिवार के लिए एक उस चीज़ को एक्सेप्ट करना बड़ा भारी पड़ गया था. क्योंकि होता है कि आपके अगर 4 बच्चे हैं और 4 में से अगर एक बच्चा सडनली व्हीलचेयर पे आ जाता है, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो पूरी फैमिली जो है वो मेंटली डिसेबल्ड हो जाती है. क्योंकि अगर लड़की है तो सबसे पहला ख्याल जो माँ बाप के मन में आता है वो होता है कि शादी कब होगी या शादी कैसे होगी. सेकेंडली अगर लड़का है तो इसका एजुकेशन कैसे होगा या फिर और भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें. तो मेरे साथ तो डबल डिस्क्रिमिनेशन रहा है बचपन से ही. मुझे आज भी याद है, मुझे खुद को प्रूव करने के लिए मेरी एज के 33 इयर्स लग गए. जब मैं 33 इयर्स की थी और मुझे फर्स्ट नेशनल अवार्ड बाय प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया मिला, तब मैंने अपने पेरेंट्स को प्राउड फील कराया कि यस, मैं भी हूँ, कि आप ही का एक पार्ट हूँ और आप ही के जैसे 3 बच्चे और हैं वैसे ही मैं हूँ. और मैंने भी ये प्रूव करके दिखाया है कि यस, मैं भी सोसाइटी में एक टैक्स पेयर बन सकती हूँ. बिकॉज वी हैव 1 करोड़ वोटर्स नाउ इन पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी. सो मैं यही चाहती हूँ कि सोसाइटी जो है वो सिंपैथी की तरफ से देखे ही ना ही वो स्टीरियोटाइप जो सोच है ना, बेचारा एंड बेचारी, हम उससे कहीं बेहतर और कहीं आगे निकल चुके हैं, जिसका उदाहरण हम सेट कर चुके हैं चाहे इन पैरा ओलंपिक्स एंड ओलंपिक्स. अगर हम दोनों का अगर वो करें कि ओलंपिक्स में अगर 19 है तो 7 है, तो पैरा ओलंपिक्स में 19 मेडल्स है, और एशियन में अगर 100 100 है तो पैरा एशियन में 111 है। तो कहीं ना कहीं चाहे वो एजुकेशन का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे वो कल्चरल हो, चाहे वो कोई भी क्षेत्र हो, अभी तो हमने दिखाया है कि कांट का टी हटाना और कांट को कैन में बदलना हमारे लिए कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं रही है। बस आपकी जो सोच है वो हमें चाहिए। जैसे अगर हम स्मार्ट सिटी की बात करते हैं, मैं एक्सेसिबल इंडिया कैंपेन के अंडर एक्सेस ऑडिटर भी हूँ, एक इंटरनेशनल एथलीट भी हूँ, इंडिया को अभी भी रिप्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ और मेरा सपना है एक ओलंपिक मेडल लेना और फुल्ली मेक्स इंडिया फुल्ली एक्सेसिबल। ये दो सपने के साथ में जी रही हूँ। तो अब अगर हम स्मार्ट सिटी की बात करते हैं तो स्मार्ट सिटी के लिए मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि पहले सोच को स्मार्ट बनाइए, सिटी अपने आप स्मार्ट बन जाएगी। क्योंकि जब स्टीरियोटाइप सोच निकल जाएगी तो आई थिंक हम उससे कहीं ज़्यादा आगे निकल पाएंगे।
Absolutely, ma'am. A huge round of applause, Sir Suvarna Raj. Let's go back to Gargi and Veera, who are waiting for us to take this forward.
Thank
Veera,
you so
back
much
to
for
you.
that, Osama, and lovely to hear Suvarna Raj speak out on all these issues.
What a message.
Yes,
Think
absolutely.
smart to make smart cities.
Absolutely. Well, our next category in this Indian of the Year function is Entrepreneur of the Year Award.
That's right, Gargi. For a young and aspirational India, the quest is no longer about finding jobs as it was a few generations ago. It's about creating them, the ability and desire to take risks and chase a dream no matter what the barriers is what defines the spirit of entrepreneurship.
And to give the Entrepreneur of the Year Award, I'd like to invite back on stage Minister Ashwini Vaishnav and Senthil Chengal Varyan, Executive Director, NDTV.
And there, though.
And the envelope, yes, please.
Okay. Entrepreneur of the Year is? Some guesses? Deepinder Goyal.
Well, Deepinder Goyal, the man we literally think of when we're all hungry.
Yes.
An alumnus of IIT Delhi and the CEO of Zomato, one of the world's leading food delivery and restaurant discovery platforms. The man who delivers to a hungry India on time.
Absolutely, and it's 15 years old now, this Zomato, and of course we order from it all the time. And Deepinder, we were wondering whether you would wear green or red today when you came for the function.
But you've come in white.
Very neutral, very safe.
But you know, jokes apart, success isn't delivered on Zomato. It's something that India is hungry for. What's your message to a hungry young India which wants success of your kind?
I come from a very small town in Punjab. So I think the only message is no matter where you're born, no matter what background you come from, you can actually make it. So, and I think this is just a start.
I also want to appreciate the fact that, I know you were joking about what color you'd wear, but you made a certain announcement, and there was criticism, there were a lot of comments, and you took it in your stride. And
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A stronger health system in a country can lead to better outcomes on the economic growth front. Congratulations to the Public Health Foundation of India, ranked second in a global list of schools of public health.
Well, we are really talking about creating a healthy society. You can't have a population which is either sick or non-productive and expect the economy to really grow. Well, climate change is already bringing in many health challenges to us in India. We are going to be seeing, for example, non-communicable diseases because again of heat as well as water stress, we're going to see a lot more people having strokes, heart attacks, kidney failure, cancers.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now for my favorite section about this episode because हम हमेशा जब Q&A की बात करते हैं so ask TG is the thing जो मुझे बहुत पसंद आती है because I get to answer all your questions. So let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या-क्या questions हैं.
Hi TG, which is the better phone between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance?
Okay, so you have asked that आपको जानना है which is the better device between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance. So let me get this straight. In terms of camera, Xiaomi might jump slightly ahead of the OnePlus 12. Not by a huge margin, but like let's say slightly ahead. But if I were to recommend you an overall good product in terms of camera, performance, software, you know, like everything combined, I would recommend OnePlus 12 over the
Welcome back. In important news, Arvind Kejriwal has moved the Delhi High Court, challenging both his arrest as well as remand order, which sent him to a 7-day custody. He has moved the Delhi High Court, seeking an urgent hearing in the matter. Now, remember, this is crucial because Arvind Kejriwal is currently in the Enforcement Directorate's custody. The Rouse Avenue Court in the National Capital sent Arvind Kejriwal to a 7-day custody, while the Enforcement Directorate had asked or had sought a 10-day custody. Now, what's also important is that Arvind Kejriwal has argued that the arrest and the remand order both are illegal and unconstitutional, and he's entitled to an immediate release. Ishika Verma, my colleague, is now joining us live. So, Ishika, this is extremely important because on the one hand, you have Arvind Kejriwal moving the Delhi High Court, saying that he wants an immediate release and he's entitled to an immediate release. And on the other hand, you have the Aam Aadmi Party also knocking on the doors of the Election Commission, saying that they need to intervene as well because this is in violation of the Model Code of Conduct. So, clearly the Aam Aadmi Party sort of committed that Arvind Kejriwal will remain the Chief Minister.
Well, yes, certainly that looks like Vedant, because certainly, as you mentioned, now the breaking that we are getting is that, Arvind Kejriwal has moved to Delhi High Court for an urgent hearing in the matter, because he has challenged not just his arrest, he has also challenged the remand order that had sent him to a 7-day ED custody. He has said that both of these are illegal and unconstitutional, and in fact, he should be, released immediately. Now, this certainly comes at a time when today Enforcement Directorate has got an extension of 3 days of, K. Kavita's custody as well. But certainly, when we go back to the hearing of, of his remand application, certainly at that time we did see how Kejriwal's counsel had challenged his grounds of arrest. In fact, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who was appearing for Arvind Kejriwal, he had said that these grounds of, these grounds that are being mentioned by the Enforcement Directorate, they can be the grounds for his questioning, they can be the grounds for his interrogation, but they certainly cannot be the ground for his arrest. So certainly now, it becomes very important that whether or not will Arvind Kejriwal be getting an urgent hearing for tomorrow. And as you rightly mentioned, we also saw, how Atishi said, that Arvind Kejriwal will remain the Delhi Chief Minister. So certainly what we are seeing, that Aam Aadmi Party is going, for all to take Arvind Kejriwal out of the ED custody so that he can remain the Chief Minister of Delhi. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, thanks very much for joining us. With that, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party sort of ramping up its protests as well across the national capital, saying that the arrest is illegal and also that this is a murder of democracy. In fact, the Election Commission has been requested by the Aam Aadmi Party to intervene because this arrest has come amid the Model Code of Conduct. In other news now, well, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has moved the Supreme Court asking the centre to, in a sense, release immediate NDRF funds given the depleting groundwater levels in Karnataka. Remember, the Bengaluru water crisis is something that has been a big sort of pain point for residents in posh areas in Bengaluru. So Siddaramaiah has said that both the central government as well as the state government are responsible for the situation in Karnataka. So important development there, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. In fact, earlier it's also interesting how the Congress government had said that, well, the situation is absolutely under control and fine as far as Karnataka is concerned, as far as Bengaluru is concerned, and that had sort of triggered all sorts of responses. But now Siddaramaiah moving the Supreme Court. My colleague Pratibha is now joining us live on the phone line. So Pratibha, important there. So the state government, in a sense, placing the onus both on the central government and the state government for the water crisis in Karnataka.
Well, this is not the first time that the Chief Minister of Karnataka has been talking about how the centre hasn't really come to the aid of the state in terms of its drought, and that right since October they have been submitting memorandums seeking drought relief funds. According to government, 220 taluks of the state are declared as drought hit, and there is loss of crops in more than 48 lakh hectares. So Siddaramaiah claims that despite these three memorandums that were given, no concrete reply or any kind of aid that have been given or offered by the centre, which is precisely why it has urged the state government to move the Supreme Court, filing a writ petition of sorts, seeking the NDRF fund in this particular case. All eyes are on what kind of response we would receive from the centre at this point in time, especially with the state versus centre tussle that is on ahead of the Lok Sabha election.
Right, Pratibha, thanks very much for joining us with that. So no end to the Bengaluru water crisis as of now. In other news now, well, there seems to be trouble for the Sukhu government in Himachal Pradesh. This has 6 erstwhile Congress MLAs as well as 3 independents have joined the BJP now. So the numbers game now interesting, even though it's important to point out here that the Congress is well above the majority mark, the magic number there in Himachal Pradesh. But what's important here is that this comes just close on the heels of the drama that unfolded in Himachal Pradesh during the Rajya Sabha polls. Also, BJP MP Harsh Mahajan has told my colleague Vasudha that the party is in touch with more MLAs. So, well, the challenge certainly for Sukhu is to keep the flock intact ahead of the June bypolls and the Lok Sabha polls.
Joining me now is BJP MP from Himachal Pradesh, Harsh Mahajan. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. How do you see the joining of 9 MLAs, of them 3 independents, and what was the need to get them to resign first? Because independents could have gone to any party.
Yeah, the need is for the 9 MLAs is that they are quite disillusioned with the party there, and there's no development at all. And there's so many dissidents in the party itself that they came over to this BJP, and their faith in Mr. Narendra Modi and his team is that's what pulled them to the BJP. And the part of these 3 MLAs who were independent, उनका ऐसा था कि although they didn't need to resign, but they were not part and parcel of any party. But now the thing is that with joining the BJP, they'll be getting the BJP ticket and re-electing as part of the BJP. So the strength of the BJP Vidhayak Dal will increase. And so with 9 people coming now, we are evenly placed. But we are more in touch with other people also.
Moving now to the battle in Maharashtra. Well, elections certainly are going to be very interesting in Maharashtra. And one of the most interesting battles is that of Baramati, where this time it's going to be Ajit Pawar's wife versus his cousin. And this, as Baramati, remember, is known as Sharad Pawar's stronghold. So it's going to be Supriya Sule versus Sunetra Pawar. My colleague Jitendra Dikshit caught up with Sunetra Pawar on the campaign trail. Listen in.
बारामती के अलग अलग इलाकों में सुनेत्रा पवार जी घूम कर लोगों से मुलाकात कर रही हैं, एक जनसंपर्क अभियान चला रही हैं। इनसे जानते हैं सुनेत्रा जी किस तरह का संदेश आप लोगों को दे रही हैं उनसे मिलकर।
अभी आपको पता है कि लोकसभा की इलेक्शन लगे हैं, संदेश आने हम मिल रहे हैं हर कोई जनता से, और संदेश दे रहे कि संभाव्य जो उम्मीदवार है, लोगों ने हमको चुना है, तो उनको मेरे बारे में कुछ पता नहीं है, तो जाके मिल रहे हैं हम लोग।
जी, तो लोग अपनी समस्याएं भी आपको बता रहे हैं, और आपने कुछ उनको आश्वासन भी दिया है कि आगे किस तरह से उनकी जो समस्या का निराकरण है उसके लिए आप किस तरह से प्रयासरत रहेंगी, प्रयास करेंगे।
जी, क्योंकि जहाँ भी जाते हैं वहाँ कोई ना कोई समस्याएं आती है। अभी आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ आए हैं, यहाँ तो पानी की समस्या बहुत बुरी।
I would like to now call Nikunj Garg, Senior Managing Editor, NDTV 24/7, on the stage for an interaction with the Goa Chief Minister.
Please.
Nikunj. Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Please. Thank you.
Dr. Sawant, सबसे पहले thank you very much for coming. I know it's the busiest time for politicians, and it is the busiest time for the Chief Minister. Thank you very much that you have taken this time out for NDTV, for our viewers. We sit here at a very critical time. I'll speak to you about that later. But Dr. Saab, सबसे पहले मैं आपसे ये पूछता हूँ कि स्मॉल स्टेट
पूछने से पहले मैं एनडीटीवी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि द बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग द स्मॉलेस्ट स्टेट अवार्ड जो गोवा को मिला, इसके लिए मैं एनडीटीवी को गोवा की सरकार की तरफ से, गोवा के लोगों की तरफ से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब। डॉक्टर साहब, मैं सबसे पहले आपसे ये पूछता हूँ कि गोवा को लगातार आपके टर्म में, ये सेकेंड टर्म है आपका, यू आर सेकेंड टर्म चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ गोवा, सिलसिलेवार एज बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग स्मॉल स्टेट का अवार्ड मिला है, एंड आज ये उसी कड़ी में अगला स्टेप है क्या ऐसा किया आपने रिवाइव करने के लिए? ऑब्वियसली एक बहुत टफ टाइम था, इट वाज अ ब्लैक स्वॉन इवेंट जब आपने चेयर संभाली और कोविड हुआ, और गोवा जैसे स्टेट जिसकी सारी इकोनॉमी डिपेंडेंट है टूरिज्म के ऊपर, मतलब बल्क इकोनॉमी का टूरिज्म पे डिपेंडेंट है, और फिर माइनिंग की बात होती है, तो दोनों ही पे बड़ा भारी इम्पैक्ट पड़ा था जब आप मुख्यमंत्री बने थे। और एक दफ़ा तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि कहीं गोवा की इकोनॉमी कहीं पूरी तरह से चरमरा ना जाए। वहाँ से किस तरह से आपने स्टेट की इकोनॉमी को और स्टेट के बाकी सारे सोशल फैक्टर्स को रिवाइव किया, क्या काम किया उसके पीछे डॉक्टर साहब?
जैसे 2019 में मैं चीफ मिनिस्टर की कुर्सी संभाली, तब कोविड का कार्यकाल स्टार्ट हुआ तुरंत ही 7-8 महीने के बाद ही, और ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत की जो एक सभी को अनाउंस किया, उसी के तहत द स्वयंपूर्ण गोवा मिशन हमने स्टार्ट कर दिया। तो स्वयंपूर्ण गोवा मिशन के अंतर्गत हर एक चीज़ रिवाइव करना हमने स्टार्ट कर दिया। तो फिर वी हैव स्टार्टेड द फाइनेंशियल रिवाइविंग ऑल्सो, वी हैव रीस्ट्रक्चर्ड ऑल द लोन, we have started the restructuring of the loan, जो यानी the big जो interest था, which is we have brought to the smaller interest loan. We have taken the RIDF loan, Rural Infrastructure Development Loan, through the NABARD, through the CDB. इस तरह के लोन जो infrastructure development, otherwise हमेशा के लिए we are going for the bigger loan, which is 7 to 8% of the loans from all the bankers. We have revived and we have come to the 3 to 4%, approximately the 2.5% loan also. जब मैं स्टेट की चीफ मिनिस्टर बना तो ओनली हार्डली द मीन्स नाबार्ड की तरफ से रूरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लोन बहुत ही कम लिया था, तो अब टारगेट तो अपना 500 करोड़ ऑफ लोन तक हम ले सकते थे। दैट इज द रिवाइवल इज द फर्स्ट, सो दैट वी गॉट द रिलीफ। Then we have got each and every scheme from the government of India, which is in the infrastructure development and also in the human resource development. We have tapped all the central funds to the state, so that we have given the boost to develop the infrastructure development. उससे हम अच्छी तरह से infrastructure develop कर सकें। The third thing, the COVID के कार्यकाल में the tourism revive करने के लिए सभी डरते थे, यानी tourism start किया जाए या नहीं किया जाए। यानी COVID के हमने 100% वैक्सीनेशन के बाद तुरंत ही देश में पहला स्टेट जो टूरिज्म स्टार्ट किया, ओपन किया लोगों के लिए, वो गोवा स्टेट था। इसलिए सभी लोग कहने मैक्सिमम द टूरिस्ट हैव स्टार्टेड कमिंग टू अगेन द स्टेट। एंड द फोर्थ वन, जब माइनिंग पूरी तरह से बंद हो चुकी थी, तो द 3 तरह से द ई ऑक्शनिंग ऑफ द बचा हुआ और द डंप ऑक्शनिंग एंड नाउ द लीज ऑक्शनिंग, ये इकोनॉमी रिवाइव करने से वी आर गेटिंग द गुड सफिशिएंट फंड्स, द रेवेन्यू कलेक्शन स्टार्ट हुआ। सो ऑल्सो आई हैव रिवाइज्ड द वेरियस एंड जो नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू भी था, उसमें छोटी सी परसेंटेज पे रिवाइव करने के बाद भी बड़ा रेवेन्यू स्टेट के लिए आता है। सो दैट इज़ पॉसिबल फॉर मी टू रिवाइविंग द इकोनॉमिक और इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म से। और रेस्ट ऑल वी हैव गिवन द ईज ऑफ डूइंग द बिजनेस इन ऑल द वे, फ्रॉम द टूरिज्म सेक्टर से लेके इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर्स को, सभी को जो ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग द बिजनेस, इससे नॉट ओनली द रैंकिंग बढ़ाना बट एक्चुअल फील्ड पे ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग द बिजनेस, मुझे लगता है विच इज़ ऑल्सो गिवन द बूस्ट फॉर द गोवन इकोनॉमी। सो द माइनिंग, टूरिज्म एंड इंडस्ट्री, जिस तीनों सेक्टर से, और द इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म विच वी हैव, द स्ट्रक्चर रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग ऑफ द लोन, एंड सेकेंड वन इज एन जो हमने using the various resources, single term uses from the different banks, that is also help for the government to revive the economy.
डॉक्टर साहब, सीरियस बातें तो मैं आपसे बाद में करूंगा, पहले एक बात कर लेता हूं कि यहाँ जितने भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं, ये यहाँ तो गोवा जाना चाहते हैं या गोवा होके आ रहे हैं, तो गोवा की इकोनॉमी
जो जाना चाहते हैं उनको मैं वेलकम करता हूं, और जो जाके आए वो और एक बार होके आ जाए, क्योंकि अभी तो बहुत सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चेंजेस, अभी द सेकेंड एयरपोर्ट आ गया है विद द जुआरी ब्रिज। पहले जुआरी ब्रिज के लिए बहुत ही कंजेशन होता था, लोगों को 1-1 घंटा रोड ब्लॉकेज होती थी, अभी किसी को रोड ब्लॉकेज भी नहीं मिलेगी। और द सेकेंड न्यू एयरपोर्ट विच इज मनोहर इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट विच वेलकम्स गोवा को, सभी वेलकम करते हैं।
तो मैं ये कह रहा था डॉक्टर साहब कि गोवा एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ पे हर आदमी टूरिज्म के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, रिलैक्सेशन के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, और अब तो काम के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी ने ऐसा पॉसिबल कर दिया है कि पीपल कैन एक्चुअली वर्क फ्रॉम गोवा एंड बी कनेक्टेड टू एनीवेयर, एनी पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, इन एनी फर्म और एनी कंपनी। सो डॉक्टर साहब, ये जो एक वर्क फ्रॉम गोवा वाला सेगमेंट है,
उसके लिए एक डिजिटल इकोनॉमी को स्ट्रेंथन करने की ज़रूरत है टूरिज़्म के अलावा। और आपकी सरकार ने, जैसा कि मैं देख रहा हूँ, उस पर डिजिटल इकोनॉमी पे काफ़ी काम किया है। स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन के अंदर में पैंजिम को वो डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी और भी बूस्ट करने की बात थी, उसमें क्या प्रोग्रेस है डॉक्टर सावंत अभी तक, और कितना काम हो गया है और कितना काम अभी होना बाकी है, ताकि ये सब लोग जो हैं अभी तक जो गोवा टूरिज्म के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से जा रहे हैं, ये थोड़ा काम करने के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी जा सकें।
एक्चुअल गोवा का हर विलेज, पंचायत, हर गांव तो कनेक्टेड है डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी से। आज भी हर कोस्टल बीच और ये सब कुछ कनेक्टेड है। रही बात स्मार्ट सिटी की, तो डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी हर घर फाइबर जो पैंजिम सिटी में हम कंप्लीट करने जा रहे हैं। इवन दो द डिजिटल नोमैड जो कंसेप्ट, द वर्क फ्रॉम बीच, वो कंसेप्ट हम स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, विच इज द या वर्क फ्रॉम द बीच। सो लोगों को काम, यानी पहला कंसेप्ट तो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से हम स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं। सो नेक्स्ट, सो दैट वी कैन इन्वेस्ट, we can ask for the public private partnership to invest in the same thing। इसीलिए तो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से डिजिटल नोमैड एक कंसेप्ट जो है हम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसके बाद में नॉट वर्क फ्रॉम होम की जो बात चल रही थी, तो आगे हो के लोग इंजॉय भी करें और काम भी करें, इसी के कंसेप्ट के थ्रू गोवा में लोग आए और इंजॉय भी करें और काम भी करें, इस कंसेप्ट से हम आगे जा रहे हैं।
डॉक्टर साहब, ये जो वर्क फ्रॉम बीच है, ये ज़रा इसके बारे में बताइए। ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग कॉन्सेप्ट है और ये मुझे लगता है कि रीडिफाइनिंग वर्क वाला कॉन्सेप्ट है, ये वर्क फ्रॉम बीच।
जैसे कि अभी जो वर्क फ्रॉम होम जो काम कर रहे थे, तो उसको डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी उसके घर में अवेलेबल कर देते थे। हम सोच रहे हैं, ऑलरेडी वी हैव टेकन द पॉलिसी डिसीजन ऑल्सो, एटलीस्ट फॉर द 2 to 3 कंसेप्ट यानी ब्लॉक्स रेडी करें, क्योंकि उनको कनेक्टिविटी जो वहीं पे अवेलेबल दी जाए, so that they can start working from the beaches। So that type of concept already the government had taken the decision।
डॉक्टर साहब, एक ये तो वर्क फ्रॉम बीच वाली बात हुई। एक और चैलेंज जो आपकी गवर्नमेंट के लिए अब आने वाले टाइम में आएगा, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने टूरिज़्म को इतना प्रमोट किया है और गवर्नमेंट के बाकी इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर्स में भी इतना काम हो रहा है, वो ये है कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट पे बहुत काम आपकी सरकार ने किया। और मेरे विचार में जितना काम आपके टेन्योर में हुआ है, उतना टेन्योर इससे पहले कभी एक सिंगल टेन्योर में तो नहीं हुआ गोवा में। लंबे समय में हुआ, अंतराल में हुआ हो तो मुझे मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन अब बढ़ते हुए टूरिज्म की वजह से शायद और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन्वेस्टमेंट की ज़रूरत है गोवा में।
जी हाँ, वैसे तो इस डबल इंजन के सरकार के कार्यकाल में we have spent more than 35,000 crores of rupees on the infrastructure in the state of Goa। The roads हो, bridges हो, bridge, even though the beaches पे जितना सारा infrastructure हमें वहाँ पे चाहिए थे, इसके changing room से लेके the parkings, the Agwat jail museum fort, इस तरह के different super specialty hospital, ये सब infrastructure हमने north और south दोनों district में complete किया। और north और south की connectivity also within 1.5 hours we can complete both the connectivity। but इसके सिवाय भी अभी भी और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की ज़रूरी है। जिस तरह से हम बोलते हैं कि एडवांस टूरिज़्म की जब बात आती है, तो डेट इज एन एडवेंचर टूरिज़्म, द स्पिरिचुअल टूरिज़्म, इसकी भी बात चल रही है। तो फिर वेलनेस टूरिज़्म, इसके लिए जो इंटीरियर हम इनलैंड टूरिज़्म की जब बात करते हैं, तो हमें टूरिस्ट सन, सैंड और सी, इससे टूरिज़्म को इंटीरियर लेके जाने के लिए बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रेडी करने के लिए भी केंद्र सरकार की मदद लगेगी, और उससे बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी डेवलप हो सकता है। हमने कैरावन पॉलिसी, होम स्टे पॉलिसी ऑलरेडी लॉन्च की है। सो इस पॉलिसी के थ्रू मैंने प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट तो आएगा, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से जो रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, वाटर, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इनलैंड में देना चाहिए, हिंटरलैंड में देना चाहिए, वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रेडी करने के लिए सो इट इज़ रिक्वायर्ड। गवर्नमेंट इस तरह की इन्वेस्टमेंट आगे भी यानी करना चाहती है। इवन दो द ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट पे हम हमेशा के लिए चाहते हैं कि नॉट ओनली द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स क्रिएट करना जरूरी रहता है। और वो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स क्रिएट करने के लिए हॉस्पिटलिटी इंस्टीट्यूट जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से वहाँ बन रहा है, तो उसको और भी ज़्यादा हॉस्पिटलिटी इंस्टीट्यूट और स्किलिंग ऑफ द यूथ, जैसे हम बोल रहे हैं कि हॉस्पिटलिटी टाइप ऑफ डिफरेंट कोर्सेज ऑलरेडी वी हैव स्टार्टेड इन आवर ITIs, बट और भी इस तरह के कोर्सेज ह्यूमन रिसोर्स क्रिएट करने के लिए हम स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं और उसके लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की भी मदद चाहिए. इवन दो द प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टर्स दोज हू आर रेडी टू इन्वेस्ट इन द स्टेट, फॉर देम ऑल्सो वी आर वेलकमिंग टू इन्वेस्ट इन द टूरिज्म सेक्टर, हॉस्पिटलिटी सेक्टर, यानी कि सन्स एंड सी के साथ स्पिरिचुअलिटी और बाकी टूरिज्म गोवा में बढ़े. और ज़्यादातर गोवा के ही यूथ जो इस तरह के टूरिज्म एक्टिविटी में पार्टिसिपेट करे. पहले यानी हम सिर्फ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करके नहीं होगा, तो फिर ह्यूमन रिसोर्स के ऊपर ज़्यादा ध्यान देना. इसलिए हमारी सरकार इवन दो वी हैव स्टार्टेड विद द एविएशन स्किल डेवलपमेंट सेंटर, मोपा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट ही हमने डेवलप किया, उसके साथ साथ जो एविएशन स्किल डेवलपमेंट जो स्किल किया उससे अप्रॉक्सीमेटली मोर देन 1500 यूथ हमने एविएशन सेक्टर में उसको स्किलिंग, रीस्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग की बात जो थी वो की है. अभी ऑन द सेम लाइन फ्रॉम द ITI टू IIT स्टूडेंट्स वी आर डूइंग द स्किलिंग, रीस्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग उसको करना ये ऑलरेडी हमने स्टार्ट किया है. और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की मदद से आगे भी इस तरह से जो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स क्रिएट करने में हम ज़्यादा इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं.
डॉक्टर साहब, इससे दो बातें मैं लूँगा आपसे. एक तो स्पिरिचुअल टूरिज़्म की बात लूँगा और एक आपकी अप्रेंटिसशिप स्कीम है आपकी गवर्नमेंट की, जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का भी एक बहुत बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है अपस्किलिंग को लेकर के यूथ की, जिसकी बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत भी है इस देश में. बट इससे पहले मैं ये आपको बता दूं कि शायद स्पिरिचुअल टूरिज़्म जो आपका है उसके बहुत ज़्यादा टेकर्स आपको गोवा में मुश्किल होंगे ढूंढने.
स्पिरिचुअल टूरिज़्म के लिए तो हम हमेशा के लिए लोगों को वेलकम करते हैं. रिसेंटली हमारे स्वामी ब्रह्मेशानंद स्वामी जी ने वहाँ पे जो महाआरती जो उत्तर काशी में रहती है वो दक्षिण काशी में जैसे ऑन सेम कंसेप्ट जो स्टार्टेड द समुद्र आरती एट मिरामार बीच, हमने जो मिरामार बीच जो प्रोमिनेंट डेवलप किया है वहाँ पे रिसेंटली उन्होंने समुद्र आरती स्टार्ट की है. इसी तरह से आगे हो के मुझे लगता है कि गोवा इन फ्यूचर विल बी नोन फॉर द दक्षिण काशी भी जाने जाते. गोवा में ढेर सारे टेम्पल्स वहाँ पे हैं, जो टेम्पल्स ऑलरेडी टेम्पल कनेक्ट और बाकी तरह से ही स्पिरिचुअलिटी और ज़्यादा बढ़ेगी. योगा वेलनेस सेंटर भी गोवा में प्राइवेट लोग इन्वेस्ट करने आ रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है इन फ्यूचर इस तरह की स्पिरिचुअल टूरिज्म को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा.
माय फाइनल क्वेश्चन टू यू डॉक्टर सावन, ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा मैं आपसे, लेकिन एक मेरा फाइनल सवाल ये है कि जो अप्रेंटिसशिप स्कीम आपकी गवर्नमेंट ने लॉन्च करी और एक बड़ा यूनिक एक्सपेरिमेंट आपकी सरकार ने किया, वो ये कि वेरियस गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स के साथ आपने गोवन यंगस्टर्स को अटैच करना शुरू किया, उनको एक स्कॉलरशिप टाइप ऑफ अमाउंट दिया. उसका क्या सक्सेस है, क्या रिजल्ट्स अब उसके आने लगे हैं? बिकॉज उस स्कीम को लॉन्च किए हुए जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है 1 साल तकरीबन होने वाला है.
सबसे पहले तो मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने सोचा कि स्किल डेवलपमेंट जैसी नवी मिनिस्ट्री चाहिए और 2014 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने स्किल डेवलपमेंट एक न्यू मिनिस्ट्री फॉर्म की और उसी न्यू मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत उन्होंने ये अप्रेंटिसशिप वाला कंसेप्ट वो इंट्रोड्यूस किया. वही प्लेटफॉर्म यूज़ करके हमने गोवा सरकार में उसी प्लेटफॉर्म के तहत एक वर्क कल्चर डेवलप होना चाहिए, चाहे वो ग्रेजुएट हो, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट हो या अंडर ग्रेजुएट हो. उसको एक बार काम करने के नॉट ओनली द ITI या इंजीनियरिंग या टेक्निकल सेक्टर के लोगों को अप्रेंटिसशिप मिले और बाकी जो ग्रेजुएट अंडर ग्रेजुएट जो रहते हैं उनको अप्रेंटिसशिप न मिले तो वर्क कल्चर डेवलप नहीं होगा. इस तरह के जो ग्रेजुएट अंडर ग्रेजुएट मिलके यानी वो घर पे बैठे रहेंगे. तो फिर मैंने सोचा कि वही प्लेटफॉर्म यूज़ करके एक स्टेट में वर्क कल्चर डेवलप करने के लिए जो कोई यानी पास आउट होता है या अंडर ग्रेजुएट फेल होके घर पे रहता है उसके लिए भी अप्रेंटिसशिप स्टार्ट करें. और मैंने वो स्टार्ट की इन द गवर्नमेंट एंड इन द प्राइवेट सेक्टर. मैंने सबको कहा कि आप भी अप्रेंटिसशिप इसी तरह से ले लो. तो फिर सभी ने यानी अप्रेंटिसशिप अप्रॉक्सीमेटली मोर देन 15,000 यूथ इन अ ईयर दे हैव ज्वाइन फॉर द अप्रेंटिसशिप. उससे अभी वर्क कल्चर बहुत ही अच्छा बढ़ा. लोगों को लगा कि इससे जो स्किलिंग, रीस्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग वाला कंसेप्ट जो मैं सीखा था उसको एक्चुअल इम्प्लीमेंट करे और जब एक्चुअल इम्प्लीमेंट करता है तो उसके काम के लिए वो अच्छा काम में आ जाएगा. ये कंसेप्ट डेवलप हो गया है और मुझे लगता है कि इसी तहत कि सभी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में भी लोगों ने बच्चों को ज्वाइन करके ले लिया. और मैं ऐड करूंगा इसके ऊपर कि जो मैंने जो क्लास सी कैटेगरी की जो जॉब गवर्नमेंट में रहते हैं, फॉर देम इट इज़ अ कंपल्सरी, द फर्स्ट टाइम इन द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, इन द गोवा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में, आइदर वो अप्रेंटिसशिप हो या एक्सपीरियंस हो, इट इज़ अ कंपल्सरी टू ज्वाइन इन द गवर्नमेंट। इससे पहले वो नहीं था, कोई भी ग्रेजुएट पास होता था, कोई भी जाके एप्लीकेशन करता था, उसको जॉब मिलती थी, लेकिन जो एक्सपीरियंस वाले वही रह जाते थे। इसके लिए कम से कम 1 साल का एक्सपीरियंस, नहीं तो अप्रेंटिसशिप कंपलसरी है। इसलिए अभी हर बच्चा यानी वो अप्रेंटिसशिप के लिए ज्वाइन होता है, वो ग्रेजुएट होने के बाद घर नहीं बैठता है। सो इट इज़ गेटिंग द एडिशनल बेनिफिट, नो डाउट ही इज़ गेटिंग द ऑनरेरियम, बट इज़ गेटिंग द एक्सपीरियंस, वर्क एक्सपीरियंस इन द पर्टिकुलर फील्ड। तो फिर पूरे स्टेट में एक अच्छा वर्क कल्चर वाला माहौल क्रिएट हुआ है और बच्चों में एक उत्साह है। So that automatically we have started with the staff selection commission, already the Goa Public Service Commission is already there. एक ट्रांसपेरेंट मैनर से ये प्रोसेस स्टार्ट हो गया है।
डॉक्टर साहब, पॉलिटिशियन हो और पॉलिटिक्स की बात ना हो तो थोड़ा काम कमज़ोर हो जाता है, तो आपसे पूछ लेता हूँ कि वो जो मोदी जी का स्लोगन है इस बार का कि अब की बार 400 पार, उसमें आपका कितना योगदान है?
100% योगदान है। तो क्योंकि जो अब की बार 400 पार, एनडीए तो 400 पार करेंगे, कौन बीजेपी 370 पार करेंगे। गोवा की तरफ से 100% दोनों के दोनों सीट यानी भारतीय जनता पार्टी मोदी जी के परिवार के चुन के आएंगे। तो और बाकी भी जहाँ जहाँ पे मेरे जैसे छोटे कार्यकर्ता की मदद सके कि वहाँ पे मैं तो प्रेजेंट रहूँगा।
बिल्कुल, आप तो आजकल अभी बड़े स्टेट्स में कैंपेनिंग के लिए भी गए हैं, पहले कर्नाटक गए थे और बड़े स्टेट्स में भी कैंपेनिंग के लिए गए हैं, क्या माहौल दिखता है? डॉक्टर साहब, एक फाइनल क्वेश्चन लेता हूँ।
बड़ी स्टेट और बीजेपी जैसे स्टेट जैसे मैंने महाराष्ट्र हो या कर्नाटक हो, इसमें तो माहौल बहुत ही अच्छा है, लेकिन आई एम सरप्राइज व्हेन आई विजिटेड टू द सदर्न पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री। केरल हो, तेलंगाना हो, तमिलनाडु हो, इन स्टेटों में भी मैंने प्रवास किया है। वहाँ पे जिस तरह से माननीय मोदी जी को जो अट्रैक्शन मिल रहा है, जो लोगों का लोग चाह रहे हैं, यानी 2-3 इंसिडेंट मैंने 370 और रामलला दर्शन के बाद, तो मुझे लगता है कि पीपल विल गेट द सरप्राइज इन द केरल, तेलंगाना, तमिलनाडु, इस जैसे स्टेट में बहुत बड़ा सरप्राइज लोगों को दिखेगा। और इन जैसे स्टेट यानी केरल और तेलंगाना में, तमिलनाडु में भी अकाउंट ओपन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हो जाएगा। लोगों को पता चलेगा इन स्टेटों में भी माननीय मोदी जी का प्रभाव जो है बहुत बड़ी मात्रा से प्रभाव है, और पहली बार इन स्टेटों में भी बहुत बीजेपी की सीट्स और एनडीए के सीट्स जीतेंगे।
तो आपके 100% वाले जवाब पे वंस अगेन डॉक्टर सावंत, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग at such a short notice. Thank you for coming from Goa, and thank you once again from all the viewers of NDTV.
थैंक यू फॉर द आपका जो NDTV का अवार्ड हमें मिला, इसलिए आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आपने मुझे मौका दिया कि लोगों के सामने गोवा की बात रखने की, तो मैं यही अवसर लेके गोवा जैसे छोटे राज्य में सबको इनवाइट करता हूँ। टूरिज़्म के लिए तो सन्स एंड सी के साथ यानी स्पिरिचुअलिटी और जो हर घर फाइबर वाली जो बात चल रही है, उसी के साथ यानी वर्क फ्रॉम बीच, इसके लिए भी आ जाए, इसके लिए मैं सबको इनवाइट करता हूँ। फिर एक बार NDTV का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
अरे वो ट्रॉफी कहाँ गई?
थैंक यू गोवा चीफ मिनिस्टर प्रमोद सावंत जी, आपने हमारे मंच पर आने के लिए इतना वक्त निकाला। थैंक यू सो मच, एंड थैंक यू निकुंज। शिफ्टिंग फोकस नाउ, लेट्स नाउ इंट्रोड्यूस you to another very accomplished woman who joins us here today. The spotlight will be on her shortly. She dreamt of flying from the time she was a child, but her journey to fulfill this dream required both a physical and a mental transformation. She lost 20 kgs to meet the medical requirements, and with the support and encouragement of her father, became an Indian Air Force pilot. In May 2023, squadron leader Nikita Malhotra flew a sortie with a critical emergency. She flew over 2 hours with the emergency situation, eventually successfully recovering the aircraft with all passengers safe and with least damage to the aircraft. For her act of courage, squadron leader Nikita Malhotra was awarded the Vayu Sena Medal for gallantry. She was also part of the fly past during this year's Republic Day. Let's have a round of applause for squadron leader Nikita Malhotra.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. The story we're tracking very closely, the political showdown in the national capital. And after Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, the standoff between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party has only intensified. Well, Arvind Kejriwal has moved the Delhi High Court after his arrest, saying that both his arrest and the remand order that sent him to a 7-day ED custody are illegal and unconstitutional, saying that he's entitled to an immediate release. Remember, this is an important development in the entire Kejriwal saga, because remember, you have the Aam Aadmi Party knocking on the doors of the Election Commission, saying that the EC must intervene because the arrest happened right ahead of the Lok Sabha polls, while the model code of conduct is already in place. My colleague Ishika has more details.
Arvind Kejriwal has moved to Delhi High Court for an urgent hearing in the matter, because he has challenged not just his arrest, he has also challenged the remand order that had sent him to a 7-day ED custody. He has said that both of these are illegal and unconstitutional, and in fact he should be released immediately. Now, this certainly comes at a time when today Enforcement Directorate has got an extension of 3 days of K. Kavita's custody as well. But certainly, when we go back to the hearing of his remand application, certainly at that time we did see how Kejriwal's counsel had challenged his grounds of arrest. In fact, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who was appearing for Arvind Kejriwal, he had said that these grounds of, these grounds that are being mentioned by the Enforcement Directorate, they can be the grounds for his questioning, they can be the grounds for his interrogation, but they certainly cannot be the ground for his arrest. So certainly now, it becomes very important that whether or not will Arvind Kejriwal be getting an urgent hearing for tomorrow.
The pump. In the last few years, that challenge has increased multifold with what's happening in the world. What has been the biggest strategy in your mind when trying to manage what's happening in Ukraine, Russia, now in the Red Sea, to ensure that India is never energy starved?
What you describe as a challenge, I think also contains within it an opportunity. And I think that challenge and in turn that opportunity becomes very exciting if the economy is firing on all 6 cylinders. I'm stopping at 6 cylinders. I think we can go on to further also. Energy is the lifeline of any economy. You can make a reasonably sound assessment of how a country is faring if you just look at its energy consumption. And I'm not saying anything which is in the realm of rocket science, but if you look at the 2 huge economies in the world today, one 24 trillion US dollars and the other $19 trillion, you'll find that in that economy, the second one, energy consumption has either plateaued or energy imports and utilization are falling, which means there are fault lines in that economy. It's a simple assessment I make. Now, if you look at the Indian situation, I think Maria, when she was here, she introducing us, she made 2 points which I just want to quickly build on. One is she talked about the energy trilemma. By the trilemma, I mean availability, affordability, and sustainability. And I think on all 3 fronts, we've done well. There was not a single occasion in the last several years. I've been associated with this ministry only for 2.5 years. But even if you look before that, there was never an occasion where petrol at the retail disbursing point was short, or there was a shortage of diesel or cooking gas or anything. So we managed well. But I think the real issue is, how do you contain your inflation and how do you manage fuel prices? And that is where I think the Modi government deserves not just a pat on its back, but real admiration. Let me try and explain this. At a point when 800 million people or 80 crore people were being and are still being provided 3 meals of dry ration in a day, the Honorable Prime Minister was able to bring the price of fuel down. Look at the international levels. We are the only country in the world where over a 2-year reference period, the price of petrol and diesel has actually come down. The only country in the world. Why? Two things. I think to start with, the Honorable Prime Minister decided on 2 occasions, November 2021 and May 2022, that we were going to reduce the central excise duty. And that brought the price of petrol down by 13 rupees and that of diesel down by 16 rupees. And the BJP-ruled states reduced their VAT. So you had a differential of 12 rupees, 15 rupees between a BJP-ruled state and the non-BJP-ruled states. So this is the center's doing. But on top of that, you have good corporate entities or good corporate citizens like the OMCs. When the prices were going haywire, around India, Sri Lanka, the prices I think had gone up by 60–70%. Pakistan even higher. Pakistan in fact had to shut off electricity at 8 p.m. because they were genuinely short. In the United States, Western Europe, Canada, I think it went up again between 25 and 40%. And India, the prices were coming down. Because the OMCs, the oil marketing companies, decided as good corporate citizens that it doesn't matter that situation is challenging, they will hold back their profits. Something in the oil jargon called under-recoveries. And at a time of under-recoveries, they held back. And look what happened after that, when the situation eased. Because during the turbulence, the price of oil during the economic lockdown came down to as little as $19.56 a barrel, which is virtually free by current yardsticks, and then went up to $130. Now, this combination, that you were able to run a system which is based on very positive, decisive governmental action at the central government level, cooperation from the state governments, and the OMCs deciding to play ball. That is what resulted in our being able to bring the prices down for 2 years. And then when the market lifted up, I mean, OMCs are laughing their way to the bank now.
So you spoke about the trilemma. There is also a dilemma here. The dilemma is that when OMCs laugh all the way to the bank, a section of people say it's at the expense of the average Indian at the petrol pump. That when international...
They can't say that. They can't say that because the price at the petrol pump has actually come down.
But when the crude prices were low, the price at the petrol pump didn't come down.
No, I think that is selective blabber which comes from an opposition party which was in power in states where they did not bring the price down. You see, the OMCs at the end of the day are not philanthropic organizations. They're not in the charity business. An OMC, like a private sector company, has to answer its shareholders. It has to go to its board for approvals. So I think they did what they could. They brought they held back at a time of under-recoveries. They still didn't raise the prices. Now when they've raised the prices, you're benefiting. But they've done something more just now. They brought the price down by 2 rupees and also 2 rupees further. Yeah. So today you have a situation that on account of those excise cuts and then account of our other decisions, diversifying supplies and further cuts now, you have a happy situation that petrol and diesel prices are more affordable than ever before.
Do you think there's room for more cuts right now?
We are under something called a code of conduct. I have a view on everything in life. I mean, left to myself, why not? But just now we're a code of conduct. I mean, any statement I make is not liable to be, is bound to be picked on and acted on.
Talking about OMCs, and you talked about them laughing all the way to the bank, when we cover what's happening with OMCs on the stock market, it's one of the biggest turnaround stories. They're some of the most valued companies. The perception of public-run companies in general, and I would say OMCs in particular, has undergone a sea change, and this is global brokerages seeing this as well. What do you think is that big change?
No, the change is staring you in the face. Suddenly the public sector, I'm talking about perception now. I can come to individual companies, and I'd be happy to share 1 or 2 examples. Public perception used to be that public sector companies are like the bureaucratic setup of the rest of the government. People come to office at 9 o'clock, run away at 5 o'clock, they are risk averse, they don't go out and grab the challenges which are available, and by and large, and there are some other allegations that the oil public sector companies or the OMCs are also excessively amenable to some of the big private sector giants, that they are able to control them. I think the good news is that public sector in general is doing very well. I also happen to be Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs. HUDCO has done very well. HUDCO has got what, a Maharatna status now. The OMCs, somebody said, you know, but the market is rising. Yeah, market is rising, but the market rose 43% and the OMC valuations rose in multiples thereof, some 120%, 160%. Why? Because they've done a good job. And in a time of crisis, in a time where there was challenge, they proved their mettle, and the marketplace, I don't use words like the magic of the market, but the market has a lot of very intelligent people who can make assessments on what is happening, and that's how valuations go up.
Right now, looking at where crude prices are going, we are seeing Brent inching back to 87. You have drone attacks taking out Russian refineries. Is this something that we should be worried about in terms of Indian exposure to international crude prices?
Look, at any point of time in the last 3, 4, 5 years, anyone who thinks that the global situation is not challenging either lives in cuckoo land or underestimates what the challenges are. The challenges have been there for a long time. The pandemic was a challenge. Recovery from the pandemic was a challenge. Then the Ukraine military conflict, we are talking about February 2022. No one is saying that there is not enough oil in the market. What is happening is that those who control the production and release of energy, that is crude oil, they've decided to cut back. Madam, the total production and release into the market prior to this phase was 102 million barrels per day. Suddenly, OPEC Plus, those who are the producers of this energy, they cut it by 5 million barrels a day. So what happened? As a result of that, you've down from 102 to 97. Ideally, if you reduce 5 million barrels a day in a situation like this, price should have shot up. But the fact that one big economy is not growing as fast, look, one has to be very careful with words. If you're a $19 trillion economy and you're growing at 2%, that's a lot of growth. But you look at Western Europe at the same time. I don't want to go into individual countries, but if you look at quarter on quarter, they are technically in a recession situation. So energy becomes a very important aspect of the economic equation. I am not worried about $87 or $85. What I would like to see, and I would like to reassure myself, that we do not find ourselves in a situation where either of these challenges exacerbates and becomes a major conflict. I mean the Red Sea, I can give you many others. My sense of reassurance comes from the fact that I believe that all the players involved in this situation today actually don't want a major configuration. That's my view. If that view is correct, we'll be able to manage. But I'm saying something more. Even if that view is not correct and the challenges will come, India will manage better than the others. Because you've got a system now of both the domestic players and the political leadership, including now, I think, increasingly in the states, where people realize that you have to solve a problem. Recently, we had an issue in Rajasthan, where, because the BJP, before the BJP government came there, the Congress government was not willing to reduce the VAT. The difference between Rajasthan and the neighboring states, 12 rupees difference per petrol per litre. So that is one. The second is, I think we've got confidence in ourselves. When I became Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas in July 2020,
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर की शान बढ़ाएं।
कूल फैंस जो दे आधी बिजली में ज्यादा हवा कम आवाज की है।
कूल फैंस स्मार्ट भी स्टाइलिश भी।
सीधा घर में घुसे है रईस भाई, वेलकम।
घर रुंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता। रुंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल। रुंगटा स्टील TMD बार एकदम सॉलिड।
It is very important to visit a dentist at least twice a year for regular checkups so as to maintain good oral hygiene. Mouthwash is an additional adjunct oral hygiene measure.
Burgoyne, Irish Heritage Linen Fabric.
हाँ? 2 minutes, हाँ?
हाँ, take your time.
लाइफ कटे मजे से जब क्रू का म्यूजिक चले Spotify पे। Download the app for free.
We're focusing on Kolkata's underwater metro connectivity and along with it, its urban transformation.
China +1 and all of that is benefiting every part of the country, including West Bengal, and metro is definitely adding its own contribution to it.
And the movement from Kolkata to Howrah is also improving. That way business will definitely get a boost.
Improve the overall quality of the life of the residents.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Burgoyne, Irish Heritage Linen Fabric.
Guys, I'm getting my new bike tomorrow.
Great! Now I will come with Rohan every day.
Do you have insurance? What do you think? I have insurance, PUC, everything.
I was talking about life insurance for Sia.
Oh.
Jokes apart, guys. Life shouldn't be all pleasure today and pain tomorrow.
Yeah. Seriously, life insurance is necessary.
LIC's new Jeevan Anand gives you double benefit, full payment on maturity and life cover continues lifelong.
Hey, hello. Do you have insurance?
सोना कहाँ है? कहाँ है सोना?
सोना? सोना? सोना? Hi everyone, this is Kareena Kapoor Khan. Bedhadak, bindas, tension-free, hassle-free. That's the new way of watching movies in cinemas. Because PVR Inox Passport is here. Just pay ₹349 and watch 4 movies every month, Monday to Thursday. Watch my new film, Crew, releasing on 29th of March on the big screen and many more films with PVR Inox Passport. Subscribe today. Genius.
हमारी चंदा को कोई लड़का पसंद है। कौन है वो?
कोई फायदा नहीं है।
क्यों?
उसकी शादी हो गई है।
तुम मेरी जिंदगी में समुंदर की तरह आए और मैं सूखे पत्ते की तरह बह गई।
जरूरी थोड़ी है कि हमें जो भी जिंदगी में पसंद हो वो हर बार मिल जाए।
यहाँ से बहुत दूर, गलत और सही के पार एक मैदान, मैं वहाँ मिलूंगा तुम्हें।
Watch NDTV only on Shemarumi app. Download now.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to another segment of NDTV Big Bonus app. I am Varnika Mehta and today I am on a shopping spree. But the one thing that I absolutely love to do before I shop is to eat. And today I'm craving something sweet. Perhaps a sugar boost will help. So we are here at Madover Donuts. But there's a reason why I have come here. It's for the exclusive rewards I'll be getting on a purchase on the NDTV Big Bonus app. So let's find out what these rewards are. Thank you. So I'll have a Sinaster, my original donut, and a double trouble. You want to eat here or take it? I'll have it here. Now you must be wondering what are these benefits and where can we get these rewards? It's easy. All you have to do is download the NDTV Big Bonus app. It's a digital reward app and anyone can register. All you have to do is link your card to the app, and once you make a purchase from one of the listed outlets on the app, you get rewards. You can then use these rewards to shop at other merchants listed on the NDTV Big Bonus app. Just what I needed before I start shopping. Now I'm going to use my linked card to make the payment. Thank you. It was a cakewalk, or if I can say, a donut walk. Now I'm going to use these rewards on other merchants on the NDTV Big Bonus app. And what are you waiting for? Go download the app now. With Felix and camera person Pooja Arya, I'm Varnika Mehta signing off. Hello and welcome to another segment of NDTV Big Bonus app. I am Varnika Mehta, and like any other person, I too had made New Year resolutions. It was to hit the gym. Obviously that didn't happen, but now I'm motivated again to go to the gym again. And what motivated me, you ask? It was the rewards I was getting on the NDTV Big Bonus app. Now if I'm going to start working out, I will need new gym wear. And that is why we are here at Under Armour to see what they have in store for us. While I wait for my shoes, let me tell you all about the rewards that I was talking about earlier. It's very easy. All you have to do is download the NDTV Big Bonus app. All you have to do is register with your card and make a purchase on the outlets mentioned on the app. Once you make a purchase, you will get rewards, and you can use these rewards at other outlets mentioned in the NDTV Big Bonus app. Isn't that easy? These shoes are really comfortable, and I think I've decided that I will buy them. And now that I've decided on my shoes, let's look for a couple of t-shirts maybe. So I will go try these on and see how they fit me, and then I'm gonna head straight to the billing counter to get those rewards. I like all of them. Let's go to the billing counter and get those rewards. So this is the card that I've linked to the app. Once the payment is complete, rewards will automatically get added to my app. Now, once I get the rewards, I can shop on any of these merchants and claim those rewards. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll definitely hit the gym now. But you saw how easy that was, right? All you have to do is just download the NDTV Big Bonus app. You download it while I go hit the gym. Bye.
Co-presented by
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
कौन सा तार काटूं? लाल या हरा?
So tell us, what do you bring to the table?
नंबर बोला, जब नींद होगी ब्रेक फ्री तभी तो दिन होगा टेंशन फ्री। इसीलिए घर ले आइए Panasonic Pro Smart AC with custom sleep profile, India's first Matter enabled RAC.
Panasonic.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
बढ़ते पोल्यूशन और बदलते मौसम के साथ सर्दी, खांसी, जुकाम एक आम बात है। ऐसे में लीजिए मुल्तानी कुका कफ सिरप ताकि बदलते मौसम के साथ आप न बदले।
क्या भैया जी? वाह भैया जी!
Get easy business loans from Poonawalla FinCorp और पहुंचो क्या से वहां तक।
For best loan offers, download the mobile app now.
कौन सा तार काटूं? लाल या हरा?
So tell us, what do you bring to the table?
नंबर बोला, जब नींद होगी ब्रेक फ्री तभी तो दिन होगा टेंशन फ्री। इसीलिए घर ले आइए Panasonic Pro Smart AC with custom sleep profile, India's first Matter enabled RAC.
Panasonic.
LIC प्रस्तुत करता है धन वृद्धि, एक आकर्षक सिंगल प्रीमियम पॉलिसी जो देती है आपको हाई गारंटीड एडिशन के साथ गारंटीड मैच्योरिटी। जल्दी करें, आज ही अपने LIC एजेंट से संपर्क करें।
Burgoyne, Irish Heritage Linen Fabric.
Dark is here to rule, presenting the new Tata Harrier Dark Edition.
Welcome back. While the Bengaluru water crisis continues, an important development. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has moved the Supreme Court requesting it to ask the centre to release NDRF funds immediately, because Siddaramaiah has argued that the responsibility or the onus of getting Bengaluru out of the water crisis lies both on the centre and the state government. Well, it has asked the centre to release the NDRF funds. This after DK Shivkumar, his deputy, said everything is all right with Karnataka. So finally, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah moving the Supreme Court. Remains to be seen how that plays out. And now our special report from Tripura. Well, the BJP has dropped Union Minister Pratibha Bhaumik to give party ticket to former Tripura Chief Minister and Rajya Sabha MP Biplab Kumar Deb from the crucial West Tripura seat, signalling a political comeback for the leader who was once axed by the party as Chief Minister. But of course, there is the Tripura Motha factor as well, with Pradyut leading the charge. Take a look at this ground report.
52 years old Biplab Kumar Deb, one of the 4 former BJP chief ministers who have been picked by the party to contest in the Lok Sabha polls, has been fielded from the West Tripura seat by the BJP that goes to polls on April 19. A Rajya Sabha MP from Tripura, Biplab Deb has remained isolated from state politics ever since he was dropped by the party as the chief minister in May 2022. He was then replaced by Dr. Manik Shaha. Biplab Dev's nomination, replacing Union Minister and sitting BJP MP Pratima Bhaumik, is seen by many as his political comeback.
বিপ্লব দেব তো মুখ্যমন্ত্রী ছিল 4 বছর 2 মাস যদি তার কাজ ভালো থাকে তাহলে তাকে আশীর্বাদ দেন আর যদি তার কাজ খারাপ লাগে তাহলে তাকে ভোট দেওয়ার দরকার নেই ত্রিপুরার মানুষ
So please come in center.
Yeah.
And the Director of the Year award goes to Attlee.
Please come over, Attlee. कितने करोड़ कमाए हैं कोई नहीं जानता है 100, 200, 300। इस साल की सबसे बड़ी फिल्म 2023 की जवान के डायरेक्टर हैं शाहरुख खान से नचाया है और देखने में जितने युवा हैं काम उतने ही बड़े बड़े कर रहे हैं।
सर
जोरदार तालियां दोस्तों। एटली को रोज रोज दिल्ली में देखने को नहीं मिलते हैं।
And Mr. Puri, if I may ask you, when did you see the movie?
The mic, please.
The mic will come to you and then we'll have the conversation. When did you see the movie? First to you, and then I'll ask Attlee as well that you had spoken to Shah Rukh Khan and you wanted to make a romantic film, one of those, you know, Shah Rukh Khan ka typical jo pose hota hai. What changed? Why did you have a collaboration for Jawan instead?
Thank you. First of all, thank you to everyone. And to answer your question, I felt for a very long time, for 30 years, Shah Rukh has saved mass zone. So I think I should trigger that and present it to the audience so he can become a voice. And he is the icon of Indian cinema to the global audience. So I thought I should carry social message through him. That's the reason I went with Shah Rukh sir on a mass zone.
And Mr. Puri, if I may ask you that same question, I mean in the sense that you are a cinema buff, you and your wife, Lakshmi ma'am, regularly watch cinema. When did you see Jawan in particular?
Well, I saw Jawan, but I just mentioned to our hero here, I mean, directors are also heroes. I mean, I just told him that, I mean, I thought it was great privilege and honor for me to be handing this out, this award. Because otherwise, what do? You put me in the category of builders, oil companies and all that. I mean, look at this kind of creative genius here. So I was so delighted. And you know, I was in the world of diplomacy for 39 years. So I quickly told him, you know, my son-in-law is also a Tamil. No, I watched it, but as I said, sometimes you watch a film, you watch the star cast is one thing, but I think the director, as we all know, a director is to a film which is very difficult to drive. So more strength to your elbow. And may you go from, is it correct to say blockbuster to blockbuster? Is that correct expression? And laugh your way to the bank? Okay. All the best. All the best.
Actually, I have a couple of questions to you. First, how many crores? 200, 400, 600? How many crores it was? Exactly.
I think 1,160 on theatre.
Acha, next question
Can I ask you a question? Electoral bonds liye ke nahi? Sorry, that was on the spur of the moment.
But
that's politically incorrect, sir.
Actually, kahan rakhe hain? Where have you kept it? 1,060 crores.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get.
Kahan pe rakhe?
Don't answer it. But he's saying, where have you kept that 1,000 crores?
Sir, I'm a director. It goes to Shah Rukh sir. Red Chillies. You have to check with him.
Okay, one moment now, because if you have Attlee here, how can you not have the music? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have that music.
You can do it.
Please, ma'am, please.
This was the biggest hit of 2023. When you had Shah Rukh Khan dance to this, and when you created this music, of course in collaboration, because director puts together the big pie, what was it like?
particularly about this song credit goes to Ani and Farah Khan, who really choreographed really well. Farah did a very good signature, which I think most of the iconic person did, and it became very famous, and thanks to them. Moreover, I want to, can I?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I want to thank NDTV. Dreams do come while sleeping, but those are not dreams. The dreams which make you sleepless are the real dream. This is a long time dream I had in me, and sorry for taking one minute.
Take more time. This is much nicer.
So I'm from Thiruparamkundiram, Madurai. Okay, from there to Delhi to get this is something else for me. So I want to thank everyone who ever supported me, and I think I have thanked them every now and then in every meetings. But I didn't thank one particular segment. So in which I think this is a very nice dais to thank them. See, when this film was in talks in 2019, Mr. Shahrukh sir came to Chennai to meet me, and he took me to IPL match in 2019. It was CSK versus KKR. So when we were together, a photo came. And out of that photo, just 2% of positivity, congratulations Atli, 98% was hatred. And the hatred is something else. Are you a right person to stand in front of him? Are you a person going to make a film? This is what we can make. So see, fans are very, very needed. Fans, they love you. But haters are obsessed with you, because fans, they talk twice a day, thrice a day, but these haters will talk even in sleep about us. Thank you, haters, and I'm going to thank you all for this, and thank you, everyone. Thank you. That's all I want to mention.
God bless you.
And if Atli can make, I'm just telling to the youngsters, if Atli can make to NDTV Director of the Year, Indian of the Year, then I think anyone can make. Just focus on your dream, go for it. Thank you.
Atli, are you sure that you do not want to capture the signature move?
No,
Let's make one more
No, ma'am. Please, ma'am. Please. Slowly, you're positioning me as a mass director, so I want to be in that gesture, and I have to leave that as. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Lovely.
Thank you, sir.
Big congratulations, Atli.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Lovely talking to you.
I just want to compliment you once again. With that roaring success, you also have a human quality of humility. So God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you. God bless you, Atli. Thank you, Puri sir. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, India's biggest heroes are those who've put their lives on the line to save the lives of those around them. Their selfless determination in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles define them as being incredible Indians.
बिल्कुल यकीन नहीं आता कभी जिस तरह से वो अपनी जान को दांव पे लगा के दूसरों की मदद करते हैं, इसके लिए अपनी जान को दांव पर लगाते हैं, न किसी पुरस्कार की उम्मीद, न किसी वाहवाही की तमन्ना। ये है हमारे देश के असली हीरो, हमारे नायक।
To give away the award to India's heroes, may I call on stage the activist, advocate and author Bhuvan Ribhu, the founder of Child Marriage Free India campaign and the Just Rights for Children, and also the former Supreme Court Judge, Justice Sikri. Welcome onto the stage. Thank you very much for being with us. We'll just bring the envelope across to you. If you can just open up the envelope and then read out the winner of this.
You also said
Justice Sikri joins us on the stage as well. Thank you, sir.
Request both of you to announce the winners in this category.
Oh, well. How do you say that? The Silkyara Saviors.
The Silkyara heroes. These were the heroes who saved so many lives, and their own, in fact, as well, when they dug out of that tunnel in Himachal Pradesh, after the tunnel was blocked, an incredible rescue story.
The real heroes from Uttarakhand.
जी, द सिलक्यारा टनल, आप सबको याद होगा कि हमने दिनों तक देखा था कुछ लोग फंसे हुए थे टनल के अंदर में, और ये लोग थे जिन्होंने आखिर में जहां मशीनें फेल कर गई वहां पर इन हिम्मतवर लोगों ने हौसला बनाए रखा और 41 जिंदगियां बचाई। जोरदार ताली इन लोगों के लिए। सिलक्यारा बारकोट सुरंग, जहां 17 दिन तक 41 मजदूर फंसे रहे थे और आखिर में इन्हीं 12 लोगों की मदद से उन्हें एक बार फिर से जिंदगी मिली।
Tonight we honor the bravery and tenacity of these men who are in every sense India's heroes. A standing ovation for them, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have Vakil Hassan, Munna Qureshi, Naseem Mohammed, Rashid Mohammed Irshad, and we've got Firoz, we've got Nasiruddin and Kalimuddin who are on the stage receiving the stage. Kalimullah with this award.
बहुत बहुत बधाई आप तमाम लोगों को। हमें पता है कि आपने किसी पुरस्कार की चाह में ये काम नहीं किया, आपने अपनी जान को दांव पे लगा के ये काम किया और इतने लोगों की 41 लोगों की जानें बचाई हैं। बहुत मुबारकबाद आप तमाम लोगों को। जी, और तमाम आपके हौसले को सलाम। इन तमाम लोगों की जो तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट है वो आप लोगों के लिए है। आप में से कोई भी अगर जवाब देना चाहें, आप तमाम लोग जब उस टनल सुरंग में थे, आखिरी दिन इतने लंबे समय से ये काम चल रहा था, मशीनें वो काम कर नहीं पाई, जो आप लोगों ने आखिरकार किया और आप ही से उम्मीद टिकी थी, आपके लिए वो लम्हा कैसा था? दबाव महसूस होता था? आप में से कोई भी माइक अगर देंगे। जी,
जय हिंद, जय भारत।
जय हिंद।
बस क्या हो रहा है, ऊपर वाले की कृपा थी, जो 145 करोड़ जनता थी, उसी का प्यार और उसी की मोहब्बत थी जो हमें इतना हौसला मिला। क्योंकि 145 करोड़ जनता जो दुआएं कर रही थी, उन्हीं की दुआओं से ये काम हुआ है। इंसान क्या कर सकता है, सभी का प्यार और मोहब्बत थी, सबने हमें लोगों ने प्यार सम्मान दिया। और इंडिया टीवी का भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं जो हमें याद।
कभी कभी लग रहा था कि ये काम नहीं हो पाएगा, मतलब वो टनल का जो स्थिति था, जो कंडीशन था, वहाँ से मतलब कोई बाहर नहीं आ पाएंगे। आइए।
सबको नमस्कार, सबको जय हिंद। मेरे दोस्त हैं वकील हसन, जिन्होंने हमें फ़ोन करा था, भाई मुन्ना 41 लोग फंसे हुए हैं, क्योंकि हमें इतना टाइम तो मिलता नहीं, अपने बच्चे संभालें या भाई कहाँ देखें, हमें न्यूज़ व्यूज़ देखने की इतनी, अब देखना ज़्यादा चालू कर दिया क्योंकि हमारा भी फोटो आता है उसमें। उस टाइम देखते नहीं थे, तो भैया ने बताया मेरे को, हमने 41 लोग फंसे हुए। मैंने बोलने लगे वहाँ पे बहुत बड़ी मशीनें फेल हो गई, तो मैंने भैया आप वीडियो मंगा लीजिए और हम चलेंगे ज़रूर, उस काम को देखेंगे। जब इन्होंने वीडियो मंगाई थी तो मैंने इनसे कह दिया था भैया हम कर लेंगे उसे, और 24 घंटे में करके आ जाएंगे हम वापस उस काम को। वैसे हमारी पूरी टीम थी और हमें बहुत उम्मीदें थी, और हम उन्हें वहाँ पे भी हमने जाके कहा था 24 से 36 घंटे में उन्हें बाहर ले लेंगे हम। मगर वही वाला हिसाब है, ज़्यादातर आज के टाइम में डिप्लोमा पे वो भरोसा किया जाता है, तजुर्बे पे कम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि डिप्लोमा होता है।
बहुत कमाल की बात कही आपने, डिप्लोमा पे भरोसा ज़्यादा, तजुर्बे पे कम। आप में से कोई और भी क्या जोड़ना चाहेंगे इस पे बात? आप में से कोई भी बोलना चाहें?
जय हिंद, हेलो एवरीवन। मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि इंडियन ऑफ द ईयर अवार्ड मुझे इस प्लेटफॉर्म से दिया जा रहा है, लेकिन एक मुझे थोड़ा दुख है इस चीज़ का। हमने अपनी जान दांव पे लगाई है अपने देश के लिए, और आज मेरे साथ ये हालात है कि ये मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा मैं इस अवार्ड को रखूँगा कहाँ पे, क्योंकि मेरा घर तोड़ दिया गया था अभी, पता नहीं क्यों, DDA करप्शन की वजह से कहीं भी कोई सुनवाई नहीं है। मैं आपके माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूँ कि मुझे मेरा घर लौटाया जाए। That's it.
ओके भुवन जी, ये तमाम लोग जो हमारे साथ यहाँ पर हैं, ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने ज़मीन पर जाके काम किया, और आपसे मैं जानना चाहती हूँ, आप ऐसे लोगों के साथ लगातार काम करते हैं जो ज़मीन से जुड़े हैं, आप बाल विवाह रोकने के लिए आपकी कोशिश जारी है, तो ये जो ज़मीनी काम करते हैं कितने ज़रूरी हैं किसी भी मुहिम के लिए?
मैं तो यहाँ तक कहूँगा कि ये मुहिम के लिए नहीं, देश के लिए, समाज के लिए, विश्व के लिए ज़रूरी है, और इनका होना न केवल हम सबको ताकत देता है बल्कि हम सबके लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत है जी। मैं एनडीटीवी को खास तौर पे इसका धन्यवाद दूंगा, क्योंकि इस तरह के लोगों को इस तरह के मंचों पे लाकर ये बता पाना सारे देश को कि यही असली नायक हैं, यही असली हीरो हैं, यही वो लोग हैं। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले हमारे डायरेक्टर साहब के साथ हम एक फिल्म की चर्चा कर रहे थे, हमारे सनी देओल साहब यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं। ये वो लोग हैं जो जान हथेली पे रखकर टनल में घुसकर एक ऐसे चीज को बदलने में कामयाब हुए जिसके बारे में सारे विश्व ने हार मान ली थी। तो मैं जो भाई साहब कह रहे थे कि दुआओं का असर डिग्रियों से ज्यादा होता है, ये इसका सबसे बड़ा जीता जागता उदाहरण है। और इससे अगर हम सीख सकें, सब कह सकते हैं कि यह संभव नहीं है, लेकिन हर असंभव को संभव बनाने का काम हमारे देश के गांव-गांव में, शहर-शहर में ऐसे लोग कर रहे हैं जिन्होंने असंभव शब्द को सुना ही नहीं। आपने बाल विवाह संबंधी मुझसे पूछा स्पेशली। अभी कुछ दिन पहले संयुक्त राष्ट्र ने, यूनाइटेड नेशंस ने कहा कि बाल विवाह खत्म करने में 300 साल लगेंगे, इट विल टेक 300 ईयर्स। एक और एजेंसी ने कहा कि भारत को बाल विवाह खत्म करने में 2050 तक हम 6% पे पहुंचेंगे। आपके जैसे ऐसे लोगों को मैं जानता हूं जिन्होंने 415 जिलों में 161 नॉन गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने गांव-गांव में जाके ये मुहिम चलाई और भारत में हर साल हो रहे 12 लाख बाल विवाहों में से 60,000 3 महीने के भीतर रोक दिए। अगर इसी गति से हम चलते रहे तो 2050 नहीं 2030 में बाल विवाह का खात्मा हो जाएगा। ये हम कर सकते हैं, ये भारत के लोगों में ये ताकत है। और इसके लिए हमें किसी दुनिया की सर्टिफिकेट की जरूरत नहीं है।
I also wanted to ask Justice Sikri a question, sir. The spirit of service, even if it comes at enormous peril, the fact that we've got real heroes over here who didn't think about their own lives to try and save the lives of others. How is this an inspiration which goes beyond just this one story? It's something which needs to motivate so many more across our country.
I think this is one example which inspires everyone, each and every citizen of this country, because we know your TV was covering when they had gone to the pit and they were trying to save that. For it's not few hours, I mean when it is 30, 40, 50 hours I think it took, and all the channels were covering, as I said your channel was covering, and what we were watching at that time, a thing which was almost we thought as
presented by Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
At Panasonic, we're working to change the way we power our businesses, our travel, our homes, our lives. Join us in pushing for change.
अगर रुंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता। रुंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल। रुंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड।
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ।
देख तेरा रंग सावला हुआ बावला, लड़की नहीं है तू है गरम मामला, बोलती बंद मेरी कहूँ क्या भला, कुछ भी कहा नहीं जाए। नीचे तो दिल्ली हिले है लंदन, मटक मटक जैसे रवीना टंडन।
हाँ, आपका सीट नंबर 15D।
भाई साहब आपकी सीट उधर है। लाइफ कटे मजे से जब म्यूजिक चले स्पॉटिफाई पे, तो इंडिया स्पॉटिफाई सुनते जा।
Usha Helios, Air of Innovation.
इंडो पैसिफिक में भारत का रोल, इस पर मैं आपसे कुछ सुनना चाहूंगा।
भारत को यदि कोई यहाँ दिखाएगा तो उसका जैसा जवाब देना चाहिए वैसा जवाब दे सकता है।
स्वदेशीकरण से सशक्तिकरण is a work in progress.
One is around miniaturization and the use of some of these technologies.
पिछले कुछ समय से NDTV ने जिस तरीके से जनता के बीच अपनी पहुंच बनाई है, उसके लिए NDTV नेटवर्क को मैं अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं।
Platinum partner Adani Defence and Aerospace in association with Samtel.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights. We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
सुपरफास्ट एयरटेल एक्सट्रीम फाइबर आपके नए स्मार्ट टीवी को देगा
एंटरटेनमेंट जोरदार, आयु तैयार, गन्स एंड गुलाब्स, स्क्विड गेम, नेटफ्लिक्स के सारे स्टार,
नो पुशिंग,
एंटरटेनमेंट जोरदार, Amazon प्राइम वीडियो मजेदार, सोनी लिव पे शोज का भरमार, एंटरटेनमेंट
चांस मिलेगा सबको,
सब लोकल शोज, टीवी चैनल्स, आयु तैयार,
रेडी एवरीवन,
तैयार, एंटरटेनमेंट जोरदार, आयु तैयार।
मेरे स्मार्ट टीवी में तो ये सब नहीं।
ये सिर्फ स्मार्ट नहीं, एक्सट्रीमली स्मार्ट टीवी बन गया है। सुपरफास्ट वाईफाई, अनलिमिटेड एंटरटेनमेंट, एयरटेल एक्सट्रीम फाइबर।
Burgoyne, Irish Heritage Linen Fabric.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
With audiences across generations.
Now, yes, go ahead, Sunny ji.
Thank you very much, everyone. I think loads of people over here who are great achievers, and I think जो भी कुछ अचीव करता है और उसके बारे में बात ना करे क्योंकि उसका फ़र्ज़ है करना, उसे मैं अचीवर कहता हूँ। क्योंकि हर आदमी लगा हुआ है कहीं ना तो कहीं कुछ ना तो कुछ करने में, कोई इसको नोटिस करते हैं, कोई नहीं करते, लेकिन आज का ज़माना ऐसा हो गया कि जो भी कुछ करे उसे नोटिस करना बहुत ज़रूरी हो जाता है, नहीं तो लगता है कि बेचारे ने कुछ हासिल नहीं किया। Here we come from a long time, पापा से शुरुआत हुई है हमारी सारी, और जो उन्होंने अचीव किया उसके सामने तो हम कुछ भी नहीं। बस कोशिश करते हैं कि उनकी तरह बने रहें, लोगों को एंटरटेन करें और लोगों का दिल बहलाएं। और मैं अभी पॉलिटिक्स में भी हूँ, लेकिन मैं हमेशा यही कहता हूँ कि आई सर्व द कंट्री बेटर एज एन एक्टर देन एनीबडी एल्स और एनीथिंग एल्स आई मीन टू से, बिकॉज लोग सिनेमा में जाते हैं और ये हमेशा सिनेमा ही रहा है, इसके बाद दूसरे फॉर्मेट्स आए हैं, लेकिन सब शुरुआत सिनेमा से हुई है। ऑब्वियसली थिएटर्स वर देयर, बट लोग वहाँ जाते हैं अपनी तकलीफ़ें भूलने, एक सपना देखने, और जो सपना हम लोगों ने देते हैं उसका नशा लेके वो बाहर आते हैं। और ये अवार्ड उन सब के लिए है जो हमेशा खुश रहते हैं और कभी किसी से किसी बात की अफसोस नहीं करते किसी चीज़ का। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Sunny ji, congratulations on Gadar to having been such a massive success. But my colleague here, who is from South India, is a huge fan. He has very limited understanding of Hindi, but
no, but my friend Atlee here, who's also from Madurai, will testify that you have a lot of fans in South India, and we still think that अब भी 2.5 किलो का हाथ जब किसी के ऊपर उठता है, वो आदमी उठता नहीं, उड़ जाता है. Whatever. I tried saying it right. But I have a question for you, sir. Atlee has experimented with Shah Rukh Khan. Is it time for Sunny Deol to experiment with a Tamil movie?
Ooh.
I think it's all India movie now. I think we are blending all very well right now, and I think that's the way it should be. Okay. And definitely I'm doing 1 or 2 films which are from South as well, and it'll be great because हम लोग हमारे रूट्स भूल चुके थे, हिंदी फिल्म वाले, तभी उसको बॉलीवुड कहते थे हम लोग। और पीछे डाउन साउथ में वहाँ पे लोग हमेशा अपनी रूट्स के साथ रहे हैं, and I think that's a flavor which is coming back.
Fascinating. It's election season, and I can't let you go without a political question. Who's the star political entertainer of the year according to you?
A tough one.
I think
if you can be bipartisan, it'll be good.
I don't think they're entertainers. I mean, everybody is doing what they're doing, and it's a country which has got over 140, how many crores? I think it's 140 plus, right?
Yeah.
And they're managing the whole thing, so I think everyone is doing a great job.
Sanjay ji, would you like to ask anything?
Which is your favorite film of Mr. Sunny Deol?
नहीं, मैं पूछना नहीं चाहूँगा, मैं कुछ बताना चाहूँगा क्योंकि मौका मिला है। क्यों कनेक्टेड महसूस करते हैं हम आपसे? तो हम जिस फॉर्मेटिव एज में थे तब यादों की बारात, धर्मवीर देखते थे, तो जो बेस्ट मेमोरीज जिसको कहते हैं ना, वी ह्यूमन बींग्स आर मेड ऑफ मेमोरीज, तो उसमें जो हैप्पी मोमेंट याद करना पड़ता है वल्नरेबल वक्त में, डिप्रेशन के मोमेंट में, अकेलेपन के मोमेंट में, तो आपके पिताजी याद आते हैं। ये कनेक्शन है मेरा आपसे।
Sir, finally, who's the best dancer in the family, sir?
ये नहीं कि डांस नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन शर्माते हैं। उस वक्त लगता है कि आदमी अपने कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर निकल जाता है, नहीं तो कोई कैरेक्टर परफॉर्म कर रहा होता है।
Well, congratulations again, and thank you so much for being here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now it's time to spotlight Woman 4. Today's evening is all about our women. Sania Mirza, वो नाम जिसने हम सबको बार बार गर्व करने का मौका दिया। सुपर मॉम, टेनिस सुपरस्टार, पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण, अर्जुन अवार्ड विजेता और खेल रत्न विजेता। उनकी कामयाबियों के आगे मेडल्स और पुरस्कारों की लिस्ट बिल्कुल छोटी पड़ जाती है। 6 ग्रैंड स्लैम विनर, former world number one for longest duration, 91 weeks, Indian, I'm talking about Indians, 2 gold medals in Asian Games, Afro-Asian Games, 4 medals, an icon, India's first female tennis superstar. She's been on so many power lists, from Time magazine, 50 Heroes of Asia, to the BBC's 100 most inspiring women in the world. She was also the first South Asian woman to become the UN Women Goodwill Ambassador for South Asia.
Well, a huge round of applause, everyone. No surprises over here. We've got Sania Mirza with us. And may I now invite back on stage Bhavin Pandya, the co-founder and co-CEO of Games 24/7, which has been a pioneer in the startup scene, having been around for 18 years. Back when the concept of startups was unfamiliar to many, Games 24/7 is the parent company for My 11 Circle, the online fantasy sports partner for IPL 2024. It's wonderful if we can get Bhavin back with us on the stage.
Please come up on stage.
Please. So Bhavin, just a quick question to you first. The support that you've been giving IPL this time around with your platform, tell us a little bit about it.
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much for having me. And yes, we are the official fantasy sponsors for the